We are deeply saddened to learn of the devastating earthquake that struck Myanmar, Thailand, and neighboring countries this very Friday. The region which warmly welcomed us just some weeks ago for Masters Bangkok is now facing unimaginable loss and hardship. So our hearts are with everyone that is affected, and the entire VALORANT and Riot Games community is holding the people of Southeast Asia in our thoughts during this very difficult time. Please consider joining us in supporting ongoing rescue efforts by donating, so make sure to scan the QR code for more information.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, former champions face off, and then two titans collide for the first time this year. You don't want to miss a round of today's matches. Hello and welcome to week 2 of VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. I am Zoe, and joining me on the desk once again are my good friends Ender and Sean. Yeah, we upgraded to friends now. You know, yesterday we were acquaintances, today we're friends. What will tomorrow bring? I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, I'm not on the desk tomorrow, so
well, then you're out. You're out of my life.
You're cutting me out. This is so sad.
It do be like that.
Heartbroken now.
Yeah.
And on that happy note, let's recap what happened yesterday, though, okay? Where things were still okay between us and between some of those games. We had some banger matches, so of course we have some shifts in our standings.
Yeah, we do. I think the big one for playoff implications is going to be Furia versus NRG, right? NRG looked so shaky at the start of that series, but by winning, they keep their hopes alive, where Furia still having to play, like MIBR, Leviathan. Their schedule looks rough for them.
It's really rough for Furia on the other side of this loss, falling to 0-2. NRG have to be, like you said, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Just another week to get their feet under them with Coach Mike's, Brock coming into this team. It's not all as cohesive as it once was. They show instances of being good, but this team, oh my, Crew. What happened?
Brian,
what happened?
Mazina was looking otherworldly. Sure, Zekin gets the odd ace here and there, looking real good. Just one bullet on this clip, by the way. Boom, headshot, gotta love it. He loved it.
So cold.
But Sentinels, in both maps they played versus Crew, have a very close first half, sometimes even getting the lead, and in both games, only secured one round win in their second halves. That's crazy.
I know I call it the Lev formula. The Lev week 1 formula. That's exactly the Lev playbook from week 1.
It's exactly the same thing, copy paste. Hey, if it works, why would you change it?
It doesn't work. That's the problem.
If it doesn't work, why would you change it? You gotta roll with it. You gotta commit to something, right? Now, coming up today, we have two great matches. First is 100 Thieves going up against Evil Geniuses, and later we got G2 taking on MIBR. Actually, for the first time this year, I can't actually comprehend that they avoided each other in kickoffs. I somehow felt like we probably must have seen them, but we haven't.
I think this is going to be one of the better matchups for G2, right? If Osboss comes in and is Osbossing, it's always going to be good.
Osboss, Verno, this team can shoot. If Artzine drops a split performance like we saw last week, like 570 ACS, 300 damage around on Breach on defense, bro, MIBR might literally be the best team in our league.
Well, so there's a lot to be excited about today, but also there's just so much fun stuff to look back on in the past. It's so hard to believe that VALORANT is actually turning 5 this year. So here at VCT, we've seen so many exciting matches, hosted incredible events around the world, and it all started with First Strike.
Where they are, but gets 2 kills out of it. It's all up to Caboose now. Can he do it? Finds one. He's gonna go to half. Does he get the shot? He does! What a Caboose!
Kind of hanging out. They know it's gonna be tough. But all the kills from Toms. Could it be another one? The curveball hits him right in the eyes. And it is going to be enough.
It's Hiko. It's Hiko again. Now the 1v1. He knows there has to be one nearby. No! How did Hiko pull it up again? Wow, he gets the triple off the rocket. There's simply not enough against 100 Thieves. They are your First Strike North America champions.
This year we are celebrating 5 years of VALORANT, and we were there at the beginning. I was a caster, And at First Strike, Baby Bay was a player for FaZe. 100 Thieves won the trophy, and one of the players that lifted it, this guy right here, Spencer Hiko Martin. My GOAT.
What's good, bro?
What's going on? It's been a long time since I've seen the two of you guys.
Yeah, it looks like you got some sun, huh? I mean, me and this guy over here looking like ghosts, and you're tan, living the good life, huh? Like you've been chilling out here.
I'm retired. I'm golfing. I'm getting
golfing.
Sun. Not actually, but I'm not.
Yeah. What do you think about? I mean, we haven't seen you since they nerfed Sova into the ground. They reduced the drone duration, and you disappeared. What you been up to?
I'm still playing. I'm still watching games. You can see me in some people's watch parties, just being roasted for being old. I feel like no matter what crazy. I do, I'm just old. But no, yeah, I'm still been watching. I'm still playing, still streaming it. So I still really enjoy Valorant.
So now that you're retired, like, how do you feel about like the legacy that you've built? I mean, you lifted up that First Strike trophy and everything. You know, like how has that been like from the outside in now? I mean, this has been such a crazy moment, and seeing 100 Thieves' success now too, you kind of pioneered it for the entire squad.
Yeah, I mean, back when Valorant was still very early on, and we were putting in a lot of hours. I think a lot of people, they doubted us, but they kind of thought that we had a chance of actually winning it all. Things went well. We transitioned from more of a PUBG roster to the Counter-Strike and then a soon a Dicey roster. We definitely had our work cut out for us back then, and seeing how the team kind of evolved even back then from when we first got a soon a Dicey to when we won First Strike. It's crazy the evolution of Valorant and how fast everything is kind of changing.
Isn't it wild? I mean, 2 new agents coming in. We get Icebox and Ascent back, which feels like home. But, we have Abyss, which is wild, and Teo and Breach just comboing everywhere. It's so different than back in the day. But you got to be reliving those glory days, because that 2020 scene right there, delivering the trophy during quarantine, that had to be insane to see. Man, it still gives me goosebumps to even think.
All I remember is like this crazy knife clutch I got that just like put me on the map personally, and it was like a 1v1 at the end against Hiko. Like, do you remember that, bro, at all? Like, because you ended up winning that tournament, I believe. But man, like that kind of kicked off my like whole streaming career. I was looking up to you, bro.
Oh, I appreciate that. I don't remember that specifically, but I mean, back then streams were crazy. People were watching it. Like you said, it was COVID time. We weren't even sure if we were going to be allowed to boot camp before First Strike, and we ended up, we were all in the 100 Thieves compound in LA playing First Strike when we won. So, yeah, it was definitely a different time back then. It's a lot of fun to go back and think about and try to put yourself back in your shoes, 4 years ago.
Yeah, speaking of that, I mean, Asuna is one of the longest standing players we have in all of VCT. What is it like watching this kid? I mean, he's still somehow the youngest player on 100. Like, how is this possible? Is he getting younger?
Yeah.
What is it like watching this kid just grow up as a player, and just how he's changed? What have you noticed out of Peter in all these years?
He is such an interesting person to watch and even to talk to. When he first joined the team, he was very quiet. He was very shy. He didn't really, it took a lot to get him out of his shell. And I don't know if he necessarily looked up to us as, from our names back from, previous games, but he was definitely not the same as he is now. He was always confident in game, but it was more of the out of game stuff. And seeing him now, seeing a lot of the content 100 Thieves puts out, seeing the way he interacts with his team, even just the way he communicates is a lot different now. And it's been such a treat to see him. He's been transitioning into different roles. I know with you, Sean, he played more of an initiator, more of a flex. Seems like now he's going back to more of a duelist role. And, I wish nothing but the best and nothing but success for Peter. He's a great guy, in and out of game. And it's been, like I said, it's been really a treat just being able to watch him grow up and watch him kind of establish himself into the player that he is now.
Quick.
I agree.
Yeah, quick. 100 Thieves EG.
Oh.
Who you got?
100 Thieves. Don't even have to think about it. 100 Thieves.
Of course. 100 Thieves div EG every day. They've never lost to him, man.
Yeah.
Respectfully, Padra. Respectfully. All right, thank you so much for joining us, Spencer, and we're going to throw it back to Zoe on the desk.
Thank you so much. What a trip down memory lane.
That was fun. Just like watching the old clips, old UI from First Strike, but also hearing them sort of talk about like the growth of like Asuna as a player, right? You know, for so long he was the initiator, the Rays player for 100 Thieves. In the last, few months has been playing so much of the Neon now too. He's really stepped up his game, and to watch him come back with the 100 Thieves team even just last year and raise another trophy was just awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible to see what a long way, not just Valorant itself came and Valorant esports, but also those individual players which we've been following all those years. Now, the current iteration of 100 Thieves, they kind of struggled at kickoff, and in a recent video released by the team, Coach Ziggs and Boostio actually discussed what they felt was holding them back.
Our team, compared to other teams, has a lot more like people that are like kind of carry oriented. There's like in my head kind of two archetypes of players in game. It's like carries and supports. And our team at its current form kind of has, 4 carries and then like Asuna, who's like a really good support player in the sense that he's always looking for ways to set up his teammates. And I think that throughout our time so far, this year and last year, EU has stepped up big as another person that's kind of became a really solid support over the entirety of last year, along with his development so far this year. And basically that conversation was just kind of alluding to the fact that a lot of the people on our team it's like a spectrum almost where, it's like super deep in the carry role means you're never going to support someone. Super deep in the support role means you're never going to look for like opportunity, like peeking on timing or like something super aggressive. And yeah, our team is like, primarily on this side. So we're doing a lot to try to teach people how to support each other better in game. And I think for Boostie's mindset during the NRG match, especially, he had like basically taken that feedback and pushed it all the way to the other side where...
To the support side.
Yeah, to the support side where basically he just was not playing the game. And when we watched the VOD back, it was like really apparent. A lot of times when he had like a free kill, basically, he just decided to pull out util instead. So, and that's, one of our learnings.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about it. It's just part of the overall growth of our team long term. We just have to acknowledge, people are playing new roles that we feel like will be better for our team long term.
All right, some real talk right there. Felt a little bit like a therapy session with this setup. Sean, as a fellow coach and someone who used to coach 100 Thieves, what do you make of that clip?
I hate it so much. I hate it so much. So why is there philosophy that people can't change and learn things? And why did he say that Austin is the only supportive player that he listed, but yet he's playing duelist? And I just don't understand that philosophy. I just don't jive with it.
It feels a little strange, like almost like it could be used as an excuse to take really aggro solo plays a lot of the time.
But as a head coach, my biggest struggle was trying to reduce the variance, right? In Valorant, you try to reduce the risk taken and give yourself the best chance of winning day in, day out. But by saying that the players are inherently playmakers and should always be taking these fights and this is their strength, you are inviting that variance. You are excited about it. And that was a huge problem last week. They would get these man advantages, sometimes 5v3s that they would just throw because that is the philosophy, and that's a huge problem in my eyes.
Yeah, and I see that as being like an issue that has plagued actually a lot of teams in Valorant, like the sort of inability to like rein it in once you get an advantage, but it also defines what a great team can be. You take a team like G2, for example, and their fundamentals, right? They're never throwing rounds, they're coordinating fights together really beautifully. You see very little sort of solo active play, so it is a bit surprising to see 100 Thieves take this approach.
Yes.
Let's talk about some individuals here, looking at that match. Cryo, he had incredible moments, and then also the very opposite of that. It seems very much dependent on what agents he's playing. What's going on there? Why is it so streaky?
Well, I don't know if he's the aggro or the support here, because you have his Yoru, which looked rough in the opening game. Then he comes out on top of the world with this ISO pick, like 4-0 in his opener. He's got 24 frags on Haven. It's beautiful, only to then go to a third map of Split, and he's on the Sage, and that did not look good.
Yeah, and that's what's getting the community up in arms, right? They're fearing for Cryo's role diversity. They don't think that he's capable of flexing across some of these meta agents, so we're seeing Sages being picked. And I don't think that's the case personally. I think this kid is phenomenal. He's a rank 1 player in ranked countless times now at this point across multiple accounts. Like, this guy just is so good. He prints wins. But they can't find a way to have him work in their system right now.
Yeah, he's definitely got the agent pool, because you even look at Kickoff or even a little bit last year, he's playing like so much of the Jet and Smokes primarily, right? Did play a bit of the Sage during Kickoff too, but he has the flexibility in terms of agent pool, but it's clear how much of an impact he can have, I think, when he's on like the very heavy fighting agents, especially in the ISO.
I mean, we've even seen it in like Brim, like you mentioned, back in the day on Bind. Like, this guy can frag out, and the Sage game in Kickoff, like, he can play all these agents and have massive performances. It's his rifling that I think everyone is so excited about, other than when we see him like opping on Pearl or something crazy like that. But man, I am worried if the map pool doesn't favor him today.
I mean, as you said, it's difficult to point a finger at individuals there, because winning and losing is both a team effort. We talked about the momentum they had in map 2, where he was individually performing really well. 100 Thieves were gelling, like they were grooving. Then Split happened. Yes. You have a few specific rants you wanted to look at.
Yeah, I do actually. Over at the Telestrator right now. So
let's do it.
Yeah,
let's educate what went wrong, what happened. Point fingers.
Yeah. So we can pull it up on the Telestrator right now. So this is actually a huge ult round coming up. So once they pull it up for me, here we go. This is the 8th round of the game, and the game is kind of getting to the point where it's out of reach for 100 Thieves. But they have all of these ultimates that they've accrued over the start of this game, and this is their chance to make a play back into the game. So what do? Well, they actually have quite a good idea. Off barrier right now, what they're gonna do is try to find this frag on Zelsis. But it is such a half-baked idea. The fault line is gonna come through like such, and they're gonna tail ult this way towards Zelsis. That's gonna force him into middle, and they actually end up throwing a slow there. All of this seems good, right? Watch how it plays out in actuality, and it's so clear. They're missing someone spamming this smoke. How on earth is Zelsis capable of getting out of this scenario right here without anyone shooting him, without the missiles coming from Teo? And I actually have to move the tools, because the missiles have not been used by EU right now. It could have been used to flush out this spot. It could have been used for a frag. You could say the same thing with Asana's paint shells or a showstopper. They could be going for a dry contact play with the Sage Res, but instead, none of that happens. Watch what goes down now. Zelsis seemingly just disappears. This orb just appeared in mid for 100 Thieves. We don't know how that got there after barrier, but they let Zelsis chill in mid right now. They wait for this smoke to fall, and I can see what they're going for here. They're trying to use the Sage Res. They're trying to get value with a dry fight right now. Now, why is the Sage up front taking the fight, though? That makes no sense. So our Sage Res and Showstopper are now out of the play. Our people in the back, you can see they're spaced in such a way where they can't even capitalize on any of this right now. Sentinel's outplaying them already in the mid round. They Viper pit mid. So Boostio's reaction right now is to use his ult to grab the spike back. They breach ult mid. They win this fight. And you can see right now, Sentinels, again, already a step ahead. Bang is going to end up pushing B right now in this mid round. Get all of the info on what's actually going down, and watch right now as they go towards B site. So they spot Bang pushing Ramen. He ults back into defender spawn, and that spooks 100 Thieves so much that they actually opt to cut noise completely and head back to A. Now, this is crazy. The B player push B. Why would you not just plow the site and take it for free? Instead, they go back to A, and the way in which they end up clearing this for John is abysmal. They cluster right here. They clear out in space. This is the most common angle in the late round, and they fall to John right here. He ends up getting a 3K to close out the round. The game is over at that point. They've wasted their 2 power ults, and I'm Sag. Back to you on the desk, Zoe.
So were we all. There's certainly a lot to take away from this match for 100 Thieves. So let's hear how Coach Zix is feeling today. Riff spoke with him ahead of today's match.
Yeah, I'm here with Zix before the match today. Do you feel like the game with Sen last week exposed certain parts of the strategy that need to be changed?
I would definitely say in terms of map details and that kind of thing, like We're pretty solid, I think, overall. I think just a lot of our issues were based on our fundamentals and like certain aspects of the game, like how we take micro fights together. So we definitely had like a really clear decision in terms of like where we were headed in terms of our goals. So goal-wise, I think that we kind of chose the right path, and that this week we made a lot of progress on it. So definitely confident coming into the match.
Fantastic insight. Thank you, Zix. Good luck today.
Just a few years ago, Coach Zix and Bustio were lifting the trophy at Champions in Los Angeles, and today they'll have to face off against their old boss, Potter, and Evil Geniuses. That's got to be extra motivation.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't think EG stand a chance after what Bustio was doing to get ready there.
I can't lock in after that. That's crazy. He's just getting ready. He's doing his morning routine.
Is that your morning routine too?
Every day.
That's everyone's morning routine now.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Come on.
I got to get on that. I missed the brief, the prompt. I don't know.
It's okay.
I'm too old for those things.
You're not on the right side of the internet.
I clearly am not. But yeah, here's some trips down memory lane. A bit of footage from back when.
It seems like forever ago. Who are these people on the stage other than Giacomo, actually? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you got Zix up there with Potter. But honestly, like, that's what we've got coming into this matchup, right? It's always fun seeing EG versus 100 Thieves. Back then, Zix was an assistant coach. Now we've got him and Bustio on the opposite side of things. But for these two teams, 100 Thieves, of course, had a much better follow-up year, right? Last year was looking hot. They were able to take a stage here in Americas. EG, it's been a constant rebuild ever since then.
I think EG has shown a lot of, I guess, insane moments, right? Where they show their potential. They're still a young team.
Yeah.
And Potter has took so much time in trying to mold Nature to be this top level IGL. Speaking of the intermingling between the teams, Nature was actually previously on 100 Thieves, as was Derek when I was coaching the team. So a lot of like weird matchups here. Players have played all over with each other. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of like micro plays and aware plays from everyone in the server as far as how each other like playing. A lot of anti-strats, that's what Potter's known for. Zix knows that. It is going to be a mind game today.
Yeah, I want to see the emotions. I want to see the drama. I want those two teams to dig deep. Now, EG, we know they're a team that likes to cook. We did get to see some new looks from them just last week, but that was against 2G. So have those looks been tested?
I mean, on the first map, kind of. It got close down to the wire at the end, but the main thing was Icy busting out the Waylay, which looked pretty solid. I think EG had a lot of different ideas of how to implement that, whether they were using on Haven some Omen smokes like backplat C to give, Waylay some cover dashing in. We also saw Icy going for a lot of contact plays, using the teleport out, much more like a chamber would try to enter into a site.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to get pleasantly surprised watching Icy this year on EG, right? They're used to the passive Icy we saw previously on G2, where he was so much more of a system player, right? He wasn't making plays. I can tell Potter is giving Icy a lot of freedom in this system. Like you said, he's going for these plays, and he's looked very good so far early on this year.
He's kind of just completely reinvented himself as a player. He's playing more aggro. He's playing just better in general. I think the fights he's taking, he's consistently able to win. And that's what was impressing me again, was it wasn't even just the setup behind him always. A lot of times on Haven, it was him contacting into the A site, grabbing a kill, teleporting back. His team goes in. He's dashing up to follow in. Like, he was all over the place.
I mean, that agent just seems to be made for players like Icy. Phenomenal performance just last week. Will we see it again? Can we replicate that?
I think there's a good chance. There's a really good chance. This is the map Haven that 100 Thieves picked and won last week. I mean, they showed they can be very, very good here. They run a double duelist, so it'll be wild if we do see Haven in this series. But I truly think there's a really good chance we do today.
I think it's entirely possible. There's also, questions of what does it look like going on to like an Icebox or an Ascent for Evil Geniuses, other maps that, if you hear people talking about it, that's where Waylay has some definite power to her.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Oh, we got some
Not the snakes.
Snakes. What?
It's snakes versus kittens? Is that really what we're going with today?
Hey, snakes versus
why
kittens.
not?
It's crazy.
Do we think that kittens beat snakes? Because I don't
That
think
depends
so.
on the snake.
Well, 100 Thieves
They're smaller ones,
did snake those
variants.
last two. I see what he's going for here. They were snakes for cutting them. they became kittens on EG?
I guess. I'm
so.
not really sure.
You know, I'm just happy when they talk the talk, and even better when they manage to walk the walk right after as well. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us today, and always excited to hear from our players. Earlier today, Riff caught up with Icy for his take on Valorant's newest agent.
And Icy, last week we got to see you break out the waylay. What is it about this agent that just allows you to excel?
I would say it's a big movement character. It's movement heavy. You know, I love ankle breaking with the characters. So I'm a big fan of the movement. I love double dashing in, you know, hindering them. It's fun.
All right, what are you feeling about the meta then? Is this one of your favorite that you've had throughout all of your time playing Valorant?
I would say it's definitely better than the chamber meta for sure. Like comparing it to other metas though, I don't know. It's a fun meta. I like playing waylay. I think there's a lot of diverse character selections happening, so it's fun. Like a lot of new agents being played.
Are you able to kind of just say like, hey, I want to play waylay on this map, and they give you that room?
I mean, it's up there, like, for discussion. Like, if I want to play waylay, like, I could, I guess, maybe. I don't know, we'll see.
Very cool. All right, Icy. Thanks for the insight. Good luck today.
It's up there for discussion, so there is hope. Now, before we get into today's first match, we're going to play a quick game of Rad Libs. We have a story with a bunch of missing words, and we need to fill in the blanks. But we won't know the story until we fill it all in. So this ought to be funny. It better be funny. Be funny, guys.
Okay.
No pressure,
I'll
but
try my
actually, no
best.
pressure. Twitch chat, you should get involved as well. We're going to need your help to set the mood for this one, right? So you can vote right now for spooky or rave. I don't want to skew the results, but rave would be nice. I don't know. I want to get amped up for the
Don't
match.
want to skew the results into
But actually,
crazy.
okay, let's do it though. Let's do it. Let's get to work. Let's get those blanks and fill it in.
A noun. Gotta go with airplane.
Slap them on there.
Or actually,
quick.
I'll do a terrain for Mimi. She's not here. There we go.
That's nice.
We go frenzy.
I got. Just gonna. There we go. As said, we do not know
Occupation.
what
Thieves
the end
player.
result is.
We're picking Boostio.
Boosty is a good shout. I'm going shoutcasters for the occupation. It's a good job.
I'm going for a chariot on the vehicle
Those guys
because we're
are
OG
not
over
cool, though.
here.
Hey, whoa, what are we talking about?
What else
are we
do we
talking?
have?
Ooh, I want a subreddit. No, I'm in here.
AITA.
No.
You're not gonna go for
R//
Oh, okay, I see.
League of Legends.
He would.
Yes.
He would, of course.
Give me an opportunity. I'll take
Okay,
it.
I'm doing. What else do we have? Okay, I'm gonna go back to this side.
Abyss is our map.
An animal. Are we going weird with this one? Weird animals or normal animals?
What about cats and dogs?
Cats. You are so
I'm going
vanilla.
basic.
I like basic.
That's so basic.
Man.
Okay, let's do a.
My dog just turned into a snake.
Might as well. You know
Oh, we
what?
could have done kittens and snakes. I'm doing kittens and snakes.
I do snakes. Do kittens.
Okay, kittens.
We're good.
That says kittens, I promise.
Okay. All right, are we good? Oh, adjective. Let's fill in an adjective.
Big.
Big.
Oh, it is
Big. I feel like we're up to something good here. We do have an inspirational halftime speech for an EG coach, which will be right this. He will be our EG coach. So let's see what Twitch chat wants from us. Are we going spooky? Are we going ravey?
Give me
Where
the
we at?
rave. Come on.
Yeah!
All right, let's go.
I'm with them. Let's
Here
go.
we go. EG Potter in the building. I can't even believe it. Boostio, what are you doing at the club? We're supposed to be scrimming today. See Mar back in the corner. All right, look, I'm not going to sell you a loaded train about what just happened. We look like a bunch of shoutcasters out there. Disgusting. Abyss was our map pick, and sure, Boostio, you got a couple of aces with the frenzy, and that's okay. And yes, r/League of Legends is already laughing at us. Can you believe that? You're making League of Legends players laugh at us. But you know what? We're big, and we've got the hearts of snakes, and we have the souls of kittens. Are you with me? Let's turn this chariot around in the second half.
Yeah, let's do that. Hey, if that doesn't win them the next map, I don't know what would. That's a lot of.
Potter is cooked. You got
Right?
the job.
Right.
You actually
I got it.
Hire this man. You're
I'm not
already
wearing
coach.
enough Gucci to match Potter. That's the problem.
Yeah, she got you.
Is that what? Okay, no. I think you got the right idea. You got the right energy. Now, speaking of the right idea, let's take a look at our predictions for this one. Here are the predictions for our broadcast team. Riv. Well, he's not here to defend himself, but you know what? I love this for him.
I mean, he heard my
That's
speech.
right.
And he
He's
was
a
like, it's
believer,
got to be
rightfully
EG.
so.
Dude, what's Boostio
broke
doing in
the
the
curse.
club at halftime?
I mean, he's probably cooking up his next, BM tweet.
Man.
Probably. That the community hates him for.
Well, this is gonna be good. This was good. Thank you so much. I'm hyped up for this match. I hope you are as well. Get the snacks, get comfortable. We have 2 killer matches on the way. 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, G2 versus MIBR. VCT Americas starts right now.
It's always fun playing against your former teammates, 100 Thieves being Asuna and Cryo. Playing against your former teammates makes it so that a match is just like elevated in terms of like if you beat them, obviously you get bragging rights and you can talk a little smack.
I mean, I'm excited to play EG. They have Derek. He just gives it his all, and there's no real way to shut him down, I feel like. You just have to mitigate him.
The players in short are a problem for EG, but they have to pick an avenue of approach. Look at that stun! Aski is stuck in the corner. He's dead too. They're just falling left and right.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of exec heavy attacks, definitely, from both teams.
Gets into the site, overdrive is on, and he is causing chaos because they did not expect this. The team are just obliterating.
We got the first match jitters out, and we're going to be like full strength.
I think the one thing we need to do as a team together is just make actions and do it together. Something as simple as that. You don't always have to make an elaborate plan. You just got to do what feels right.
There is so much history between those 2 teams and those players, which I am sure will be serving as extra motivation. Let's bring the teams onto the stage. EG coming off of a 2-0 victory last week. Within, they showcased some premium Waylay play. We hope they got something good cooked up for today.
I mean, look, Waylay and Icy, I'm mixing them up now. He's like, yeah, I can say Waylay, and they'll let me play the agent, so it's fun. Hold on, did 100 Thieves just play photobombing?
Wait a second.
They're mingling, they're mixing.
Guys, you can't pretend to be friends out there. You're snakes.
No.
Snakes and kittens. That's all I see on the stage. Yeah, let's talk about 100 Thieves. I don't know which of the 2 they are, but they coming off of a loss against Sentinels just last week, and they are looking to bounce back. They seem to be in high spirits, though.
They do, yeah. The 100 Thieves players always bring in the good vibes. I think even after that loss to Sentinels, which...
Not just a loss, 13-1.
I mean, it's kind of just written in the cards. It's expected. That's how we kick off every year here in the Americas.
Yeah, and the thing is, as long as 100 Thieves don't have to play their arch nemesis Sentinels, they've got a pretty good track record up against EG.
Also, if my calculations are correct, Andrew, this is exactly where they were last year in Split 1.
According to my calculations, I have no idea.
They're about to go.
Wait, I mean, look, disappointing kickoff, right? Come out, not so strong in the first one. Okay, I could get behind it. Could get that run going. But you already know Potter is getting the team hyped up there. Talking about, the club later on.
Yes. That is exactly what Potter's probably doing.
Yeah, they'll get 100 Thieves involved there too, because in the club, we're all fam. For now, though, we are enemies. Where do we take our enemies, though? What maps do we want to see?
Well, I'm seeing the EG home field right there on the screen, which is what is expected when Potter's in this Vita, right? Fracture. She has innovated Fracture so many times.
The original, Sova Fracture stuff?
Sova Fracture was crazy on EG's champ run. That broke everyone's brain. No one thought it was really possible until then. She had the triple ult plays for Heaven and pushing Defender spawn. And then 100 Thieves pick Haven, which is the map we were talking about, the double duelist they won on last week. They're going to be going against Waylay there.
Yeah, so it's like ISO versus Waylay ideas. That's the map I'm most looking forward to. Of course, if we go to Split to finish things off, hope 100 Thieves come out a little bit stronger than the match against Sentinels. That is bad news if we head to map 3, I think.
Is that another map we could see Waylay on, Split? Would that work? Would you risk it?
Possibly. It's a little harder to justify it, but I think that, I think this is a map where Waylay, even as a secondary duelist, can work pretty nicely with some other options.
I'm a weirdo where I could say you could work any agent into a comp. It just has a shelf life.
Yeah,
right?
That's fair.
You can get countered, but a Waylay could get a win today easily on Split, right? It's just, would it work tomorrow once the game footage is out? I trust Potter to cook up some wild game plans. We've seen it so many times. When she wants to win, the game plans and the ult plays come out, the bonus rounds come out, and the set pistols are just fire. I am worried for 100 Thieves looking at this map pool. I'm very worried. Fracture, even they showed their game plan last week, and then Split.
And yet we all picked 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
So
Hey, we didn't know what the maps were going to be.
Man, 100 Thieves are going to have to exercise some of the demons that we've been seeing out of them on this stage today. Personally, I think this is going to be a game of initiators. Which initiators end up coming up big? This guy on your screen right now, he hasn't had the best performances, since joining 100 Thieves, if I'm being honest. He was a fragger on EG. He was getting a large percentage of their first bloods. And going back into the clip that we showed of Boostio and Zix, it's just a completely different mentality here on 100 Thieves. He's trying to get into a more supportive role, trying to decrease the variance, but the team is suffering.
Yeah, and if you're talking initiators on the other side, I want to highlight Nature. Had a couple of big rounds, especially towards the end of Haven when it started slipping away for them. He's coming in with a couple of 3Ks, 4Ks to even up the score. I do like, we're seeing Killjoy on this map from Evil Geniuses. The word that changes to Teo coming in, so you can't just one-shot the ultimate, but I do think this agent has some of the best sort of attacking map coverage to, cover off a north side or a south side to weak one. But
all right, that's an idea right there. Overcooked or cooked?
They're cooking. I like it because it gets the op in Cryo's hand while allowing Asuna to play the duelist, get space for the team. He's the wild one, right? He's the one that's going to lead the pack, get that space. Cryo's not really that type of duelist, but if you get an op in Cryo's hands, he can take over the entire game.
It does mean there's less sort of like passive information for 100 Thieves to work with, so some options for EG if they're playing slower rounds to find some holes in the defense.
Yeah, I will say, you mentioned Ye on that Killjoy. A lot of these Killjoys at the pro level are still finding a lot of value against the Teo. You just have to wait for the missiles to be used, and then you put down your util. You might save it a little bit off of barrier. You're ready to collect certain things. I'm looking for Ye to have a big day, just like he did previously.
And so is his team. I'm sure they are ready and locked in. So let's send it over to your casters for this one. It's the dynamic duo of Duck and Baby Bay.
So much so, we've got a really good match ahead of us. And I think there's a lot of history here, Dre. I think we start off with the fact that in this matchup in particular, and it's been a long time, we're going all the way back to when he was still playing. 4-0, undefeated, 100 Thieves up against Evil Geniuses. And the map count, it tells an even worse story. 8-1 in maps the way of 100 Thieves. It's been rough.
Yeah, 100 Thieves has absolutely decimated EG every single time they've played him. And I mean, something that's crazy that we need to talk about is we're not seeing Ye on Chamber, but we're seeing Cryo on it. Yeah. And the last time he played Chamber was at Kickoff, I mean, over a year ago in like February, right? Yeah. Which, I mean, they got destroyed on it. I mean, he played decent, but
he was the only one who played well. It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs, and we're going to be loading into Fracture again. 3-map series. If we go that way, is Fracture Haven and then split as the decider. Evil Geniuses on the attacking side, and we're already set up for a clash towards tower. Asuna getting stunned up, has to take a step back, and Xander is the first to fall. Icy on the swing, not connecting, but Derek does. Utility already reigning supreme the way of Evil Geniuses. This is a textbook start. They could not ask for much more than this.
Yeah, Cryo's gonna have to pull out some heroics with this Chamber dig, but he won't connect, and now EU, he's left in a 1v5. Just get as many as he can. It's looking pretty decent, but what a strong start from EG. All eyes forward and just hitting the shots, honestly, dealing with that Neon stun and slide very well. Asuna not being able to get anything going here early on. And I'm very surprised that 100 Thieves decided to choose the defense side first because EG, they did play Fracture against Furia at Kickoff, and they had such a great attack. They went 10-2. Yeah, obviously the caliber of the teams is a lot different here, but EG are strong on this. So maybe 100 Thieves, Boostio and Zix think that they can counter EG's attack side. So far, not the start they're looking for.
Yeah, not going according to plan. A lot of focus towards the northern side of the map for the defense. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses quietly and sneakily creeping their way towards B. And they may be looking the wrong side, but a lot of the defense is here. Ye holding the line with the Sheriff, no less. It's like he never missed a beat.
Yeah. I like this from EG as well. A little bit of a freeze to the round, seeing if anyone's going to overextend, further that advantage that they have. Derek is going to be swapping his rifle to Nature because he wants to be the forefront. Maybe get a little bit of contact play here. He's going to be an entry. Still a very quiet approach here. Usually 100 Thieves on their anti-ecos decide to gamble stack certain things. Now, a little bit spread. Boostio's now rotating over.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think about the beginning of the round, that's exactly what they were. It was a 4-1 towards B, so you're right. Kind of sticking to their playbook. Again, a little bit of draw of utility, but Derek's going to get a kill, upgrade a weapon.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the only one left with the Sheriff, and Cryo's left in 1v4. 2 shots of the Headhunter. Let's see if he connects with any of them. Both go wide right. The kill goes the way of Derek, and that's the second round for Evil Geniuses.
100 Thieves look like they're sleeping right now behind the wheel. But EG, a blistering pace, hitting every single shot. They came ready to play today.
Had a great start for Derek, too. 5-0 already, getting closer and closer to having that ult online, but this was rolling the years back for EA. That was vintage.
One enemy.
Yeah, and he's been great on this Sentinel role for EG. I think he's really playing the role as perfect as possible. He's getting a lot of first bloods, limiting the risk that he takes, but he's not afraid. And that's the most important thing in this current meta, is having a Sentinel player that is willing to take the fight.
Couple kills traded at the beginning of the round. Again, aggression from 100 Thieves towards being rewarded for it. They do have the numbers advantage.
There's only 2 players of 100 Thieves on this site. Numbers in favor of EG, but they decide to freeze. And now, with the positioning on the actual A side, this is going to be hard to break through. Oh, with that spot, maybe that rechargeable utility can come up. You can punish.
I think 100 Thieves are doing a really good job of taking away some space, too. I mean, they still have presence B. Northern side's being flushed out. And Derek swings his way into the 6th kill.
I don't think they were aware that there was another player on site. That smoke may work against 100 Thieves here, because it does cause a freeze of the round for EG, which, again, now you have the Teo missiles online, you have the fault line, you still have Superman with a bunch of smokes.
Yeah. You imagine they're going to want to pop on the other side of this, but the drone's giving away what's concealed behind door number 1.
They can still pivot. It's
30 seconds.
Yeah. They have time.
You know, lace those things up, man.
I mean, the only person that's going to meet them here is Cryo.
And he's got 20 HP.
Yeah, he's so low.
13 seconds left.
They're going to get
just now making their way out to the site. Again, Cryo's going to be the first line of defense. How much can he get? Nothing. Not even able to stop the plant. So the spike will go down, and all of a sudden, the possibility, the prospect of a bonus is at their doorstep. EG sitting pretty. EU and Xander left to try to salvage this mess of a situation.
Right there. And you still have the Teo missiles. You have another breach stun. I mean, he's used 3.
This round feels secured. I mean, as soon as there's a tap, Derek drops his utility. I don't know how 100 Thieves get through this. Forget about the tap. They do it proactively as the time continues to dwindle down.
EU has to come up huge here.
He's got to solve this problem. He's already gotten 1 kill. Spike continues to tip away. Xander not even able to get half. A great start from EG.
Yeah, down numbers. But like I said, that smoke that delayed the hit even further in A main works against 100 Thieves, and it makes EG just go for the obvious play. We're just going to rotate back to the B site. I don't know what Cryo was hunting for in that moment, Doug. I mean, really.
What?
Yeah, that was crazy. But Cryo really kind of sold this retake. I mean, yeah, you're 20 HP, I get it. Maybe you can kill the planter, but it's such a risky play.
And it was a low time situation, too. I get why he made that play, and ultimately it doesn't work out, but
to be making plays like that on your first gun round, basically securing the bonus for EG, who could just play utility on the spike, it's just a bit of a blunder. Bottom side default again here for EG. 100 Thieves getting proactive in A main this time.
Aggressive stun, and there's a crunch. Armageddon dropped to try to provide some cover on the other side. He's dead.
He's cooked.
He had nowhere to go. Boosty will watch the rest of this round.
Ooh.
Now, there's still a little bit of fight behind this spark. They have Stingers, they have the Headhunter, and they've got Asuna who's coming online. Again, a numbers advantage. 400 Thieves. The last time it did not go favorably, but that's 3 for the Duelist, dashing around looking for the last. Concealed by the smoke. Oh no. Oh, right. Okay. Well, 100 Thieves are on the board. and nobody saw what took place there. We'll just forget about that.
A great Teo ultimate used from the side of EU. I mean, he's been sharp all year long for this roster. Yeah, it's just the start for him, but without this Teo ultimate, you can't force these free kills into a Asuna. That stinger with that one-way smoke there, there's nowhere for the EG players to go, so a good calculated attempt there for 100 Thieves. And this is the pace. They just want to keep running it down, taking map control. They are running the Neon. This is what you kind of have to do.
Well, especially on a map like Fracture, right? You've got 4 lanes that you have to deal with. It makes sense to want to remove some of the variants and take some of those lanes away.
I don't think Ice has actually spotted Cryo. Yeah, he gets dropped. And that's the whole power of the Neon. You show one place, you have the chamber set up on the other. This is the bread and butter to this composition.
There's a lot of crunch happening on the northern side. Asuna and Boostio, brothers in arms.
Right here.
Much more bellicose on their approach. I mean, you mentioned it. You're going to heavily aggress on one side of the map, and then you've got Cryo on chamber holding down the rest.
Yeah, Cryo now. Looks like he's warmed up, he's activated. Holding all those off angles, hitting the headshots. He's looking clean right now. But yeah, none of that is possible if Asuna doesn't show his body there. And yeah, they don't actually full send it down B main, but the pressure alone of showing where the Neon is happens to allow Cryo to make plays like that, where he can just hold an off angle and people aren't ready for him.
Nice, good team play, guys. Flawless, flawless, good team play.
Now, will EG, now aware of that, be looking ahead to maybe use extra set pairs of utilities to try to clear out Dish, to try to clear out Cryo's chamber. He's getting aggressive here, though.
Boy, the tables turned real quick in a game
nasty.
like Valorant. You think about the start that 100 Thieves had. It was dreadful. But now you've got Cryo wide swinging and just diffing people.
You have Asuna running it down here, but he has so much support from his team.
Nature in a really nice spot. They're fully committing onto this. There's not a lot of follow-up, though. And he's just by himself.
Yeah. That EG member is able to sneak up onto the B site, and now
they're
in a good spot, but Spike is so far away.
This is an awkward spot here because you can try to accelerate and crunch on Yu, who's playing by himself, or Spike rotates back A, but they decide to try to play around their numbers and hunt him down. He's feeling the walls closing in, but Cryo over his shoulder there to help. What a shot from EU. Connecting onto the second, lands onto Derek, leaving things in a 1v1. Spike just out of reach, no armor for Superman. He's got to know that Cryo's close by. He's been on a heater, but Superman's on the trade. EG gets a 4.
It's Superman, it's Brimstone, it's Fracture. He's been doing this for forever. Go back to all the way FaZe, go back to Rise days, beating Optic. He's been a menace on the Brimstone on this map. And he brings the round back for them, 100 Thieves. EU, he did so much work. I don't know how he gets the kill when he missed jumps there. Even he's laughing, he's like, what? But EG, a good recovery, and maybe 100 Thieves getting a little bit too overeager with numbers up. Fast A main control here and a bit of a passive setup from 100 Thieves.
Icy's cooked, man. The response from Boostio with his ult was perfect. And now, re-aggressing 3 for Boostio.
Spray control was looking so good right there. Yay. Amongst all that commotion is doing his job, walking all the way up front B. So they will have a free site here, but it's going to take a lot of individual mechanics here. Yay, maybe he's going to have to get a little bit aggressive into spawn once he clears heaven.
I mean, we've had these situations before where 100 Thieves have had a numbers advantage that has kind of slipped away, so not out of the woodworks quite yet.
They still have so much utility to play with, though, from the side of 100 Thieves. I mean, you could really meticulously clear out a lot of these corners with that spike being planted. They're going to do a little bit of a jump start there.
Derek committing to it, 2 points away from his ult. Yay, one off of his.
Placing swamp grenade.
Good mollies on the spike, too, to delay.
Spacing here is big. Depending on how they swing out, Derek's not going to see any of them.
Yeah.
Pushing up into spawn, concerned with where that's coming from.
He's
realizing now, 2 spotted, yay. You imagine those comm coming through, waiting for the right time to swing, the right time to peek. Armageddon gonna flush him out of the corner. Derek not able to connect onto anything as Boost has 4 on the round. Xander cleans it up. No mishaps this time.
Yeah. Checking off all the boxes on that retake was 100 Thieves, using good utility, using good spacing. Cryo was posted with an op on an angle while the teammates walk up, and Boostio on this spray transfer.
One enemy remaining.
That was beautiful, man.
Yeah, and I think the spray transfer was really impressive, but the decision making. As soon as you hear that ult popped, he responds with an ult of his own and then pushes the pace even harder. That's not something that you plan and draw up. That's off the cuff.
Yeah, and against Icy, who's been, honestly, he's been looking so good for the side of EG. He is now sitting at 1-7, not really able to get anything going. And it's going to be a timeout from Potter. Trying to bring things back into their favor. They started off hot. They were up 3-0. They won the bonus. But that one round that they let slip away, that 100 Thieves thrifty, it just swings momentum. And on a map like this that's extremely attack-sided, I mean, this meta that's extremely attack-sided because of all the utility that you have for post-plant, you're getting a little bit uncomfortable now. Potter's gonna need to settle. Like I said, a big strength of EG has been their attacking sides. Their defense has been lackluster on multiple maps. Fracture being one of them. I mean, Furia, most of the rounds they won were against EG's defense.
Yeah.
Let's see what EG can cook up after this timeout. Potter, no stranger to doing some cheeky set plays with light buys. That's why you're seeing 2 Vandals out from Ye and Icy, a Stinger in the hands of nature. And we do have the Killjoy ultimate online. Derek is 1 away from those Tejo missiles.
9 and 5. He had a great start, and he, along with the rest of EG, is kind of slowed down here. A lot of focus towards B. And Asuna is here with all of that utility to help around. They know exactly where IC is, and once again, the duelist has been neutered. Asuna gets the second, not able to control it onto the third, but Boostio arrives just at the right time.
Just absolutely stuffed everything on Ye here, and he does win the 50-50 against Xander. A bit of pressure relieved now for Derek.
A bullet sure a silhouette around him.
It's a 1v3 now. I mean, this is very difficult. You're running into an outlaw with a ghost. Cryo has 2 shots. He doesn't even need them. That's just free. 99 for 100 Thieves. And the re-clear that we just saw from 100 Thieves, that set piece utility, that was so wonderful to watch. It was something that was kind of missing that Sean was pointing out. Like some of the util was off the mark in their last match against Sentinels. Well, no stops were missed here. Even that wall to come up and holding, getting the trades, follow-up Brimstone ultimate. 100 Thieves are looking very rehearsed now, a lot more clean than what we saw against the Sen matchup.
I mean, a lot more clean than what we saw at the beginning of the map.
And now look at the economy. Because you try to go for these cheeky, force buy plays, you have 2 Guardians in play, a Sheriff, only 1 Vandal. Let's see if this KJ ultimate can get any value. It's aggression again from Asuna.
Getting a bit more than he bargained for there. But 3rd time is the charm, or so they say, as he is able to counter some of that back. He's now playing so far on the other side of the map. I think concerned with the potential of a rotate around, but the side is all Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard retake. Crow's going to have to find at least Icy here. He's the only player that's 1 shot to this outlaw. It's a fast retake, though. This is very good from 100 Thieves.
That's a really good nade. Icy managing to dodge the flames, licking around his ankle, staying alive. But it's a dangerous game he plays. Again, Xander looking to go aggressive, not concerned about the defuse, wanting to try to take those fights.
I think that Molly misses.
Oh, that's just off the mark. Again, dancing with fire. Xander's just gonna hold it, or at least try to. Got it to half. Ye on the swing. Ye gets 2. A 1v1 now with Nature waiting on the other side. The flash to buy a little bit of time. Cryo, not enough there. That's around the way of the attack.
Yeah. Another post-plant win for Evil Geniuses. That Killjoy ultimate giving them that entire site. A good conversion on what was a very scrappy buy. But the economy is still not looking that great. What a shot from Supa to open things up onto Asuna. I have to point out that the pace in which 100 Thieves are playing this defensive side, it almost feels like they're the attackers.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just full sending it. And for good reason. It's worked a lot of the half, this disruption against EG, not really allowing them to set up, do their defaults very, very well. It's A main pressure again, but on the other end, free dish control.
Yeah, no one's home. That little guy goes.
Oh, he sees him.
We've seen this look a couple of times here where Asuna's just dashing out towards spawn.
So confident with it.
And finding success. That's one kill found. One name claimed, looking for more. Derek succeeds as Asuna still playing towards sand.
Yeah, he needed to hit that, dog.
Yeah, he did. He was going to stage the sight, and again, Asuna going aggressive, pops the ult, and pops Derek too. Things have fallen apart for IC very quickly.
Asuna carrying this round. I mean, that first kill on the Superman, he just knew somebody was hiding behind that box. The jump spot confirms the info. The stun into the slide. No one there quick enough to trade Supa in that moment. And it was a good reaction from EG, you know, speeding up drop. You kind of have to make that play. But the operator from Cryo rotating in. It's Freelo. And this is such an impactful kill. This is just intuition to the max. This is the plays that Zix was talking about. I mean, forget a support. You can't really support on Neon in this case. He's the main character.
He is playing with confidence.
And it's not like he hasn't gotten punished before. So for EG, you're like, wow, this guy just keeps going for it. Like, what is going on?
As he should.
Crowd's in a bit of a pickle here.
Oh, stop me if you've heard this before. Asuna goes aggressive, but this time there's a trade.
He just doesn't care right now. Showstopper pop to confirm that site. No one at the other end of it, though. We've seen how good EG are in these post plants when they're up numbers.
And they're certainly that. Yeah, he has a Marshall. Derek with a ghost, but full site control.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted.
Remember, there's no go button here. Asuna is dead.
Yeah, and you still have an operator in play too. This is a very difficult retake. It's maybe one that you might want to concede, or maybe Crowd just drop the op. Go in with that headhunter.
Yeah, they've got money.
Exactly. I mean, they should definitely be doing damage right now.
Or at least attempting to, and that's exactly what 100 Thieves are going to reckon with. Xander on the swing, spotting two, and not connecting on any of them. EU, the last one standing. And I don't know that he's going to get anything done here.
Very, very difficult to come back into that round after being down 2 players so early on. I think first like 15 seconds of the round.
I mean, the round is basically lost at that point.
There's not much to work with there for the remaining 3 members, but
Thrifty.
wanting to die by the sword is 100 Thieves, sticking to that aggressive playstyle. EU gets ultimate online because of those 2 exit kills. A bit of an oversight from Evil Geniuses here. I mean, maybe he could have gotten it anyway, farming some orbs, but
yeah, but
now you don't have to risk your body for it, right? I mean, Asuna, he truly does not care whatsoever in this match.
Well, it's been successful.
Yeah, it has.
Worked.
It has. 5 rounds on the defensive side is pretty good for 100 Thieves. I'm very impressed so far.
Oh, attack side op from Derek.
Picking that one up.
And you've got the ult from Cryo. Yeah, waiting on the other side. Pushed back by the crunch.
There's no place to play there.
No. He wasn't allowed to play the round.
That utility was insane. I mean, the way that they're using this Neon to just run it down.
The op has been dropped, and it's full acceleration towards B. They managed to control out of the site. Keep an eye on EU's ult. As you mentioned just a couple of moments ago, the Brimstone's going to cause some problems, too. Xander finding just enough space to stay alive, and now the Armageddon in play. Are you kidding me?
It doesn't quite hit the mark, though.
Just barely staying alive. Between a rock and a hard place, and the kills erupt the way of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, even though the Teo ultimate doesn't get any actual kills, it gives you all that free space control, and you're able to just stick the spike. Get it to half at the very least, creep into the smoke into heaven. EU, Cryo, Boostio, all sitting at 11 kills apiece. Sean said it was going to be the battle of the initiators, and I think that's what we've been seeing so far in this game.
I didn't realize we won the round either. We killed them all so quick, bro. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
It was almost simultaneous. A 6-6 half, a break, and the conclusion of Fracture on the other side of this.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
A 6-6 half to start off Fracture, and I think, Dre, at least I didn't expect for it to go that way, given how EG looked off the bat, given how things were going so well their way, but an excellent response from 100 Thieves, and it really went back and forth the whole time.
I mean, just not allowing EG to breathe. It was such a fast-paced defensive side from 100 Thieves. It truly felt like EG couldn't get set up. Now, when EG actually got the spike planted and things were slowed down, that's where they shined. That's where they looked like the better team. But now you're on the defensive side, and I just feel like 100 Thieves are going to run it down 2 times as fast. I guess we'll see right here, as it's going to be an arcade hit off the rip. A 4-1, Brimstone alone in B main.
That breach is going to be out of the play. There's a whole lot on Derek here to use utility to delay some of this.
Nice.
First smokes come through. Yeah, Austin is already all the way up tower. Icy smoked out of it. They have to get the side up, but there's nowhere for them to go. Well done by Derek to clean up Xander and alleviate some of that pressure.
1 for 1 now. No smokes from either side.
They're going to want to go. Bro, they're going to want to go. It's been the MO this entire time. Huge from Icy. Bucio's left in a 1v4, and that was the first time where it really felt like they were punished by some of that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. It's easy pick'ems for Ye. But I'm so impressed by Icy in that moment. A lot of players would try to deal with the Neon in that moment, but to have the poise and the confidence to, okay, I'm gonna ignore this guy. Nature's got my back. I'm gonna kill everybody behind the Neon, because it's just so hard to connect on somebody sliding around like that. I mean, we saw Superman whip almost an entire clip onto him in the last half, right?
Yeah.
Just completely ignoring Asuna in this moment. And that was the win condition. For him to make that split-second decision just shows how far he has come as a player.
I wonder here how many more times we're going to see that, where 100 Thieves are going to be in a position where they're going to want to scale up and aggress, and EG kind of play that push and pull, knowing what's coming.
Just hold, huh?
A lot of personnel towards A.
Yeah.
100 Thieves up dish. And again, they're picking the site that has 3 members here. Not only that, there's a massive gun advantage. That doesn't always work out, though, and we're already seeing some of that in play. Xander getting the first, Nature on the trade. This is getting messy.
Yeah, Flurry back and forth now.
They have a Spectre and a Marshall. Oh, that's big from Cryo. Managing to stay alive. This one has got out of hand, but Derek gets 3. Trying to drag this thing over the finish line. Xander weak. Derek upgrading a weapon. That's bold, that's dangerous. He's got so much to do here. Salvo's just now coming back up online. Maybe try to provide a little cover, but he's guessing. And unfortunately for him, unfortunately for EG, he's guessed incorrectly. Xander fully on the wrap. Upgrades a weapon as well! And that's a thrifty for 100 Thieves.
absolutely brutal for EG. Derek tried to crawl his way back into that with some heroics. I mean, he's sitting at 15 and 10. What were those 3 shots in tandem?
With a ghost.
That was beautiful play, crispy shots, but it was Cryo who had the most impact in this round. The trade into A main and that follow-up kill after TPing in the open.
Yeah, I mean, he should have died there.
I mean, what is that? Superman had no chance. He just gets deleted from the server. All of a sudden, 100 Thieves bringing the momentum back on their attacking side and still taking so much space on this Neon. All of Arcade and now Underpass being cleared out. There's only a couple spots EG can be in.
It's a great start. Superman not really having the tools to fight back with.
Just disrespecting EG by just using their body. Asuna has just been running it down time and time again. Now grouping up with his team.
Yeah, having to take a step back. Smoked out of the sight for the time being. How much damage can they do? Boostio gonna take a little bit. Still staying alive, and again, they have so many tools at their disposal here. I mean, fully set up on the Arsenal. Cryo getting 2, getting a little bit closer to having his ult online. A flawless round as 100 Thieves take the lead back.
The weaponry was, not there for EG, obviously. It was an eco round, but it's just the way that 100 Thieves are approaching this matchup specifically that is so disrespectful in their play, I feel like. I just feel like they just have no care in the world. They're willing to take these fights. That playmaking ability that Zix was talking about, that Boostio is enabling. Cryo has crept all the way up to the top of the scoreboard here.
15 to 9 on the chamber. Light armor on everyone for Evil Geniuses.
There's a couple Phantoms on the side of 100 Thieves as well.
Dude, Icy just lost all of it.
Oh.
This is falling apart for 100 Thieves, or for Evil Geniuses, excuse me, very quickly. Icy on the trade, Cryo down, Armageddon used, Xander dancing around the smokes, claiming more. Now Derek's left facing the inevitable. 100 Thieves get to 9. That was a gun round for them. They're going to be broke again, EGR.
Yeah, 100 Thieves this time on the back foot, but holding very well. Cryo winning that head-to-head against Ye. Ye has gotten the short end of the stick in a lot of these engagements so far, and maybe it's the fact that he's on Killjoy and not the chamber. And this is the problem with running light armor buys that a lot of teams are doing now, is you enable these guns that are bought like the Guardians, like the Bulldogs. They just fry you. So now the money is very bad. Vandal in the hands of Ye.
Yeah, they're hero rifling him.
He is one of the players here at B. He's going to have to win this 50-50 against Cryo.
I know the score is close, but it does feel like 100 Thieves are in a position to run away with this thing. Oh, that's big from Ye. He needed that. But the kill's instantly traded back.
Just nowhere to play for Superman again. He's getting punished in this heaven area.
But remember, the danger still lies in Ye's hands. There's still a shot at this. Icy also one off of his ult.
Do they clear Xander here? They do.
They knew exactly where it was. Now that's a weapon upgraded. Ye gets another one. This thing has gone off the rails. Ye finally dies. Now it's Icy, who never had a shot. Cryo left in 1v2, settles onto the first, still healthy. Still in a position to fight.
Teleport's ready.
All of the onus, all the responsibility on Derek. It's a tap, it's a swing. And Cryo's playing this beautifully. Sidestepping, understanding where the aggression's coming from. It's a 50-50. Derek has no choice. He's got to hold it. And Cryo gets 3. The Red Bull clutch for 100 Thieves.
Complete and utter flow state right now from Cryo. Like we said, the last time he played Chamber in official was 2024 Kickoff. He's looking great. He's looking amazing. 19 and 10. Winning 1v3s.
Did everyone see that?
It's vintage Cryo, man. This Chamber pick is paying out dividends for 100 Thieves. They're in full control of this half. And now it's going to be an A crunch, top and bottom side, trying to funnel everybody into this showstopper of Cryo.
Icy has the op, and he's the one posted up. But again, if they lose this crunch, there's serious trouble here. Nature holding the line, getting one back. He's swinging to EU, and he'll take it again. Now the Rolling Thunder, Asuna knocked up, trying to get away, trying to jump to his life, and fails.
Right there.
100 Thieves, they need to even the score. They're doubling up, trying to get another pick going their way. But 2 players towards this side of the door. Derek as well, able to swing.
Xander left in 1v4. No shot. That was a desperately needed round for Evil Geniuses.
And it always feels like if there's anyone to bring EG out of a funk, it's Nature. Nature always steps up to the plate. He's looked so promising for this roster. He's really developed into a great IGL. And it's not just the calling, it's his mechanics. Getting a 3-piece into this round, evening the score after Icy gets out-dueled in that off head-to-head.
Do they invest into it again? Yeah, this time it's in the hands of Ye, though. Dish control, no one there to flirt with it. A lot of attention B.
So far, 100 Thieves. Boostio, he's been calling around Ye very well.
There's a little bit of help. Superman's in trouble, but Derek's perched over his shoulder.
It's just a stalwart defense so far. None of the players from the A side of EG moving whatsoever. Ye still posted up on this angle with that breach stun being held for him.
But this feels like the first round that hasn't been decided in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely a change of pace right now from the side of 100 Thieves. Yeah, he is smoked off. He's going to jump through this smoke and try to get value.
With an op?
I mean, Nature's on an island, man.
He's going to have to hold on, and so far he's done that. You were just singing his praises, answering the call for his team as he gets a second.
One enemy remaining.
Another 3-piece.
Right on cue.
And it's not like they didn't know he was there. Asuna just trying to clear out everything, not expecting the wide swing from Nature on the left side of sight. Cryo is left all alone, and he's been great, but he's going to have to turn into a demon if he wants to win this one. He does get the first, Doug.
3 more names to claim. And not a single pixel given. Ton of discipline out from Evil Geniuses here.
10 seconds.
Plenty of other teams would overheat into this and swing one by one and die. Cryo manages to get the spike down, but yeah, he had nowhere to go.
It's a party in the back A.
I mean,
literally the whole kitchen sink just thrown at the lad. I mean, that's what you have to do to shut him down, though. Like, I appreciate the respect from the side of EG. Don't even give him the gunfight. I'm not in this meta, man. Not in this series. Cryo's been too good.
That first kill into Asuna is nuts.
Yeah.
Spike down
I mean,
A.
with all the utility being thrown at Nature as well on that site, understanding that he's getting ran at from multiple angles to be able to isolate certain fights is very impressive in the heat of the moment. So now 100 Thieves will be using their first timeout of the map. Trying to cut some of that momentum that has clearly shifted in favor of EG. It looks like EG are just going on Nature's backpack right now. I mean, back-to-back 3Ks, very impactful kills in this moment.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
And we just got to talk about it. I mean, 100 Thieves are looking to get back to that form that we saw at Masters Shanghai last year. That was their best placement. They didn't make champs. They want to get back to an international. Right now, they have a chance to take this first map away from EG on their pick.
Again, a reminder of the historic map record between these two. It's been all 100 Thieves. I mean, 8-1. They've had their number, and now in an opportunity, as you were saying, to take away their map pick on a map they haven't shown this year. They haven't shown in a long time. But EG is showing a little fight here. I think an EG that has matured over the years, an EG that, you know, maybe a couple months ago, maybe in a previous EG would have folded. But their metal has been tested and they have responded.
Dealing with
that
is not an easy thing to do. Let's see if Asuna clears out Icy here.
They were playing musical chairs with this op. Now it's in the hands of Superman, and he's going to get challenged. Waiting just on the other side of the smoke. As you see a couple of members clear through, get into hell. EU the only one who has not crossed.
Superman is a player that's been getting punished heavily at this B side as well. Maybe that is the decision making. Put an op in his hands.
That's not what the fourth member. I think Nature's the only one who hasn't had an op.
Maybe Derek as well, but
I keep a close eye on the minimap. A little bit of eye candy thrown towards A. The drone out from Tejo to attempt to manipulate some rotations. What do EG do here?
here's the problem, though. That Tejo stealth drone didn't see the turret that's set up watching Dish.
Superman, you have no way out of here. You're digging your heels in. You've got to land this shot. And he does. Traded right back, though, but damage has been dealt. 100 Thieves cracking the site wide open. There are no defenses left. Everyone else from Evil Geniuses is towards A. EA now arriving at the scene of the crime. Held back by the smoke for now.
Yeah, he's going to wait for Nature here. It really comes down to this EU Nature head-to-head.
Oh, he didn't wait at all. And he gets a kill into Boostio. A dink out. Nature still healthy enough to fight. But EA falls, of course, at the hands of Cryo.
And they can break this ultimate as well.
This is a difficult situation for Nature, but he's going to have to deliver once more. Does the captain have any magic left? 9 bullets left, time running short, health not much better off. And he's going to get a challenge from EU, who's the weaker one, but as the time dissipates...
Unwinnable.
Yep. There's no way through. 100 Thieves get to 11.
Superman does connect onto that B main shot, but the trade is so fast from Cryo, and he even dodges the protocol Tejo missiles from Derek that were set up in that B main area. There's a little bit of a gap there that Cryo was able to, just put his body in, and he ends up clutching out the round for them with an amazing trade on the A here. Look at that fast trade. Brimstone. I mean, look at this little pocket that he's able to play in. It allows him to get that third kill on the Ye.
Who he pushing, Xander? Who he pushing, huh?
He's pushing nobody.
Me? I know he ain't pushing me.
Last time out for Evil Geniuses. Potter gonna have to give a great speech to bring them back into things.
We take a look and take stock of what the situation is for EG here. Yeah, they're down 2 rounds, but I think ults will decide this. Superman has his ult on mine, and then you've got a couple members close by, and I think, I really do think if they are gonna continue this comeback, if they are gonna get back into this fight, it has to be around that Trey.
I also think it has to be around actively re-clearing with not just one person. Superman had the right idea of disrupting the actual hit, but he needs follow-up. He needs another player with him in that moment.
Or just not take that aggro of a line.
Yeah, or that, but the problem is you just getting ran down on the actual site. Your site holds have not been that great.
Yeah.
Other than Nature going absolutely massive, getting back-to-back 3Ks towards that A side of the map. But B has been the weakness so far for EG.
Again, Superman with this orbital strike online. Nature close to having his.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 2-1-2 setup, floating around with that Brimstone ultimate, like you said.
This is really easy space that 100 Thieves are claiming. The drone, Asuna falls behind it. There was a fault line setup from Boosty if they got challenged.
That's what I'm saying. It's every round just for free. There's been no fight from the side of EG. And it makes sense this round because that Brimstone ultimate and the Tejo missiles you have, you can afford to delay that spike being planted at whatever site that 100 Thieves go to. But are they going to be ready for a push into spawn potentially? We saw 100 Thieves try to do that on the pistol round. They got punished for it. This time you might catch a couple players out on that iPad.
Derek's drone didn't fully clear spawn, so he's got to be careful up there. It doesn't feel safe enough to deny that space. Oh. They're fully playing off-site.
Yep.
Ye's the only one close by. And so this is very reminiscent of what we saw in the bonus. Remember, they wanted to scale up and take these fights to EG.
No Brimstone ult used, no delay. The spike is planted. All utility is going to be for the retake. These players in A main have to come up huge, but Cryo's been so sharp.
EA never had a shot. That's already one name down. When do you pull the trigger on that? Boostio falls, Cryo on the swing as Derek gets another. Now Orbital Strike in play! Cryo trying to get 2, only finds 1. EU's left alone. That's another round for EG.
Whew. It was close. I know 3 members are still alive from the side of EG, but weathering that aggression, Boostio, he got disconnected right there. Opting to push forward into the Tejo missile, just a little bit off. Not synergistic with his teammate of Xander. A good retake. A lot of teams in this moment would crumble, they would fall, but EG digging deep on this one, using their teamwork to their advantage, using the ults to their advantage.
This round is really big. Look at Nature. He's 1 for off of his, 1 pip off of his ult. Icy is as well, and this is an eco for them. There's a real position here where EG are going to be able to tie it up and carry 3 ults into the next gun round.
You want to play?
And that could be the difference maker.
The problem is we've seen EG get thriftied before. With this showstopper, it could open up an opportunity. EG are getting active here. Superman, what are you doing?
Overheating a little bit as Cryo gets another. This map on the balance. Icy getting 2. Trying to connect onto the 3rd, but it's EU who claims the name. And just when it seemed like Evil Geniuses were in a spot to fight back, it all gets invested, and it all goes the way of the attack. Now it's 100 Thieves who have the ult advantage. Now it's 100 Thieves who have the money advantage. And now it's 100 Thieves who are on map point.
Just can't settle the shots, and
Match point.
I like wanting to get aggressive from the side of EG, but doing it on a round where you have complete advantage, like you stated, where your ults are starting to snowball. Just not the right play at the right time. You would have much rather have had those ults for this gun round. A lot of it, yeah, it's just...
This map feels like it was decided in round 22.
Last player standing.
Such an important round to win.
And to invest as much as they did, but they still have guns. There's still a chance at this thing. Icy playing really far up. Another ult invested with no follow-up. And so Cryo and EU can play this really far back.
What a 180. This is a real world in which Nature falls right there. Again, bailing out EG, evening the numbers now, but the silent walk-up.
It's forcing the defensive Evil Geniuses to spread out a little bit more, and all of a sudden there's a 4v2 on B.
Derek's gonna have to come up huge here. There is supporting utility from Nature here. He has the stun pulled out.
There's a lot he's gonna have to deal with. Stunts traded, time bought, but space gained. Nature now falls, Derek flushed out, tries to connect onto the shots and falls at the hands of Xander. EG pushed.
Spike planted.
But 100 Thieves don't break. Now 4v2 to settle this thing. Yeah, he's gonna have to dance around the ult, dance around Boostio. Supa left in 1v4 with the Guardian in hand, and that might just do it. Xander gets 300 Thieves, take Fracture 13-10. Again, their map pick,
yes,
fully in control.
And a lot was said about, okay, we need to make sure we work on our fundamentals. I believe that was Asuna that said that. That last round was a great depiction of that being put in place. Up numbers, using your utility to flush out Derek, using your utility to take out Nature. Even on their retakes on the defensive side, they looked like a cohesive unit, a much better squad than what we saw against Sentinels.
Yeah, I think it was Asuna who said right before the match started that they need to do stuff together and do what feels right. And that seems real empty, right? That seems like a platitude, to be honest, but it really does feel like they were playing much more cohesively, as you mentioned. And for EG, that's a tough pill to swallow, man. To be within knocking distance, to have all the tools there, and to let that one slip just hurts. The unfortunate thing, though, for them is there's no time to dwell over it. You've got Haven just on the other side of this break, a map that both teams have found success on. We'll see if comps change or anything like that on the other side of this. We will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the push from EU is going to be huge. They clean up the rest.
From backside, Nature deals with them. 4 kills for him on the round, and EG take it.
I'm here with Zix between maps. Looking at the Thrifties in that map, a really big reason why 100 Thieves was able to take so many rounds. Has there been a mentality shift on how to approach those Thrifty rounds, or how is the team working the low buys?
I think just in general, our team play has improved a lot. We focused a lot on it this week, to be honest. I think like this was probably our best week of scrims that we've had. We had like a very clear direction, made very like solid progress. So I'd say a lot of it is in that. I mean, on Thrifties, like people get a bit more gambly, and if you make the right read, then you know anything can happen. So definitely a lot of that and a lot of our team play.
Cash in the scrim box and get the W's. Best of luck on the next map.
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, the story of Fracture was certainly Thrifties. Do we hit a record? Is there a record as the new kid on the block? Is there a Thrifty record?
But that must have been up there because especially in the first half, like there was a string of like 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row where every round, 100 Thieves running a south side aggro piece, and the team that didn't have guns was always winning.
Dude, you had no idea who was going to win based on the buys. And this used to happen all the time in the old Chamber meta, right? Chamber is just such a deadly agent. Then we have Neon sliding around. There's Neon ult to worry about. Oh, but 100 Thieves, they really activated Cryo on that second half, averaging like 250 damage a round in the second half, when Boostio and Asuna combined for a total like 3 and 16 in that second half. Boostio had 22 damage a round. This man literally won them the match. He stole it from EG.
I love that, though. I mean, that was the story heading into this, right? We talked about Cryos, the different agents he played last week, and how streaky it was. He's off to a really great start. And now we have Haven coming up as well, so we might get to see him pop off an ISO
Yeah,
again.
that's where he was looking even better the other day on the ISO. But all things considered, I think EG are going to be pretty upset with especially the first half, like the amount of rounds that slipped away from them. Even in the second half, too, there's all these late round moments where it's a 1v1, 2v1, something like this, and Cryo is just stealing the rounds away.
But that's what I'm worried about, right? They won both pistols. They got the first bonus. You're sitting there looking at Potter like, what more can we give this team right now? Like, they need to actually convert some of these gun rounds. They need to not get thriftied over and over and over. And now they're gonna go into Haven, which, you know, is 100 Thieves' home field.
Let's actually hear it from Potter herself, how they feel ahead of map 2.
I am here with Potter before map 2. You're seeing a few Thrifties go towards 100 Thieves on that first map. What's the focus here as we get into map 2?
just recalibrating ourselves, gaining our composure. Nature was calling really well. All of us were playing extremely well on map 1. It's just unfortunate. But map 2, Haven, I know it's 100 Thieves pick, but we're feeling very confident on this map. Very familiar with what 100 Thieves are going to bring to the table, so game on.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you, Potter.
Thank you.
Game on indeed. Yeah, we're also familiar with what both of those teams have shown us, at least last week on Haven. Who would have the upper hand in that duel?
Oh, this is like Birdman hand class type scenario. The way Potter said that, I feel like she's going to be so ready. Last week, that C aggression from 100 Thieves worked out so well on defense. They were pushing through A. Think back to the Asuna flick down, right? They were pushing the extremities on defense all half. Potter will certainly have solutions for that.
And the problem, though, is going to be Cryo, right? And before we get ahead of ourselves and dive into Haven, like, he was so good in this second half of Fracture. Like, him on the chamber was just freakish. And it didn't matter, like, yeah, sure, some rounds he had the op in his hand, he was getting the kills there, but equally good was his play with the Sheriff and the rifles in the late rounds.
Yeah, and to nerd out even a little more, obviously the 5-0 First Bloods is insane. But the space he was taking by A on that attack half, it's almost like you're constantly droning A main, starting with a chamber with a TP picking it. And no one wants to fight Cryo in that one-on-one, so in order to push him off that line, you're gonna need to like breach stun, you need to use your Teo missiles, and it's a huge ask just to get a guy to TP out of A main. He was putting in work out there on that attack out.
The opening fights are something we're going to have to be following on Haven, because in Fracture he's 5-0. Last time he played Haven on the ISO, he was 4-0, and Asuna next to him on the Neon, because they run the double duelist, was 8-4. So together they had 12 first kills. It's these opening fights that are going to be really pivotal in this next map.
Do you guys expect to see Waylay here again?
I do.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, for sure. Like, I think actually we'll probably see plays off of what we saw last week, right? We saw some set plays out of the Waylay. Usually when you see Potter bring in these new comps, she gives a first initial look, and then she'll pivot off of that to bait the other team into trying to counter it. That's what I'm looking at if I'm looking at EG right now.
Yeah, when we saw how EG played the map of Haven on their attack side, at the very least we saw a lot of like early looks towards like some C aggression for execs, both through long, through garage, and then their A play was a lot slower. So I think that's something that 100 Thieves are going to be reading and trying to refight them into the lobby space after EG have taken it.
Yeah, the teams are getting ready right now, and so are we. Map 2 is coming up right after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
It's a map that both of these teams have found success on. The Des was talking about the different comps that they run. You imagine things won't change, but Sean made a really good question there at the end about how Potter does have a proclivity towards running a comp and then changing it out, right, to kind of keep the opposition guessing. Do you think that'll be the case this time?
Yeah, but the problem is the defensive sides of EG have been so abysmal. Like their retakes, even on the last map, they're 2-7. I just feel like that's a fundamental problem that can't be solved that quickly, in my opinion. I feel like this is a map that is very, very retake heavy. Yeah, keep in mind EG's on the attacking side, which again, they look great on, of course. They do a really good job of defaulting, and I don't think they're gonna fall for 100 Thieves, you know, back-to-back-to-back C pushes in their last match against Sen, which was just crazy down C long on their defensive side. But I'm still very, very scared for this EG roster because of Cryo Cells. This guy went 10-0 last map against EA. He went 8-4 against Icy. If he continues shutting down this powerful duo of EG, there's not really many win conditions at the end of the day there. I mean, Nature's gonna have to keep stepping up, or maybe Superman's gonna have to be that guy.
We are gonna have the comp question answered, and it seems like nothing will change. Icy will stay on the Waylay. All the comps on the side of EG looking just like what they ran last time.
And
can't imagine 100 Thieves will make a change either.
Yeah, and I do have to say, I think Icy's done a great job of incorporating Waylay into his character pool. I mean, I think the way that he plays it reminds me of old Jet, where it's very reactive. Like if he sees somebody out of position, he goes for that double dash, punishes them. At least that was happening against 2G. If he can actually find success doing that same set play style against Cryo on this ISO, maybe they can get something cooking here.
I think I just saw a sign that said they put their entire life savings on EG. I am concerned. I'm concerned for your life savings and your future. And I think there's, again, historical reason to be concerned. 4-0 100 Thieves against EG, 8-1, now 9-1 in map picks. And then, to put some icing on the cake there, Evil Geniuses have not played map 3 this entire year.
Wow.
Every series has been a 2-0 either way. They're going to have to find a way to force that if they want a chance at this.
Yeah, they're going to have to dig deep. It's going to be slow C pressure with a walk towards garage here. Icy. He's the forefront, but he's going up against that head-to-head.
He's got the TP back, but it's not going to have a chance to use it this round. EU spamming through the smoke, getting the kill.
Yeah, that's not even his fault. And now you have to pivot towards that A site where there's a trap setup with Neon, with Omen Paranoia.
There's no way through. There's the Paranoia, there's the stun. So you can't go garage, you can't go A. The map is feeling real small here.
Yeah, you kind of left to have to contact with this pack mentality. Breach stun makes it obvious. Asuna just trying to confirm some of this info. And he's not afraid at all. He's holding this space by himself. Xander did a double back here. He's holding his short, so it just looks like right now 100 Thieves have been playing these off angles to their advantage completely after that first blood.
Left. You know, Potter was talking about how good of a game Nature called on Fracture.
And he did, honestly.
It's only the pistol, but hey, Nature's going to have to call his way through this. And it seems like he might be picking the wrong site. Two members here see all of the utility, Cryo, Human. Completely whips onto Nature there. 10 seconds left, the spike's still not committed, and there's still a lot of defensive presence here. The shots come through, the spike hits the ground.
No time.
And there is no time. You're gonna have to frag your way through this, and that's just not gonna be the case. The pistol for 100 Thieves.
Getting the first bloods again. 100 Thieves got so many of those on that last map of Fracture. Continuing the pace here. EU, I mean, the first kill was just off of sound cues, but this kill from Ye, looks like 100 Thieves definitely did their prep against EG, understanding that Ye likes to contact the opposite side of where the pack is.
Wise words of wisdom from EU.
Yeah, getting his team pumped for sure. I have a feeling they're going to run it down here towards this A side of the map now after those cobs. Instead, just opting to go for those long-range gun duels. Asuna does have that Phantom. Xander, he's going to be holding this garage area. And right now for EG, on their anti-ecos, they do like to grab orbs. That C-long orb was gained. There's not much you can really do on here. I mean, hopefully you can maybe overwhelm Xander in garage, push him back. You're hopeful to get a spike planted at that moment.
Hey, that's still getting through all the Cypher util too, man.
Yeah.
That's a tough ask.
I think they will be able to get the spike down, and you just never know. This is the best possible scenario for EG.
Look at that.
Members.
The decay and the flash. Xander still playing around the site. Position given away. The stun comes through, trying to spam into the smoke. Lucio and Cryo have his back. What?
No.
Through the flash, still gets a kill. Now 4 bullets left, inspecting. Oh, Clip runs dry, tries to stay alive, and he can't. Oh, EU cleans it up. That was ugly, is what it was, but 100 Thieves will get the round anyway.
Good job of working the map for EG, and they got the orb on a Nature as well, down C long in the beginning. So, all things considered, I mean, that's a really good eco round. It honestly could have went their way. You never know. If he has a Sheriff on the middle of site, not a Classic, he definitely landed the first headshot. A lot of guns now out of the hands of 100 Thieves. The economy is not looking good. EG now have a chance to bring things back a little bit, win this round, not let it slip away. But here is the C-long aggression. Oh, what is this?
Cheeky little smoke, but Cryo,
We were talking about how Powder likes to ante. This is the ante, but they line up for Icy Doug.
It was 100 Thieves who was playing in the smoke. Icy able to deal a little bit of damage with that Outlaw.
Right there.
That was a cool little set play. I know it didn't work, but you can definitely tell that the prep has been thought through. It's been thorough for 100 Thieves. And maybe that was part of the advantage they had on that last map of Fracture, you know, not playing it whatsoever in Kickoff. Seeing a little bit of tendencies from the EG squad. But this should be a free Seaside. It should be a free round win for Evil Geniuses to get on the board here. Not getting bonus this time around.
Player standing.
Cryo not able to connect. The side is theirs. The spike will go down for Ye, who will now have his ult online.
The spike.
And no bonus this time around.
Yeah, Jen, just to do a little bit of foreshadowing, I feel like EG is going to definitely play this type of playstyle where they're waiting for the aggression. They, you know, Potter does prep work herself, understanding that 100 Thieves have been pushing the issue on their defensive sides heavily. If we see an A side default from the likes of EG, you're going to see Ye working that pick around Garage. If he can get that kill, that neural theft will get a lot of value. Paint the picture for Nature to make a good call. There's the lineup. Unlucky. Cool play though, dodging that dart because of that Omen smoke. Cheeky play. Here's that A side default. This time Ye isn't going to be alone towards Garage. He's going to be with the pack. If they can get a first blood here,
Cage trigger.
neural theft would be very good.
Superman's the only one through. Between all the utility dumped A main, they were segmented off, and Superman was left to die. Icy in a really good spot, able to connect onto the first. The transfer, not favorable.
Almost there, just doesn't hit the mark, and now EG have to freeze.
And the truth is, they haven't really gained any space.
No, you have to contact again here, but Asuna is fine.
You have no smokes to hold the line. There's nothing to get you across here, and so they're just going to walk into their crosshairs. Big from Derek, though.
Revealing area.
Still a 2v1. Doesn't have spike in hand. 100 Thieves decide to double up. This is the proper play from the defense. Still a decent amount of time to work with, though, if I'm Derek. But you gotta grab that spike sooner than later, otherwise you're forced to go A.
He has no idea where they are. I mean, he's guessing they could be down A long, they could be down short. That's why you see him so carefully considering every possibility.
Yeah, and how Thieves are gonna be okay with letting him plant the spike here. I mean, Derek's been clutch before. He's gonna have to come up huge here for Evil Geniuses. He will have the dart online. He has his Sova ultimate, but he taps the spike.
And that might be
ahead.
The fatal move. 10 seconds left. And they know where he is now. He's flashed up off the swing, realizing he's going to have to deal with both sides. Gets this one. He's going to get into a 1v1. He's got to get the kill before the time runs out. And he can't.
Nice play from Xander, understanding that he had the win no matter what. He just needs to survive. Derek was looking dangerous. That wide swing on a boost, just absolutely deleting him. But this contact approach that EG like to do in A lobby, it's going to get punished a lot by this Neon ISO combo. You saw how confident Cryo was taking that peek into short against Superman. And EG not really being able to play their game. It's going to be the same round back-to-back here. 400 Thieves and EG.
Different flavor, though. There was a little bit more Sova utility from 100 Thieves. Not the case this time. It wasn't shots. It's the ult. No crunch coming elsewhere, though.
Oh, but a connection on a Nature. So understanding the breach is in grass right now. So it's a lean towards that C side of the map. You kind of are forced now, if you're EG, to have to re-clear that A space. Otherwise, there's 3 members here around this B mid area to deal with wherever you're going, whether that's Garage, B.
Doing a thing.
Drone for drone.
That cam was cleared, so you get a little bit of space and a little bit of info denial here if you're Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, the problem is you don't have a drone to go back A.
And Asuna is there. Yeah, you're right.
We saw Asuna punish Ye last time around, but it's actually going to be a B execute here for the side of EG. This is a really good call. It's going to have to be a retake from 100 Thieves.
I see getting a little high ground, showing off some of that mobility as Cryo steps Nature into his den and gets the kill. How much more can they do? EU just completely destroys Icy as he tries to take an aggressive peek back sight. Now a 2v2 is EU still dancing around. Ye's there to save it. Cryo 1v2. The hero for 100 Thieves in the previous map in a position to deliver again. Guessing for where the other player might be. And it's Derek who hits the timing.
Jeez, that B execute though, all that utility that's thrown, it's so nicely timed from Evil Geniuses. And yeah, the spike gets caught up in that ISO ultimate, but Ye winning the head-to-head against Asuna this time around. And yeah, that kill on EU backside pretty much opened up everything. Cryo, honestly, Cryo landed such a sick shot on the Ye there as well, that wide swing that he did.
But hold out from Derek, 7-3 so far to start things off on Haven, keeping EG in the fight.
Yeah, and breaking the economy of 100 Thieves. It's now a chance to maybe get a little bit of a lead here. Outlaw in the hands of Icy. He's very confident with this weapon. In the last series, I mean, he was really just holding W, looking for any type of fight he could get, especially on the anti-eco. This time opting to hold. Such different play styles that you have to deal with. Very slow across the board right now.
I mean, the whiplash that I'm getting from Fracture to this map is insane.
Yeah.
We were talking about how it felt like the rounds were decided in the first 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds of every round of Fracture. This has just been an entirely different pace.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, this is how EG like to approach their attacking sides on the anti-eco. Usually an A walk with Ye around grass, takes a fight, front B or window. This time getting a pick, he can get out. Yeah.
So close. Crowd's gonna keep taking that space.
Ye should be good to get another here. Oh, he takes a step forward. Oh, there it is.
3 for Ye. Easy pickings.
30 seconds.
And all the meanwhile is just a walk into A lobby, so not getting caught off guard by anything crazy 100 Thieves are throwing at them.
Last player standing.
Not much you can do if you're Boostio in this moment. Ye's looking to feast right now.
You mean he can't 1v5 with a classic?
Absolutely not.
A flawless round for EG as they tie us up at 3, a 4K for Ye, and I mean, this is exactly what they needed to do. They were gonna have to find a way to deal with the bounce back of again, letting Fracture slip. And so far, so good for EG.
Yeah, they look calm, they look collected. It's not getting out of hands for them. It will be a timeout here from 100 Thieves, though. Maybe looking to change the pace a little bit here, understanding that this A walk is something that they have abused before.
Yeah, you wonder what the conversation is. I think for 100 Thieves, they had shown a lot of that early A main aggression with the Sova, Neon, and ISO utility in that previous round. It was an eco, yeah, but that just wasn't the case there. So you wonder, are they going to double down on that? Do they switch things up and go for a little bit more C-long aggression? I think there are a lot of things that 100 Thieves can do here in response.
Yeah, but EG, Derek specifically, he does have the Hunter's Fury online, and he likes to do this cheeky little drone where he'll, you know, most Sovas dart A long, but he'll drone off the barrier and go straight up and spot if anybody has crossed. When they do that, if he sees nobody there, they're able to walk into all that A main space for free and just pop onto the A site. But if he sees somebody, he can get a tag and maybe rip the Sova ultimate. But he's going to be towards the C site this time around, maybe trying to throw a little bit of a fake.
There's a lot of presence here, A.
Yeah.
I mean, more than usual. Xander now taking a step back.
EG are going to have to wait here. They have to wait for Derek to try to bait some of those rotations with that Sova utility he's going to be using at C-long.
There's not going to be time to wait. A main is already lost. Meanwhile, Derek is droning up C, but
here's that walk.
Space has already been denied. The flash not going to connect. Still able to get one. Icy on the trade. EU gets away.
That's the breach ult out as well. All that breach utility that can be used to help the Waylay get the entries on the site is now gone. All you have is a Paranoia and a Dart.
And now you take a look at the situation for EG. all of that, including losing the Rolling Thunder, like you said, just to get some A main space. They've invested the drone too long. They're not going to have that to get out on A. They don't have the breach util like we talked about. How do you get out on A?
He's going to have to bully his way through all this utility, but he's going to get peeked into.
I can't believe he survives that. I thought he was dead to rights.
There.
Oh, look at this from Xander. Taking things into his own hands, making the play.
TP's past the trip. Do they know he's there? A lot of things to consider. Icy dealt with. That flash not going to connect. Derek has to go big again.
Teleport stopped.
How much more can Xander do? Behind enemy lines as Evil Geniuses are trying to scale up. Look at how far up Ye is. These two, this fight, B window probably decides this. Meanwhile, you've got a lot of presence coming into A lane.
Player standing.
Both kills going the way of 100 Thieves.
What a play from Xander, Doug. I mean, just TPing over the trip, not afraid of Ye being behind whatsoever. I think this is a lot to do with prep as well for 100 Thieves. Once you see Ye taking that fight towards Garage, he never really goes back towards that C side. So it's just completely left open, and that's punished. Are EG aware that that is going to be a big gap now in their attacking side?
One enemy remaining.
I even like that Xander uses his Omen ultimate to spot out where the rest of the players are. I mean, he used it over there in C-Link. Spots out Ye.
There. This A main fight, I mean, you've got EU who's trying to scurry over and get there in time. I think he might be a little bit late, and this might be the first time EG win out this A main fight. Austin is already so far up, though. The shock arrives in time. The delay is there. He's got to connect the shots, and Icy cannot deliver.
Just 1 for 1 again. This time, it's the duelist that get taken out.
Smoke goes down. Kills go through. Cryos are there.
Good spam from Derek there to take out that shield of cryo cells.
What do you do with this ult here?
They're just going to full send it with that breach ultimate. It's going to be a post-plant v retake. Classic Haven gameplay here.
Cryo has his ult. Does he pop it here?
He has no shield, though. I mean, he has to. All his team entries in.
Oh, it didn't connect.
What?
A swing and a miss. Hey, not though. Kill traded back and forth this entire round, settling into a 2v2 with suspense building and the spike ticking away. Ye's gonna get challenged in hell. And that's home ground for him. Connects onto both. 3 for Ye, and we're tied again.
Ye is just so strong in these off angles. I mean, he's so confident in hitting the headshot when he's getting swung into. Just the little side steps that he does. I mean, he's starting to have a banger of a map. He's sitting at 12 and 5.
It's you and me.
Probably has a ridiculous headshot rate.
Yo, it's crazy that we just hit a replay on ISO whipping the ult.
ISO ult missing. Boostio went way too early there, by the way. I mean, just jumping out of heaven. I don't know. He thought he was Superman or something. A default against A default again. This time, Xander with the paranoia here.
Oh, I love the adjustment now from Superman. But they were both stunned. Austin is swinging his way in with a Spectre.
One enemy remaining.
It's a whirling dervish, A-main. And it's 100 Thieves who walk out on top.
The Stinger's so OP, man. How does he win that fight against a Vandal? Yeah, he has to deal with 3 members and Cryo with a shield. It's cooked.
I want to take a look at that A-main fight again because you're starting to see some of the chess match play out in A-main. This time Superman TPing into Cubby, knowing that Asuna likes to take that long space. He was there for the fight, and I mean, as you were mentioning, unfortunately it goes the way of Asuna with the Stinger, but
Stinger's too broken, man.
I mean, that's the right play. That's exactly what you want to do there, but
just can't connect. I mean, the RNG battle wasn't in his favor this time around for Superman. And had he gotten that kill, maybe it's an entirely different round. That's what it really comes down to.
Yep.
So it will be a pause now from Evil Geniuses. 1 pause used for each team right now. And EG, I still think they're calling a great map so far, but there needs to be more pressure on the opposite side of the map now.
Yeah.
It's time to change things up. You understand that Asuna has been running it down on this A long, and it's been back and forth, which sometimes it can work in your favor on the attacking side if you go 1 for 1. But with the Omen Paranoia being there as well from Xander this time around, it makes it much harder to fight.
Yeah, I wonder at what point you give up on the A main fight.
Yeah, just re-clear it late in the round or hold it like Ye did in a previous. You know Asuna's probably going to want to run through once there's pressure made in garage or front B or even C.
And you imagine part of the conversation is similar for 100 Thieves. Do you continue to lean into this? Do you think on the other side of the timeout they'll switch it up?
So from what I've seen from 100 Thieves VODs, especially on this map against Sentinels, is they double down, they triple down, they don't care. They're going to keep doing the same play that works until it doesn't.
That seems to be the approach here.
This time a Cypher behind them though, a complete retake on the C side of the map, and for EG, they're posturing towards a full C split. I think
a Guardian and a Vandal for the attack.
And the cue is just going to be Ye relaying all this information that the Neon Stun is here. He hears the audio cue of Asuna pushing up.
And so this is the adjustment from Evil Geniuses. They give up on the A main fight. Maybe they re-clear it later. Maybe they just hold it.
Cool.
Maybe Ye just dies to Asuna.
It's one of the big rifles that EG bought up into this round. Icy sitting on the only other one with that Guardian. But all members of 100 Thieves already here because of that A control that they gathered early on. Nice shot.
A very nice shot. Icy taking one. The only real gun left on the side of the attack.
Superman relieving some of that pressure towards the A side. I mean,
that's real tough with the Guardian. That close like that.
Down, C.
It's still such a fast kill from EU though. Like,
yeah.
If we're honest, I mean, all Icy sees there is a shoulder, and he dies behind the wall. Superman. He has a flank and has audio cues on a boost.
Yeah, he's in a 1v4. That's 3.
Whoa. There was a chance there, but EU, he settles it for the rest of 100 Thieves, and it really all comes down to this A fight, huh? The name of the game for both these squads is fighting A early on. Ye just doesn't have the timing this time. Gets caught swinging through that smoke.
It's a really nice shot from Boostio as well.
I like the thought out round though from 100 Thieves of Boostio putting a trip there for Asuna on short. So like all he has to do is focus on long. He doesn't have to worry about that Omen TPing across, or if Ye did decide to just lurk through. It's proactivity though, the Sova ultimate.
The Sova ult, the crunch down B long. And again, it's a 1-for-1. Ye pops his ult, tries to get a little bit of info on the defense.
I'm out of here.
They should know you're there. Asuna stays alive though. A drone to re-clear towards grass. They're gonna double down on A. Asuna's alone.
Ooh. There's a deposit of Icy here. This is something that's new, a new look from EG, and it does work.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, it's A where they find success.
Yep. Live or die by A site.
Planted.
But that one little change though, Ye being a part of the pack and Icy being the lurk this time around.
Well, I think another big part of the change was the B crunch from 100 Thieves to call it in that round. After there's been so much investment, so much focus on fighting for A main.
Yeah.
It was a cool trap idea. The Sova ult, they fight down window. It just wasn't enough.
The thing is this is 100 Thieves' identity on this defensive side, is just taking pushes onto the attackers. And they understand that EG, when they're set up to do these site executes, it's clean, man. Like, the synergy is there. It looks like EG actually dry run all their strats on the attacking sides. So just not wanting them to actually get in those spots where they can get set up, get into a post plant.
Back to A main aggression from the defense. Boosty playing C by himself. And yeah, Xander's close by. But for all intents and purposes, he is alone right now.
He's staying in, trying to outplay the drone. He's gonna get hit by that ultimate. Oh, he just dodges it.
There's a lot of help here. I mean, you're gonna have them TP out onto site, fully committing onto this C hit. Reinforcements at the ready though for the defense. Last round of the half. Is that another whiffed ult?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. The Paranoia is gonna connect onto 2 though. Asuna popping his ult and immediately dropped. as Evil Geniuses refuse to relent on C.
That's what I'm saying. EG, their site executes are so hard to deal with. You can't really find an opening. It seems like every single spot is covered. And then the synergy that they have in the post plan as well, it's just too much to handle. That's why 100 Thieves were playing so aggressive on their defensive side, trying to disrupt so things like this couldn't happen.
Enemy remaining.
Have to point out that Ye is online. 16 and 7 on the Sentinel role, but the defensive side is where EG lacks the most, Doug.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out on the other side of this break. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As we mentioned before, Evil Geniuses have yet to tango with map 3. They also have yet to take a series off of 100 Thieves, and they're in a position here where they might be able to extend it 6-6 at halftime here, Dre.
Yeah, and on the flip side, 100 Thieves' last 3 matches have gone map 3, which went to losses. 3 map 3 losses, most notably that 13-1 on to Split, which is where we will be going to next if EG can win this map of Haven.
And again, historically, that's been a really big if.
Yeah.
Let's talk about compositions here, Dre. You've got the double duelist comp from 100 Thieves. What can we expect? Is it going to be a lot of this fast-paced aggression?
Yeah, it's a lot to handle. I mean, it's already a fast-paced aggression into the B site. They're going to have this for free, and EG...
It's a fake.
It's a fake. But listen, Doug, EG have struggled with retaking on this map. You saw that the most against Furia.
The trip gets caught. Now you know it's a split towards C. There's a lot to deal with here, Furia, and he cannot fight back. Derek might be next up on the menu, but a really nice shot onto one duelist. Almost connects onto the second.
Jeez.
That dink is brutal.
Good damage done. I don't know if it's going to be enough here, though. All 3 members are grouping up in this garage. That cam is going to see them.
I like that smoke down long to suggest that that might be where they're coming from, but all presence garage.
You still have paranoia?
This late in the round, that's insane. Now they know where they all are. You mentioned that Evil Geniuses have struggled on retakes, and that might continue to be the case. Superman and Nature, side by side. Settling numbers down. Xander gets it down to 1. It's Cryo, 22 HP. Time is short on the swing. It's Cryo who saves the day again for 100 Thieves.
Well, I mean, for a second, I thought Nature was going to get that. I mean, he's been so good in these 1v whatever scenarios. He's so quick on the wide swings. This map, he's been a little bit quiet. But that fast-paced aggression because of the double duelist, I mean, they tapped A, they go back garage. Asuna still somehow gets the pick. Fast trade here from Derek, but the damage was already done. The site was already gathered without even using paranoia. It's going to be another C look from 100 Thieves, conditioning that they like to abuse this site early on, and maybe that'll open up some of that A defaulting in the later half.
Oh, they're making plenty of noise. Ye continues to be good.
Crispy.
One of the bright spots for this Evil Geniuses roster.
Yeah, with that paranoia being used as well from the rotations of EG, everybody from 100 Thieves has to back up. There has been a deposit of Icy into short A here, though.
He's got a classic.
Yeah, Would much rather have a shorty in this scenario.
Literally anything but that.
I mean, you never know, though. I mean, if he can get one here, maybe EG can crawl back into this.
It doesn't look like he's going to be tested.
Yeah, and I think 100 Thieves have an idea that somebody could be here. That's why Xander is so cautiously watching the flank. They're going to re-wrap short A here. But again, Icy could be the difference maker here for Evil Geniuses.
Well called by Boostio there. After having lost Asuna, now they're going to try to re-clear short.
Icy's playing it so well. He snuck back.
So position still concealed. Are they expecting him? Are they looking for him? Cryo looking away at just the wrong time. The shield is the difference maker.
No way.
That's insane. For as well as he played that, for that to be how it ends is tough. But they've got to fight at this. It's got Ye left in 1v2. He's still got the Sheriff in hand. That's now a couple of close rounds that are just barely squeaking by for 100 Thieves, but that might be all it takes.
Man, the power of ISO. And I just feel like in this moment when Icy already has the flank, there's no real need for Ye to also be that, that second lurk over there.
Oh.
Maybe the firepower, if he was within the squad, the trades could have gone in their favor, but 100 Thieves, even though they were down numbers, they bring it back. And they're fully investing into this next round. Yeah, I don't even want to call it a whiff. It's just
it's
unlucky.
A shield, man.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Had he seen anybody else there,
he gets
that's a kill.
Here's the A fight.
Derek and Icy having to give some of the space back up. Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short. And again, it's a lot of misdirection out from 100 Thieves. Both duels making a ton of noise while the rest of the team and the Spike are going elsewhere. Cam now cleared. Side is theirs.
Post-plant positions are going to be set up here as well. And Cryo is still in spawn. He's going to meet these players pushing through A shortly here.
No shield this time.
Still.
You're not expecting him here, man. What? Because why would your duelist still be back here?
Yeah. 100 Thieves are making this map so chaotic for EG's defense.
Yeah, this is what, 2 rounds now where we've seen both duelists just make a ton of noise and that not be where the hit's headed.
It was the same story on that Fracture as well. I mean, maybe not the chamber so much, but Asuna himself on that Neon is dragging so much gravity. EG kind of feel like they have to deal with them.
I mean, I think it's a reasonable thing to expect when you've got your Neon and you've got your ISO both showing a lot of presence towards the site. You assume, all right, that's where the hit's probably headed. And so you wonder here, how much longer will it take before EG starts to read into that? And is that when 100 Thieves fully pull the trigger and send everything towards the site? We've got the mind games fully on display here.
That's exactly what I was going to get into. I'm like, at what point does Potter call the timeout and be like, hey, like, you guys have gotten faked twice already.
Yeah.
Pistol round and now the bonus. You got to be ready for this. Just hold your spots, commit to a retake. And the problem is, if you're not confident in your retake, you cannot play the defensive side of Haven.
So it's been a really cool game plan, a really cool approach by 100 Thieves. And that's netted them a 3-round lead. Icy tries to take a little space. He falls. He was the only gun they had.
Like, dying like that can just feel so miserable as well for Icy. It's like he knows he has to be the one that makes the play, and you just get shut down so quickly.
I know exactly where you are.
Now the Cypher ultimate to really paint the picture for 100 Thieves. They can go anywhere they want right now. It's going to be the B site that Asuna is taking.
EG are close by. They have 4 sheriffs. Boosty sidestepping the stun, just barely. Spike's still not committed.
And look at the layers. I mean, EU took Garage by himself right here. He's going to be a late flank.
Spike planted.
On to Derek. Derek looks like he might have an idea that this is a play.
He's going to fully wrap around. You might be right.
Oh, he hears it.
Yep. But what are you going to do with the Sheriff? In this spot, they're going to try to flood back in, keep an eye on the late lurk, and now the late lurk's all that's left.
Die.
Yeah, he's going to get one. The potential for more, but it's potential unrealized. This one feels like it is, once again, slipping out of the hands of Evil Geniuses here.
Yeah, it's just a nice 1-3-1 default from 100 Thieves. Make sure they don't get caught off guard by any of the the aggressive peaks from that solo rifle. These are aware. I mean, Boostio and Zix definitely aware that Potter likes to cook up these, unique strats of buying hero rifles onto certain players. Something that is rehearsed, something that is practiced on this roster. I have to point out, 4 light armors on the side of EG. Cryo, he has that ultimate of his own.
There's a lot of presence B here. It's like they're expecting it. Superman up top, Nature down low, 2 kills found. I mean, those 2 alone may have just won them the round. Barring heroics, barring a miracle from EU, and that won't be it. That won't be the case. EG gets to 7.
Good read.
I mean, great read.
Completely stuffing the front B execute. A lot of people just caught with utility out right there. So 100 Thieves weren't even able to use the ISO ultimate, not able to use anything. A complete disruption. The thing is how many times are you going to be put in this spot where there's going to be this walk up on front B? When 100 Thieves start heavily pressuring the extremities, that's when they're going to be able to bait out your rotations. But it's going to be aggression now for EG, down C long. We saw Icy get punished last time around. Xander gets some info onto him as well.
Yeah, he should have seen that. Yeah, he knows there's someone close by.
I think that's why you see 100 Thieves speeding up into this garage, understanding that usually when you see players down C long, garage is left a little bit weak.
But it's the same approach. It's both duelists being the tip of the spear while the rest of the team isn't there. And think about the utility they showed. They showed the wall, they showed the smoke, they showed a dart.
Now they're just freezing the round. All that pressure from Icy early on, making 100 Thieves use that drone very, very far back. I mean, you still haven't even cleared out the cubby. Everything right now is looking towards this C hit. No space was gathered by Boostio at A. Now Spike is going to be gathered. No, not gathered yet. Icy hears the rotation.
What's the plan here? 40 seconds left. They're trying to get Boosty up towards A.
They're not falling for the rotations anymore. I say that, but I look at the D players, and now I'm getting kind of worried. Now it's obvious, though. Here comes the hit.
Oh, he stuck it. Oh, he stuck it, but can't connect the shots. Nature gets the best of him. Cryo pops the ult. Icy waiting on the other side. That's snappy. And now the spike in disarray as it rotates back A. A ton of space has been taken by Boosty. He's got to win that fight out. Now Ye might be the one to secure it. 9 seconds left, playing behind the cage. He's got to try to stop the defuse, and he can't. Rolling Thunder through. Spike now down. 3v3 as Nature swings back out, trying to reclaim the site. And of course, if Cryo keeps things even, it's going to have to be Derek. It's going to have to be a clutch. He's gotten it down to 1, but Cryo's waiting on the other side. And Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves.
Cryo not missing a beat here. But EU, the impact that he's getting from these kills, I mean, how does he get Ye full running? This was ridiculous, by the way. The full commit from Xander, I mean, hats off to you, man. Cryo has not slowed down whatsoever. He's still a monster in the server. He's been having such a phenomenal series for himself. 22 and 13 on this map. But it's got to be said, EU is so clutch for this 100 Thieves roster, making it possible for Cryo to be put in a spot where he can get those kills.
The irony of EU hitting that shock dart while you were calling his name out was not lost on me.
Now a very spread defense from the side of EG. An operator online, though, on the waylay, taking that short A angle.
The investment that 100 Thieves put on A main on their defensive side, and the fact that they've gone there maybe, once on attack, is just wild.
Yeah.
Here's the op that you mentioned. The knee spotted, and the life taken.
Not ready for an operator at the other end of that.
Boosty's gonna eat a flash. Really nice use of the cage there to buy him a little bit of time, but the spam connects. Wall now up. Both duelists with spike in hand. Just a tap, waiting for the fight. Ult now drawn out too.
It's good delay though, but the spike will still be planted. Now, this is where EG struggle, but they have numbers advantage like crazy. Proactivity.
Oh, that's gorgeous! The decay off of the ult! This is a 3v5 that they've likely secured. That's perfect. A fantastic display.
I don't even blame EG for that. That's just a great heads-up play from 100 Thieves.
We got to see that again. I was concerned about the fact that EG were not flooding behind their own Sova ult.
They just weren't close enough. They wanted to have a cohesive retake, but that vulnerability into the Hunter's Fury, it tags 2 players right away. Insta-killed. No chance, Doug. That's the correct play from EG.
You like a little call there? You like a little call in the 3v5?
That is the correct play from EG. Group up, clear out garage methodically. It's something that they struggled with doing in their last series. But 100 Thieves, their intuition is just too far ahead right now. EU in the flow state, Cryo is hitting every single shot. What an on-the-fly call, though, from EU. I mean, the impact that this player has had on this roster, you can't praise it enough.
6 of the last 7 rounds going for 100 Thieves. In the entire half, man. I think this was, again, what was it, 6-6 at half?
Yeah.
This thing got out of hand very quickly.
There's just something about these defensive sides of Evil Geniuses that isn't quite clicking, Doug. And it's something that they're going to need to work on if they want to, I mean, make it to a playoff. Make it to an international ever again.
Now on the other side of the timeout, it seems like 100 Thieves are poised to go A. An area that, as we mentioned a little bit ago, hasn't really been explored. And EG, full aggression down C long. It's an eco. I mean, they've got to try something.
It's the perfect call from 100 Thieves. There's only one player here. It's Ye. And he only has a Sheriff.
He's playing off-site too.
Off-site and with a Sheriff. Right off of the timeout.
You imagine here, some of this is going to be decided by timing, because as they've taken all of this space down C long, EG have, when's the call to rotate back A? No info B. Now you've got Nature rotating over.
It just feels like it's going to be an uphill battle for EG right now with the weaponry that they have.
Supa has his ult. Maybe a reposition after showing some space. The trip has been cleared, so they know there's at least some flank on the other side. It's Icy who's caught again. Once again into this fight, and it's once again a win by Cryo. Nature, Ye, left to try to pull a rabbit out of a hat, and they can't. 13-7 the way of 100 Thieves, a 2-0 series the way of 100 Thieves, and again, a spotless record, 5-0, undefeated.
The prep work shining for this squad of 100 Thieves, letting Fracture through, and it hasn't been played in VCT in so long. Understanding that they can counter Potter and Ko's ability to close out that map. The innovation wasn't enough. And even on this map at Haven, the defense was just flat for Evil Geniuses.
I think there were a lot of cool things that 100 Thieves showed us on that attack side. Again, the fact that they made a ton of noise and drew a ton of distraction off this double duelist comp, and that almost never being where the hit was actually going. The on-the-fly calls that EU hit for the decay off of the ult. I mean, that's perfect.
And also the final boss, right, of Cryo.
Yeah.
I mean, the man just dropped 2 back-to-back 20 bombs, almost getting 30.
That's Cryo, the star.
Yeah.
That's the Cryo that people were excited to see join the 100 Thieves roster. And I mean, if he keeps shooting like that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he could be a little bit streaky, but I think he's got some really good matchups ahead of him. I think they play Loud, then 2G, then Crew. So the rest of the season looking pretty good. I mean, nothing is free. But if they can maintain this type of composure, this type of form, especially on Cryo like you stated, they might be able to make a deep run.
A lot was said heading into this series on the side of 100 Thieves from Zix, and a lot of those conversations from Asuna as well. What's going on here? Do they need to just play a little bit more closer together? They talked about the support and the aggressive play, and it really seems like all of that came together today against against an EG roster that pushed them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got pushed, but the fundamentals is what shined for me. It's something that Austin was talking about. We need to go back a little bit, take a step back before we can start doing this intuition play style and really let our fraggers dominate the game. I mean, without the fundies, you can't have a player like Cryo pop off like that. Everything needs to be set in motion, and you need to set him up for success.
And pop off he did. He dropped 26 kills in the last map. I lost count of how many. It was plus 20 on the first map. Cryo had himself a freakish day.
Yeah, 10-0 against EA on the first map.
Yeah.
The Senti versus Senti matchup. Yes, he was on Chamber. Not that fair, but still, what a performance.
100 Thieves walk away up 2-0 over Evil Geniuses. We're going to throw it down to Rave on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with who else but CryoCells.
I am joined by 100 Thieves CryoCells as they mastermind a victory over Evil Geniuses here in our first series of the day. Last week, it looked a little rough for the team. Right after that first game, or right after that last game against Sen, I should say, what was the repairs, the things the team was talking about right away?
We just really heavily focus on playing off each other and just playing with teamwork. We're a team that just kind of trusts the process the whole time, so we think the results will come.
Absolutely. I mean, Thrifty's made the results really happen today, but I want to talk about you. For the past, I'd say, year, seems like you're reinventing yourself. We've seen you on Cypher Haven. We've seen you on a bunch of other things. Jet on the Fracture, Chamber now on the Fracture. What's it been like kind of reinventing yourself from the duelist, but also still kind of playing a role where you have to be up front sometimes?
It's definitely a hard process, to be honest, but I think we just have a pretty special roster where they'll just have me on different agents. At some point, I was on 6 different agents for all 6 maps, so it's really hard to like change play styles between them, but it's a process for sure.
That's actually my next question. I love that you said that, because how does that work with Zix? Is he knows you can play so much. Does he come to you and like, what about this? What about this? Or is it collaborative? You say, I'm feeling something on a preference map.
To be honest, he just comes to me. He's like, "Yo, I wanted to try you on this agent," and yeah, I'm like, "I'm down," you know. So yeah.
That's amazing. What's your favorite right now? What are you really vibing with?
Probably ISO.
Okay. The ISO does look good. You have 100 Thieves versus Loud next. How are you feeling about Loud? The group's actually looking pretty strong.
I think no matter what, despite our win today, we've been feeling super good in scrims, and even our match against Sen. We're just like kind of reaching our peak form, to be honest.
All right, still building up. Kyle, thank you so much for your time today. Congratulations on the win. We still got more games as well to come. It's going to be MIBR versus G2. Do not go anywhere. We got more VCT Americas to come.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Match against MIBR. What stands out for this match, I would say they have a new IGL in Artsin, and they're not afraid to play very aggressive.
Se for pra manter o Artzinho, que manter ele colado na boca aí. E ó, pode vir que ele quer mais! Artzinho de novo!
Yeah, for me and for my team, the strategy is only play our game. We know we are good. And we need to show in the server is the only thing.
Cortesia vai buscando ali pela caixa verde, também jogadores chegam pulando, Cortesia de novo, Cortesia mais uma!
I would say in the past we've struggled against teams that like to play loose and aggressive and get in your face, so I have a feeling they're going to be like a lot better this season, and I'm always looking forward to playing against one of the best players in the world.
Pega o dele, não leva o Kong que vai desarmando e faz metade, Aspas! Agora sim, vamos Aspas, é você!
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Saturday. Spoiler alert, there's going to be a banger. Zoe here, joined by Sean Garris and Ender, and we're in for a treat. I speak it into existence. I will manifest this. This is going to be a banger series.
I mean, honestly, yeah, if MIBR show up, this could be a really good one.
Osboss versus G2. This is like my Super Bowl. This is like, you know, the skill on one team trying to like bust through all of the strategy on G2. The stylistic clash between these teams, oh, it's gonna be cinema.
It will be absolute cinema. Now, these two teams, they finished first and third at Kickoff, yet somehow they have not met once in the bracket. This is the first time we'll get to see these rosters face off against one another this year. How will they stack up based on what we know so far?
I mean, the things we know of MIBR, right, obviously of Osboss, but I also think you've got Cortesia and Artsin showing up so big in their last series. If you have individuals like that stepping up, you could potentially compete here with a G2 that was looking so dominant throughout the start of the year.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Artsin, this guy didn't start the year as the IGL, took it over, and MIBR looked like a totally different team. And he's just performing better in the role. It's like he's not even setting himself up. He'll be on like Raze on split, satcheling through the orb mid solo. I mean, he's not doing that anymore. Now he's playing Breach, but I feel like he just works magic out there. Truthfully,
he's still putting out the numbers.
He's actually putting out some serious numbers.
Yeah, I think the same can be said about almost everyone who's going to be joining this server. The numbers are there. People are popping off left and right. G2 had a phenomenal performance at Masters Bangkok. They came second. They were the runner-up, bit of a heartbreaker after the performance they put on throughout the entirety of that tournament. And then they came back here into stage one, and it was a little worrisome, I'm not going to lie, against Kira. They went down 0-8.
They went down 0-8, but this is the fakest 0-8 I have ever seen. And I will chill out for G2 any day because, honestly, I thought they were running like their alternate Lotus playbook. Usually they play like way more reactive on defense. All of these first 8 rounds, they're running like start of round aggro pieces that aren't getting worked or you know, Fury is dodging away from them. And then the second half, they lock in. Ascent, they're locked in again. The only guy that didn't have a great second map was Trent, because they put a wall in B main. He can't play a Sov and spam that anymore, so he's struggling out there.
I mean, it's really just standard G2, right? We get that comp that they've been running on Lotus. They grind out that win. They bust out the new agent in Waylay, which we hadn't seen yet, and it looks so good on Ascent, which has historically meant, going back to the Guard, this team loved that map.
Yeah.
I feel like the new map pool actually makes G2 better. It's so unfair. This team is actually just so unfair.
You know what makes them even better?
What is that?
Some reinforcements in the back rooms as well. They just signed Anders as well, as if that team wasn't scary enough already. Like, come on.
How are we going to have another example of G2 just stealing top talent away from Fnatic? It happens in every esport. All they do is steal their guys over and build super teams.
So
this is actually wild. This is actually wild. This is like a Michelin star restaurant, get a new chef to come in and start cooking meals on the side. What is going on?
Hey, the best want to join the best. That's how it is.
And if you guys don't know who Anders is, this guy's been around with like Fnatic for forever. It's an on and again, off again relationship with them. But usually he's building like new playbooks for the team, theory crafting like optimal comps on new maps or how to work in new agents into the pool. I talked to him a little bit and he said he was going to be doing more of that with this G2 team. So yeah, they're going to get even scarier now.
Yeah, it's not like he took time off. Like, he's been grinding the coach rooms, watching all the regions, watching the games, and really like upping his mindset as far as like where we're at in the meta.
Yeah, I found out he was actually playing 5 stacks with Josh RT and Van Silly.
Man.
And yeah, from the 5 stack to the pro stage, here he is.
That's crazy.
Van's wheeling out there. Yo, Van's getting, call him G2.
Matchmaker.
Now, a player that I want to touch a little more on here, you just mentioned him, Jogamo, on that Waylay. It was in America's first. We finally got to see a first look in this region as well. And obviously, Jogamo made it work.
Surprise. So I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these support players will be playing there, and we saw Minibu do it in EMEA. He had a lineup from the box in B main with the Hinder and dove on the Sova just like that. I think moving forward, that frag isn't going to be there for Jogamo, right? I think the player playing inside connector in that scenario will likely not have util out anymore if they're playing against the Waylay. But man, it was really exciting to watch the first time.
It's that thing, right, where you watch, you get the tapes, there's now ways to like counter out the best plays that he's going to show initially. But that's also not the only way that he's going to be entering into B site. You saw him dashing up over the top. You can double dash towards stairs as well. You double dash, try and fight into CT. Like, you've got plenty of options with the agent.
Wait, that cosplay goes crazy, no?
Dude.
Just like the real deal, it's crazy. He does not disappoint. No, he really never does. And he always has some great insight for us as well. It was only...
So, could do better.
Okay.
And here's the best clip in VCT history, the Bucky Ace.
Yeah, so yeah, give me that on Waylay. Like, what's this guy doing?
Well, you're asking.
He's disappointing me.
You're asking for too much out here.
Yeah, I mean, he's reaching high. It's just, it's a thing that, it's his thing. But that's okay. You know what? I was satisfied.
Because I'm tall.
I was satisfied. He did the thing, and it looked good. And I want to see more of that. And I also want to hear more from him. He was standing by earlier today with Rift. Let's hear what he had to say.
I am with Jog. Man, you're out here breaking ankles. Neon, Waylay, Yoru. How are you enjoying this meta?
I think this has definitely been like a duelist favorite meta. I think all the duelists out right now are almost liable for any map, but just kind of how you have to play it for sure. So yeah, I think duelists are fun right now.
All right, if you had to lock one in, pick a favorite, which one would it be?
I think people are still sleeping on Yoru. I think Yoru's still overpowered a little bit. There's some stuff that you haven't seen yet from me on Yoru, but I think Yoru can take over like any map.
And y'all got to learn the TP spray bind this guy's doing all the time. Thumbs up. All right, man. Good luck in the game.
Thank you, bro.
There you heard it. I'm excited to see what he is going to bring to the stage today. Now, unfortunately, on the other side, we didn't see any Waylay from Ospas last week, or actually that many elims for that matter. I feel like he had a surprisingly quiet game. The team still won.
That's honestly the best case scenario. This is like what we've been waiting for an Ospas team for so long, and it happened very early after Verno joined the team. And that is such a good sign that Ospas could go missing for an entire series and they still look so dominant and so good strategically. That was so shocking to me.
Especially because like Ospas is only gonna have a game like this 1 in like 20, 1 in 30 games. The rest of the time he's gonna be looking great, but especially I think Cortezia and Artsin looked incredible on split. I think it was Artsin's breach was just dominating consistently. But also I think even playing the Harbor and finding frags, which is not an easy thing to do on this agent. Him and like Mazino are the only guys that can put up numbers there.
Yeah, I mean Ospas has pretty much been the king of icebox in our region for a while now. And so he probably was just like, you must play Harbor. That's what Mazino did. You must play it. I need the Harbor behind me. This guy really knows how to play the map. And again, it's another team that with the new map pool, the changes, adding icebox in, they benefit greatly. These teams are both situated to make deep runs in our region right now.
Yeah, and it's a lot of the individuals popping up when they really need to. Artisan was making the calls and still putting out such great numbers as well in that game.
Yeah, no, he was looking absolutely phenomenal. I think that like his flexibility is obviously a big factor for the team, what he's able to bring for them. Again, you're going to see some of the clips here with this breach where a lot of the time, like, he wasn't even having like support coming in, or, you know, his team is dying in front of him. But with the judge in his hands, he's just a monster.
I wish they would play the clip where he's like, oh, I'm so good.
Yeah, he was popping off. He was so vocal.
He had 300 damage a round, over 300 damage a round on breach in that defensive half of Split. I have never seen a supporter player do something like that on Split.
Yeah, it was impressive. And then you even have like in Icebox too, how he's playing around the Viper wall, both like playing in that corner over by Generator, getting, you know, just that cringe angle that's tough to clear, abusing the little like levels of the Viper wall when he's boosted up on 410 too. Like, he was really playing nicely in these anchor spots.
He's not like the other IGLs, for lack of a better way to put it. He's willing to make some serious plays, like risky one-on-ones that are sub 50-50, and I almost trust him to win those because of the aggression he brings into the fight. It's catching a lot of players off guard right now.
I want to highlight another player here as well that we haven't really talked about just yet, Verno. He hadn't had a massive pop-off performance, but he slotted in really nicely, and obviously coming into their match, there was a lot of speculation about how Verno is going to fit in with his Brazilian squad, and he set the record straight last week on match point.
I was actually surprised, honestly, by everyone on the roster. Like, I knew they were good, but I didn't realize, like, how good they were. But they all, like, really good. Like, I can trust all of them to, like, play well and, like, kill people and know how to play.
What exactly did he mean by that?
Yeah,
I just think it's a good thing to be able to trust all of your teammates.
Every single one?
Every single one.
And I'm sure he didn't
no one's
want
missing, though.
No.
I'm sure he did not try to imply anything there.
No.
Absolutely not. Well, he looked extremely comfortable in and outside of the game. I feel like the vibes were just very high. And you saw the sight of relief as well when you like go back and watch that winning moment when they're heading to the front of the stage for that photo. You could see it in his face like, whew, we did it, all is well. Like that was, I think to a lot of people, very surprising that he slotted in so well.
I don't know why it's so surprising to everyone, though, truthfully, because this kid, you have to remember, when it came to the move-ups from VCT, it was like Mata and Verno, 1A, 1B. They were the top prospects in our entire region, and there's a reason for that. This kid has been insane in VCL for years now. Like, he is outrageously good. And I knew that it was just a matter of time. It's a comfort thing. And he looks way more comfortable on this team right now. And I think as time progresses, you know, he finds his way in the system, his little edges that he gets in the team. Or you have to give yours to Ospas if you're on MIBR. But he'll find his way to get space and get his own in this team. And when that happens, holy, they're stacked with skill.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that was interesting hearing this team was saying like that he's actually like a vocal guy and bringing a lot into the server as well for the team. So, you know, he can have the big moments. He's contributing to the team as well. Like, yeah, it's a little bit tougher for him because obviously there's the language you've got to deal with, and they've talked about that as well. But so far, it's worked for them, and now it's just about how long they can keep that running.
Yeah, I actually heard a lot about this in the offseason. That's why the dropping of Verno was so shocking to me. I heard he worked a lot with Bonkar both last season and this season on NRG to create a lot of individual stuff and counters to some of the teams that they're playing. I don't believe the narrative that he's not a strategic player at all.
You know what? Whether it's true or not, nothing of that matters. It doesn't even matter if any of these players is popping off or not, because they have a secret weapon. And they have recently revealed said weapon. So let's take a look at it. Oh my God.
Dear God, that is the cutest
Dear
thing.
God. It's their team poppers. It's a little dachshund.
Wait, he's like smaller than his foot.
Oh my God, Ospas has to be so happy on this team.
Can you just imagine you lose you throw an anti-eco, and then you just get to pet the pupper?
That's an emotional support pupper, for sure.
I don't know. Now I think I know why Ospas didn't perform last week. He's literally playing with the dog.
Yo, can we do the match point with
Is it a buff or a
Sakura?
distraction? I can't tell.
I mean, Ospas loves dogs, so.
That's OP. I don't know. I thought my head is telling me G2's the better team, but I kind of got to vote for MIBR.
I mean, you low-key have to, and I'm sure they're going to give us some more reasons. MIBR, Poppers, Riff spoke to them before today's match. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm here with Aspas before their match today. First off, I got to ask you, how good did it feel taking down Lev?
For me, it was a normal feeling. It was like the same as beating any team.
Okay, so nothing there. But the vibes have been amazing. Tell me how much the new puppy, Sakura, has added to the vibes of the team.
Oh, it has a little story behind. Me and my wife were thinking about getting a puppy for the team.
Okay.
Basically, the team just bought the idea, so we got the puppy together. Now, it was between Art and Fraud to stay with the puppy. This is gonna be for Art, so she's adding very good vibes to the team.
All right, so we actually expect Artson as well to be fragging even harder.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you heard it here. Aspas, thank you so much. Good luck in the games.
Thank you.
All right, so did I understand that correct? They have like shared custody over the puppers?
Yeah. Aspas is cooking. Yes, that is actually factually true. He will be fragging today because the pupper.
That's just how it works.
Yeah, and I believe it until I see otherwise, right?
I mean, Aspas knows what he's talking about. He knows how to get killed.
It's the 6th man for MIBR.
Well, he's not a 6th living thing.
Okay. Just let it happen,
Okay,
Sean.
I'm sorry. I'll let it happen.
Why you gotta be like that?
I'm so sorry.
I'm excited for this one. Unfortunately, we're not going to see poppers on this stage, but we have plenty of talented players to make up for it. Actually, probably not. You can't beat the poppers. It was too cute. It was too cute. But we expect a good series to come out of both of these teams who are taken to the stage. Let's see where we're going with this one. Shocker. Okay, but if we give me percentages here, what hope is there?
I actually think this is very close. I'm gonna go like 55-45. I think it's closer than what people think. I think MIBR has like almost like a sucker punch mentality right now, where I don't think G2 is going to be prepared for what they throw at them, whereas MIBR will be ready for what GT throw at them.
No, 100%.
No, what?
Okay, he said what he said. Let's find out. Proof is in the pudding as our teams are taking to the stage right now. And here they are. MIBR make some surprising roster changes heading into stage 1, adding a popper as well into the mix. The new addition, of course, of former Energy player Verno seemed to start in really well. The vibes were good last week. In and out of the server. Want to see more of that.
It's crazy. MIBR, they've got the double plushies for Aspas. They signed both a new player and a dog coming in. I mean, they're outnumbering G2, that's for sure.
Then we got Fraud in the coaching role. Fraud, veteran in the role. Obviously, coached Loud in the past. Spent last year with MIBR. And this guy, if I'm on MIBR, I'm feeling really confident in a player like Fraud being the coach. He designs comps in a very innovative way if he has the right player base, right? Last year we had the vanilla comps. This year he's cooking.
Speaking of cooking, G2 has showed us some really good looks at Masters Bangkok. They are the runner-up, but they got caught off guard just last week by Furia with a very aggressive approach. However, they managed to stop the bleeding and recovered really well, taking that series 2-0.
Yeah, they take it 2-0. They also come into this week with the signing of their own in Anders to bring them some new strats, some new looks in the playbook on certain maps. And really, this series to me, it's going to tell me what the better signing is. Is it the strategic coach Anders, or is it the MIBR puppy Sakura? It's the 1v1 for the ages.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I'm not gonna lie. G2, they're a team that you can sit here and say positive things about all day, right? They innovate with which agents they pick. They're quick to bust out Waylay. They run Chamber on certain maps. They're running Vice on others. They're really flexing across the entire map pool. They can play all 7. So the question is where they go. First, we're going to go MIBR's pick of Pearl. And I mentioned the Chamber. Do we get that out of Leaf again?
I'd imagine so. I think he's looked really, really good on that. The bans don't surprise me at all. Lotus, G2 have never lost on it. Icebox, Aspas loves to play that map, so some targets going both ways there. But then also Haven to come out there after the Pearl.
Yeah, G2's Haven versus, the MIBR squad on Haven. That'll be an interesting matchup. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what to really expect out of G2 in that realm right there. That could be a way for MIBR to get into the series. I'm worried a little bit about the opening map of Pearl for G2, if I'm being honest, just because of how that T1 game went when we last saw them here.
That's fair, but also I feel like there were so many of those like micro moments in the game versus T1 where like it so easily could have gone G2's way, right? Like obviously it has that bad taste left in your mouth, but whether it's getting your foot spammed while you're defusing a spike that absolutely shouldn't be happening, or
cope and seed.
All these, let me cope and seed, man. They should have won that series.
He took it. Okay, so Giacomo just last week literally challenged him. He said, I want to play Waylay against Aspas. Now, is he taking the honorable duel on the other side, though? He has to. He must.
No, surely it's still a Yoru, I think.
No.
Double Waylay would go crazy.
That'd be so good.
No, it's still the Yoru. I think Yoru is too good on this map. It's a big map. The teleports rotate fantastic. The clones to break Fi's utility, too strong.
And Jaga has secretly become probably one of the top Yorus in our entire region.
Yeah.
I mean, that best of 5 was a masterclass from the Yoru role.
Yeah, speaking of masterclass, MIBR put a lot of work into Pearl. They went 3-0 in Kickoff on that map. Let's see what they have in store for us today as they are getting this one rolling. We're in for a treat. Two of the league's best are ready to do battle, and Uber and Wyatt are here for the call.
Thank you very much. So you better saddle up, folks, because we have wrangled two grade A kaiju here in Americas to throw down for your viewing pleasure. It's a battle of two teams that could easily fall in this top 3, I think, in the league. It could be a top 2. MIBR, great run, avoiding G2 entirely through Kickoff, though. End up 3rd, whereas we know what G2 are able to do. It's been an interesting time for them, I think, coming down off falling just short in Bangkok.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see these two teams go at it for the first time. It's an MIBR, obviously, bringing in the big story of the offseason, Verno from NRG, into their roster of Brazilian players. It is madness.
And they're saying the comms are so good. It's literally, there are no bad comms in Ba Sing Se when this guy's on your team. It's all I've heard from them. So let's see it play out here as MIBR will be on the attack side. 0 Point already headed over to A main, and that's the only real way MIBR have to gain info, Wyatt.
On the attack side with the Waylay, by the way, in the hands of Aspas, and what a way to open things up.
So far, not too shabby. Good shooting there as Aspas has found a couple. Jonah P staved off. And Trent now trying to sit back behind that special delivery, but Aspas has the angle, buddy. He'll refract on back here to Ars. And in the meantime, there will be a plant.
Yeah, Aspas is already on the verge of creating a new duelist meta. The early days of the Stage 1 season here, I mean, come on, man. This guy is one of the best, if not the best, always has been.
Arzine, who's been fantastic in his start to Stage 1. In that split game, over half of his kills came from 4Ks. 12 out of 22 of them. He's been absurd, and there's Aspas, a beautiful little 4-piece to kick us off. Well, we're already getting pretty close to the first convergent paths of the game.
I'd love to see the first bullet fired, insta-kill, just an easy play contacting up through Art. You know, typically, like when we see G2 on attack, they'll have the fade to throw some prowlers in there, get the space that way.
Nice round, guys.
But this MIBR comp is lacking one of the traditional info gathering initiators that you see on this map. G2, before this comp switch, running the Sova, now into the Fade, very standard. MIBR really only having this 0 Point as a tool for that info gain with Artzin.
Good time to remember that the hindrance from Waylay does more than just slow you down. It affects your fire rate, recoil recovery, equip speed, and reload speed. It is nasty to be hit by. Just keep an eye out for that saturate as Aspas looks to get an edge in these duels. Stealth drone here, going to go forward, and G2 gamble off the A side.
In the meantime, it's just a fight towards Mir Cortezia.
He's the ghost player.
The young headshot machine. So much hype surrounding him. Coming out of Brazil last year, getting this opportunity on the big stage. Well deserved.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
Too easy.
And again, G2 make the gamble towards, Plaza maybe hoping to take a weapon or something.
I mean, Aspas feeling it and more than happy to take these duels and try and get closer to that ultimate. Only 2 orbs away. Would love to have that on the bonus round to keep that snowball building, the momentum going.
Nice shooting there for Trent. Exiting the round with some form of equity wouldn't hurt. There is a Vandal at play, but it's in the hands of Aspas. He'll look to make use of it here. Working Valen down, and Trent will fall soon after. That's 7 kills in 2 rounds for those keeping track at home. Aspas He's off to the races.
I can't ask for a better start from MIBR. He's got the conversion path into the bonus round. Basically fires off like a breach ultimate.
Yeah.
It hits everyone with that hindrance as opposed to the stun.
And it also speeds you up as the Waylay inside it. You get the convergence buff. So you speed on in there and take advantage of the massive debuff you've applied.
All right, again, we're looking at G2 seemingly wanting to do something proactive towards mid, as they did on the prior round, though, of course, now on the full buy as MIBR take quick control over towards B. Stealth droning out of the recall smoke.
Inching over towards B here. Prowler definitely going to get some information towards that plaza side, or towards shops, as Cortezia is going to give a bit of ground, but okay, uncharacteristically loses the duel out. Trent is able to get the better of him here. G2 now fan out amongst the map and try and get set up here over towards this B side where there's no Vice util laying in wait.
Aspas has some serious concerns about the flank with their wall being down, with Cortezia being down when this Nebula drops. MIBR ready to hit the go button.
Shops has just been cleared, so it might be an opportunity for Leaf to activate, and he's going to go now, but it might be a little bit late. Valorant's able to take Artisan down, though. Aspas will be tucked into the corner here. Convergent paths available, but no need to make use of it yet. Still no plan. It's going to have to be Verno to step up and do the dirty work, and naturally there'll be a guided salvo to force him off the site and delay this plant further.
The Aspas is just trying to take a timing back. Holz wants to even this up, but it's the flank from Leaf, so well timed.
Okay, finds him one, but again, it's more delay. Aspas is now trying to think of a way to make a difference here. He's going to pop the conversion pass now. Trent and Jonah look like they might be affected by it, but Aspas can't make use of this speed boost because he's hoping to tease something out instead.
At the very least, that will allow them to get the spike down, though, and play out this 2 versus 3, where again, it's Aspas trying to get proactive, take a forward angle.
Yeah, tucked in Halls here. Nice Nova Pulse. Trent going to be out of the game. He's been stunned and hindered for much of the round so far, but it's up to Shenum now in a 1 versus 3. Trent opens around beautifully on Cortezia and closes it off with Shenum falling.
MIBR had their moments where they could have tried to garner back an advantage, but G2 do a nice job playing that patiently, allowing some time for Leaf to work that flank after this early kill onto Cortezia was found. Highly impactful, that one.
One enemy remaining.
And Aspas caught trying to get that. Whoa, which one is that one called? Saturation.
Saturate?
Yeah, yeah. Saturate. Ah, yes.
Definitely your forte, this, isn't it? Aspas obviously made use of that ultimate there, and it did hit 2 people, right? But there's no need to run up. He just wanted a chance to get a plant down. G2 slow in that round, happy to stall things out as much as they could with that Teo util and allow for a wrap from Leaf.
Standard opening here from MIBR yet again, where you just place that Astra recall star over towards B, drone out of it, make sure that pillar is clear, that little corner on the left, no one's tucked there either, so we can get this free B space.
Clearly they're still cleaning the blood of Leviathan out of Verno's jersey. As Aspas wants to inch forward. Okay, Lightspeed gets him into Halls now. Will be stopped briefly by his team's own fragment.
This is a pretty cool way to take back Halls. You can get so much distance with that Lightspeed dash, pop flash from your KO into Halls. G2 haven't been playing there. If someone had, they probably would have gotten caught. It's a setup for full retake.
It's hard to make use of that dash out in the open because you can't do what Jet does and dive into a cloudburst, for example, but to dive into cover, it's totally fine. Jorgamo, gee, if you're going to issue a challenge for Aspas to play Waylay, you better make sure you're allowed to do it yourself, buddy. On the Oru still. Hatzing finds the timing, or does he know Valen's ready for it? Oh my goodness, he emerges and Aspas just disintegrates. Verno sheepishly trying to backtrack here up towards Long, and Jorg gets himself up on the box. He'll find one. Cortezia's able to answer at the very least here, and the Young Gun's done his job. Surely Verno tries to hang, but Valen will have this one unraveled.
Yeah, it might be how they attempt to commit their utility there to fight forward. We saw Arsen's point of view. Those salvos force the players and link back so he can try to get forward, take the fight, but unfortunately just loses out to Valen, who then, after that second domino, fast shot takes down Aspas. That makes the retake all too easy, and at that point with the util expended, the spike not planted for long.
I'm frying these kids, bro.
They're pretty much fried. They have no missiles for the spike, nothing.
I mean, it's beautiful for Valen. Like that retake from him, I think punishes the push. I think Cortezia or someone pushed him there in towards Link and then immediately dominated Aspas there, who hasn't found a frag since round number 2. So it's been a couple quiet ones now in a row. But again, there's a discussion, I think, about what Waylay's intended to do, because, you know, she definitely makes that space when she's able to dash in there, but sometimes it can feel like Neon that you are creating space in order just to get traded. Aspas gets into halls, maybe allows for a plant, but then G2 usually have a mechanism with which to move back in, start to retake. VALORANT can also use like Nova Pulse to get a stun off. Jorgamo, of course, working from top of tower as Yoru. And there's always a possibility of a late reflank by someone like Leaf.
I love that G2 immediately are able to adapt to what they expect MIBR to do, how strong their site execs are going to be with this comp that they're running. It's an MIBR team that back in Kickoff were playing all of the standard old stuff, mixing in a little bit of double duelist
They're
here and
playing
there.
Sky comps still, right?
But now coming into stage 1, having that time off, that break, while G2 were busy grinding away, trying to win Bangkok and coming up just so short. You know, this MIBR team, they've been able to reinvent themselves a bit.
Hudson on the call. He's been a difference maker here for this MIBR team, who they've just invested in these 4 young players around Aspas. Now, though, it's a bit of an awkward buy in this round. They do have a null command to work with, so they might get within striking distance to try and fast hit this. They've got a Guardian, and Cortezi did bring a Vandal in.
Now some Razorvine lineups as well, so no players from G2 can flood back in when the site hit comes through.
Ooh, awkward. No sheer wall trigger either. They didn't set the wall off. So there's even more stall still here for G2 once this Razorvine is cleared. And there's also some setup in halls in case Aspas tries to go there again.
And here comes that second wave of utility. Aspas is just caught in the Razorvine, can't move. Really wants to work back halls. Hasn't found success there yet.
Okay,
feels like it's only a matter of time, though.
He's cleared it. Here's Artisy now playing pretty close with the Bucky, of course. Jorgum over towards Heaven. Here's that Cosmic Divine getting thrown down by MIBR. Now G2 have to consider how they make their way back in, and it might be behind this Steel Garden. Flash their way in. Artisy down, decayed. And it's going to be Jorg getting picked off. Verner's able to find a shot kill. Cortezia in the corner with that single hero rifle. And up close, Artisy tries to go to work with the Bucky. He's good for 1. And Professor P has to limp away. There's nothing to do, and a Cosmic Divine committed here by G2.
MIBR just finding so much value there from Shenum popping that wall off, denying all of those choke points, entering back in from G2. So challenging. And then realistically, how much value does a Steel Garden actually get in that situation? A lot of the players just had pistols anyhow.
I mean, Verno used the pistol he walked into the round with to find that first kill. Had the Sheriff in hand. G2 just so unfavored having to swing that Divide.
What? Oh man, what was that shot? That's essentially just a pre-fire. On the angle prediction swing through top. That's vile from Verno. And it's these crossfires that they've been trying to set up multiple rounds in a row now, finally bearing some fruit after being pretty much ultimately dismantled by set big retakes from G2.
Yeah, it's that 2-player play out of Link for G2 that's been quite successful, right? That's why VALORANT was saying, I'm kind of frying these kids right now. He's working that part of the map with Trent. They're able to make their way onto the side, smoke it, play, you know, for a defuse, and they know that MIBR gets forced out to be long. But if you are not able to force MIBR out of the site, right? If you're dealing with these entrenched anchors in the post part on the attack side, like Cortezia was in that corner, or Verno, things get a little dicier. You've got some flash util to work with, but ultimately you don't know what's on the other side of that Cosmic Divide. You are flying blind, essentially.
It's cool to see how MIBR are using that util to get that forward space, fight into Link, take some of those very, very aggro deep positions where you can catch a G2 off as they're setting up for the retake. Finding success there, forcing them onto the eco after G2 string 2 nice rounds together. Crush MIBR's economy, totally flipped now.
The last time we saw MIBR on this map, it was 40 rounds of VALORANT against Sentinels in that lower final. The one map they won in that series, an absolute marathon. We'll see if this one heads in a similar direction. So far, these two teams are locked in place now, heading into the 6th round. Still a bike here for some of G2, but it's ugly. They are definitely trying to save up for their next. Sheriffs and Stinger.
Maybe at some point, someone from G2 will be willing to try and push up towards B, but it's such a risk. MIBR just committing the stealth drone to taking that space at the beginning of every round, and you'd hate to be Jaw if you get caught by the suppress with it, can't teleport out in time.
It's pretty telegraphed, though. You definitely hear it coming. But, yeah, that 0 point is a little bit harder to react to.
Don't miss me too.
Okay, Aspas. Getting ready just with that refract popped. If he has to back out, then he will. But he's taken a lot of space here and seen nothing.
Man, this time G2, they do want to anchor the sight on this Eco Jaw, hoping that Aspas will dash past and he can kill someone behind him, or just shoot Aspas right in the back and Artsin as well.
Yeah, null command active, but Jorgum is more than happy to fight with the Classic, and Trent has himself a Vandal. It's down to 2, but Artsin is on his hands and knees. Inferno's praying that somebody can come to the rescue. Oh, buddy, that is a dirty Thrifty. There's a Singer, there's a couple of Sheriffs. That is it. Jorgum hiding in the corner with a Classic.
A lovely adjustment from G2 there out of the timeout for the first time, really setting up crossfires, anchoring on B, taking more of a risk here. This position from Jaw, though, really is excellent. You've seen several rounds in a row now. Aspas is just going to use the light speed, go deep into halls, far forward, and if he doesn't check that left side, which is you can't really do, he'll be able to shoot the next player coming through. I mean, at that, he even gets Aspas in the back, cool, but you know, that intended target was Artsin the whole time.
Joel gets to move up to an op now. Aspas! He did. He took a face full of damage there on that swing. Down to a paltry 22.
And the 0 point connects onto Leaf. They won't have to deal with any Razor Vines right now. Do MIBR try to hit the gas before they get stuck? Yeah, they want to.
They've got to go for it now. While that suppression is in effect, they've got to make this happen. Leaf gunned down by Aspas. The light speed gets him up to the high ground and he refracts back out of the fight now. Still no plant. So time being bought for G2 to filter back into position here as that Armageddon comes through.
At the moment, there's still a minute on the clock for MIBR. They can try to slow the pace of the game here. Maybe cut noise, wait for someone on G2 to peek out, try and punish, and then go for the re-hit.
Flashing oneself onto the angle with the operator is, well, it's audacious. Here's the Steel Guard on active now. Arc Rose the flash, though Jorgum is able to find the shot, and Trent's happy to play it with the Sheriff. Verno and Artisan get their hands dirty, though. This is getting ugly, but Jorg's found yet another one of the shorty. We'll put Shannon to bed.
I felt like I was watching G2 win another eco round, man. 3 of them had their guns taken away by the Steel Garden, but the crossfires were, again, so effective. I really liked how MIBR played that round in the macro, taking advantage of the 0 point connection onto Leaf. I mean, sickening entry from Aspas off the light speed up top. The Jaw goes nuclear.
There's a lot to be said about thinking about using a Steel Garden against a team who just thrifted you because they're still holding those Sheriffs. You don't always have the ability just to buy an extra Sheriff to make sure you're still strong in the Steel Garden. So the timing there for MIBR kind of put them against still pretty good weapons.
Now it's 4 Sheriffs for MIBR. We're trying to press up towards mid, where they have not particularly put much emphasis. It's been just straight up executes until this point.
Aspas has had 1 frag since round 2. Getting quiet on that front as he looks to try and work his way into Art. Jorg is going to see this, but a wide swing and then a refract. Aspas gets out of jail.
Oh my god, I mean, milliseconds on that refract to keep his life. Go for more, but Jaw makes it look effortless as always.
A slick adjustment there, upward from Jorgamo to catch Aspas out. Now it's going to be a main push here for MIBR, but this is going to be seen. Jorgamo runs into all of them now with the Dimensional Drifter, so MIBR know they're on a clock. There's going to be pressure from G2 in the Plaza direction momentarily. So there has to be a play. Nova Pulse comes down, but it's only on a clone. Jonah P tucked in the corner as Jorg's already able to find the opener, and Trent gets a nice little pick off there with that salvo, and here it is, the push into Plaza, as predicted. And Cortesia, he's alone with the Sheriff. This town ain't big enough for him and the rest of G2, I suspect. Not much to do. Yeah, there it is. I heard G2 counting down the swing on stage there. They knew what they had to do.
That's 3 rounds in a row out of the timeout where G2 have been so proactive at setting up really immaculate crossfires, excuse me, in the site. To the extent even that we saw, this was nuts, that timing is wild, but to the extent that we saw Jonah even just stood in a salvo forward. This is his own teammate, so he wasn't taking much damage, but it just enables G2 to lock down the site with absolute ease.
Quietly, Trent's having an excellent game so far. In fact, a lot of what he's been able to do has been on those B-side holds, right? The retakes alongside Valen. The 2 of them have been hugely impactful, but the Teo util has been on point. You saw it there. Artezine is awkwardly jumping from side to side as he gets that onto that A site. It's just easy pickings for Jorg. And that was just the only option MIBR had at that point, just to try and hit that site fast because they knew they'd been spotted by the dimensional drift of Jorgamo.
I want to say that quietly, Trent is having a phenomenal game so far. It's really been a summary statement for G2 over 2025. This man has been on a level that we haven't really seen, frankly, since his debut with the Guard, where he was the standout star of this, at the time the Guard, now G2 roster. And in 2025 has surpassed that star level that he was at then. Whether it's him or Leaf, those have been the silent killers on this team, while Jaw's the one who's really making all of the noise, all of the flashy plays, the spectacle player.
5-3 is the score heading into the 9th. Looks like here will be a play towards A main. The 0 point comes in early, ideally to stop some of this hindering util.
Yeah, you just want to know if the defense is going to try to fight for A main. But that has just not been G2's prerogative.
No.
They've been playing slow, now adjusting to setting up a lot of crossfires, hard anchoring the sites instead of playing full retakes. But yeah, it's not been particularly aggro from them.
No, it's a token-guided salvo just to force MIBR to actually stay honest and re-clear this area properly. But G2 are not trying to move in and populate that zone after they clear it with Teho util early. Right between the eyes, folks. Shadow now to also make his way in towards Art. Aspas got pretty deep onto that A side there, but now refracting out. MIBR definitely in a good position to hit this, as G2 want to give it up and play that full retake. 0 point came in and forced Leaf back even further.
Yeah, it's time for G2 to play this as the textbook illustrates. No risks, into the 5-on-4, full retake. MIBR, though, it's on them to now get more proactive, find somewhere to even things up, and it might be Shenum who's about to be in this 1 versus 2.
This time he's aware of the push through Plaza. Last time he wasn't ready for it. Unfortunately, he cannot win out against Jonah. He had a 1 versus 1 there. And here's G2 just looking classy on these retakes. Aspas can only do so much, and Trent ends it with the shorty. It's up to young Verno. Somebody who embraces nonchalance as an existential imperative. Unfortunately, the cool, calm, collected won't work for you there.
That's not what MIBR say. They say he's the most vocal, most excited player.
And I don't believe them. I don't believe them.
I'm going to take pride in his word that his high school Spanish has got him communicating. That take of Art was really cool, by the way. I've never seen that haunt. It was hitting a nice little glide off the wall. Shenum was like, where's this thing landing, bro? I've never seen that
Just
before.
gaping at it until he has the chance to shoot at it. Okay, should be the same here for G2, so nothing too special in A main, probably just the Teho util. Yep, as prescribed. And then really emphasis on this link in this Art area for G2, right? They really just want to deny any access through there.
I do love how active G2 have been at mixing these setups up, especially once you get the operator into the mix with Jaw and the ability to teleport around the map.
Why they're playing as if there's a null command coming. It's not this route, but they are so far back off the site here.
Stealth Drone gets significant info for MIBR, who now want to get into this site.
Okay, they're getting active now. G2 starting to filter into the site. Here's a convergent path that come down. Aspas, though, doesn't look to make use of the speed buff, just tucks himself into dugout. G2 have to re-clear this. They're not going to be ready for it, though. Clone comes through. Aspas, dangerous here. Salvo comes through, and yeah, well, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now over towards Art, though, some action.
Shenum gets his.
Shenum playing a little bit further back this time. It's actually a little awkward for Trent, who's trying to fight his way out here with that special delivery. We are in the post plant here, and G2 have to make the move, but Jorg has an op. Up on the side, properly playing aggressively, but now he's all alone. Brought down in the end. G2, decent run of rounds put together, but MIBR this time pull up their socks and hit the A side.
They're really able to maneuver around the map in the post plant and try and take the fights to G2. They were doing that on the B site by trying to get in towards Link. In this instance, fighting over towards Art, Tessie getting that kill, and then the team are just able to swing back together. They are really relentless in these post plants once they get the spike down.
Young Shenum's a really important player here in playing in an important position because G2 are giving up A and then late reflanking through Plaza. And Shenum is the one that's normally playing top Art in those situations. Tough position to be in. This time, though, no aggression early A main. It's towards Art, where G2 are actually holding this quite lightly. Now the null command comes in.
And with that coming in, Leaf is actually out of the radius. So we see Talon A is still active. Armageddon forcing Artisan forward.
Okay, Razorvine is there. Artisan is on the side now, but needs some backup, but it comes a little bit too late there. Artisan going to be brought down. What's the plan for the rest of this MIBR team? It's Verno next up with the spike close by, but they're worried about the push through water. There's nothing coming from there, though.
Yeah, MIBR, they're trying to take the time. They need to get to the spike at some point. The Prowler's just adding further delay, yeah.
Okay, Aspas does pick it up. Even though there's a grab wheel that comes in, it's just a little too late. Now they want to try and extract themselves here, but look at Jorgamo.
Okay, I just discovered a new spam angle. Didn't know you could do that. Should have taken some damage through the wall there out of absolutely nowhere. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's this positioning from Jaw that's allowing the rest of G2 to stay focused over towards the A site as the time is dwindling. They know that it's going to come in over here eventually. I mean,
it has to be A.
I suppose they could be worried about a pivot from MIBR towards Link, though it's unlikely. Here's the Armageddon.
Oh, buddy, he's got nowhere to go. Oh, the guy at Salvo comes down.
That's the state of the game. If you ever needed a more clear-cut example,
precise gunplay, and I won't hear anything else about it, Wyatt. We're going to 4v4 now in the post plant. MIBR carpet bomb that A side of the map and into dugout now. G2 have snuck a couple players up onto A itself. Jorg, this late flank, making use of the clone. Cortesia clears it, but Aspas has gone down. Jorg does lose the duel in A main. Now G2 still have 3 to work with. Can they get into Art? Can they work this defuse? There's still the issue of Cortesia here playing this really passive angle, but G2 have crossed to Art. Time is short. Chenom on this corner, looking for a swing. Finds Jonah P, but it's going to be a trade now. Trent's going to try and stave him off. His lead gets it to half. Chenom is going to shut this down, and he does. 3 off the round, and Leaf only gets to half. It's a 1-round game.
Excellent clutch from Chenom, the rookie coming in this year.
I told you he was important in his position.
On Pearl in kickoff. In the lower final was the man who dragged MIBR over the finish line against Sen. This is just absurd. You're simply not even playing a game at that point. There's no reason to even put your hand on your keyboard.
It looks like a raid boss fight mechanic, honestly. It's rough. The 4 is lava. All right, last round of the half here. And you'll notice a Cosmic Divide up here. Jorgamo also 1 orb will give him that dimensional drift, crucial for that mid-round info.
The prior Cosmic Divide that we saw early in this half from Chenom essentially netted an entire round win for MIBR. Here it is in the same position. This time earlier, just to take the site in a safe manner. 0 point connecting onto Valen, so he's not even going to take any kind of risk. Straight up 5-on-5.
Valen, though, can set up a retake wall with his own Cosmic Divide and hit this site, right?
Yeah, and there it is. And in addition to that, they have a dimensional drift in Jaw to try and get some info on the flank.
I love this. They're pushing off the site. Steel Garden's active. Valen stuck in the corner. I guess it was a shorty. Nothing to be done about it. Here's that retake Cosmic Divide, but MIBR have control of tower. Now, G2 forced into the role of attacker here from the same positions to boot. They're on the wrong side of the retake wall. They can't make use of this Astra ultimate right now as Cortesia and Zenom able to bring them down. It's all up to Trent here, and he is nowhere near the action. Clean execution, flawless round for MIBR to end the half. And tell you what, folks, we have ourselves a game.
A final round that beautifully illustrates the game plan from MIBR to continue playing relentlessly after they've got the spike down, finding the timing to push through the wall to kill Valen, who was relegated to simply using the shorty off the Steel Garden. Excellent decision, and then that immediate pivot back to fight towards Link. All those flankers, who cares? We're just fighting forward as a unit. I really like how MIBR have decided to play those post plants. It's the big reason to me that they've been able to keep even on the scoreboard.
Genuinely sick game so far. Been fascinating to see how these two teams want to throw down. 2 of the best in Americas going at it on Pearl. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, second half will be kicking off with G2 on the attack.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
brilliant post-plant push off the side by MIBR that turns G2's Cosmic Divide against them and forces them into a really awkward spot. At the end of those 12 rounds, we have a tied game, folks. Pearl is delivering. There's a lot of moving parts here, but these two teams are seriously throwing down.
MIBR intending on doing something active in mid as G2 put the emphasis on A main control, recovering the orb, and they sniffed this out. They're ready to fight, refight into mid.
Jono able to check that now. Have to fight for this. Artazine steps up, but there's no spacing there. No one really follow up on that at all.
And hoping that he wouldn't be running into an actual horde of G2. Wanted to take an honest 1v1, but a dishonest 2v1 is the result of his death.
Yes, let's blame it on G2. Yeah, very, very good, very good. I like a bit of projection. Plaza reacquired by G2, but they have left, of course, VALORANT over towards that A side of the map. And expect the game to slow down a little bit here, folks. If G2 go on the attack side, they're a little more methodical, and they're likely to want to choke MIBR out of options.
And juxtaposed to the MIBR comp, they have better info gathering with their initiators as well, having the Fade in the mix, so they can take their time exploring Link and Art in the mid rounds, which is something that MIBR couldn't always afford to do, just having that stealth drone.
Okay, so Seas goes into the back there towards dugout. It needs to be repopulated. Cortesi is going to step up, and Verno is going to be the one that finds the opener. Spike plant interrupted here. Sheer wall activated, but the rest of G2 will be able to filter into the site now. Is Cortesi a bit of an issue, though? No, they haven't been able to dig him out of dugout.
Out in the open, shot down, headshot from Cortesia.
It's a big one now, down to 3 RG2, but that spike is down. They're a little staggered hero towards his A side, though, as Jorgmite wants to take a swing. Good damage. Verno, Cortesia, very, very low. The guided salvo comes in, and Trent will flatten Cortesia. And a noble end to someone who's had a great round. Cortesia will fall, and it's all down to Aspas.
That is sick. You can't be getting away with that.
You can leave your respect at the door. This is the Kaiju battle for the ages. Jorgmo and Aspas will throw down.
The ultimate spectacle player. That is just silly, to be honest. It's cool, but it's so silly. Come on, man. This flick onto Shenum was insane, though. That was a pivotal moment for real, because Shenum had been taking his time, working through Art. It was going to be that late nail in the coffin for MIBR. After playing a really good defense, all of that utility that they sent out on the spike tap to find that kill, cause delay, was excellent. It is the star power of G2 bringing them over the finish line in that instance, getting them the advantage in the second half.
This flashy G2, it's a lot of fun to watch now. Quite the evolution for this team. A main control taken, orb control secure. Jorgmo 2 away from Dimensional Drift. And of course, diligently, Leaf is watching the push into Plaza, unless Cortesia gets an itchy trigger finger. Okay, well, be that way sometimes, Mr. Aspas.
That's tough. Immediately shut down. That was the one weapon for MIBR. Aspas loves to get that round two Marshall. Sometimes they even go crazy and invest, try to get him an outlaw when they have some cash.
So Verno here just ready with some stall util. 0 point here could also be a bit awkward for G2. It's really about timing for Artazine. Okay, surely about now. Pop that. Still, this util's going to come on in. The Teo util from Verno is going to slow G2 up. But Link's already got an activator there over towards Link. Artazine wants to challenge this into smoke. And he gets riddled with bullets. Genom here ready. Flash doesn't really go off as Arcros is blocked there by Nebula. And Leaf is still able to cut him down to size. Cortesia. Now there's one here. Jonah P will kick him out the round.
A bit of damage done, but ultimately pretty irrelevant. The best guns still carried over by G2. We were beginning to take lead in the second half. So far, this game delivering on the promise of our first kickoff seed winner, G2 versus the third seed, MIBR. And looking at the time in the offseason to keep improving on this new young roster.
And looking at how Sentinels are looking right now, this could be our number 2 team, one that's shaping up. I mean, Crew also looked pretty good here, but a lot to get excited about if you're an MIBR fan.
Yeah, there's so much influx right now at the top of the scene. Obviously, early days in Stage 1, so we don't really know where to rank teams at this point.
First gun round, MIBR, excuse me, actually initially want to fight for this A main position, but it's a bit of a ruse. Also, it helped sold here by Jorgmo gate crashing out. Looking for that link control. Dimensional Drift, though, does spot Artazine pretty instantly. They know he's there.
Just the speed that he's able to gain info for the team. they don't actually pivot into the full B execute G2. They didn't have the timing to do it with their players still working up B main, and now, I mean, it's control in B main, a re-explore through Art, but a valuable kill found through the smoke from Cortesia. Really throws a spanner in the works. G2 had fantastic map control.
They got this A control though, just as MIBR want to explore up main. Jaw and Leaf, I think, have snuck in here. Oh, they're going to get pincered here. MIBR in a bit of a dangerous spot. Arspas might be aware of it now as that horn got cleared. Genom knows he can't run back over towards the site now, but he can rely on Arspas to get the job done. He finds one. Genom gets involved, and G2 are getting shot in the back of the head as now Jorg is surrounded. His bonus round not going the way they would have liked.
That was just a beautiful call from Arspas, Genom, whoever made it to retake that A main control as he shuts down the last. Nothing for Jaw to do. That mid-round pivot, though, to understand that the A split was inevitably coming. Let's take this 2v2 forward, little bait and switch. Genom the one to break the Prowler, so Arspas can get that free swing onto Trent, catch him with the util out, and then they double face onto the second player. That is just some excellent fundamental play on display there from MIBR.
I think
must-win round keeps their economy alive.
The pickup of flowers there, I think, by Verno, crucial there as well to break what looked like it would be a bit of a pinch. Okay, are we up against the barrier now? G2, though, really just sort of postured here early round and then backed out, gate crashed away, you name it. They have left a couple stars in their wake. They look like they're going to be recalled, except for the gravity well.
Huge util commitment from G2 to take this space. They want to just excel into the site.
There might be a timing here for Jorg. Getting into Link, he's into Art now, and Artisan's going to go back and check it, but Jorg has the line. He's going to be able to sneak down so far. Genom's got to be careful. He can be cleared from this position with Taeho Yuta when it comes back online, but Link gets it done the old-fashioned way. Again, another lurk through Link pays off for G2.
Very straightforward, fast round thrown into the mix from G2, who typically are known for playing very slow-paced, sensible, well-called attack side rounds where they give VALORANT ample time to really flex his IGL muscles, but sometimes you want to just throw something in the mix that the other team are not going to expect. It also helps too when VALORANT gives them a taste of their own medicine on that round, gets a free kill through smoke straight away to enter into the site. Can't be too mad at that.
And I just love just the timing that Jorg's able to find there. It's really nice. And that's probably the beauty in this G2 team and how they've become more multifaceted since adding him to the roster, right? It's an element that they kind of meet Jorg in the middle. It's his aggression and their sort of composure and their methodical nature. They kind of find a balance. And Jorg's able to just do that, just look for opportunities when there otherwise might not be one.
That's what we've been talking about G2 for so long. They could get that X-Factor player. Take them into that next echelon. We know that they could be one of, if not the best team in the world. They were so close to proving that at Bangkok, just barely falling short. Up 12-10 on the final map against C1.
Don't remind me, dude.
Back. No, but there's always questions after those events. When the teams come back to play the stage, are they going to continue being in that good form? Are they exhausted while the other teams have been prepping in scrims? They don't know what to expect. While teams like MIBR have been able to watch everything they do. At that, they're already mixing it back up. New comp on Pearl, straight away from G2. You love to see the effort being put in from them, how dynamic this team has become.
Okay, this time now it's a pretty known and noted push over towards Art here. Bit of back and forth, but Leaf does at least secure the trade. Now he's again aware of a pushback in towards Plaza. That won't be coming, and G2 start to extract themselves here from this A main.
Arspas has been embedded fairly far forward over on B, taking that initial contact and has the ability to just use the light speed, dash away very quickly to safety in the B site. And it's this passive info gain from him that's got MIBR focused over towards A. You can even see they have the shear. That's
look at this
Link.
Is this re-clear of Link here by Leaf into water? Oh, he's going to find Cortesia. Okay, got it. But elsewhere, things work out. MIBR have Arspas pushed up. He's able to find the frag, and he might want to stick around here. Saturate going to be thrown out.
30 seconds left.
He does have the ability to refract should he need to, and he does. Oh, body straight into the Venn diagram of murder. You hate to see it. Now Bernard's going to pick up the tower position a little bit low. It does have a salvo to disrupt the plant.
They're low as well. Is the time. VALORANT's going to take a fair amount of damage. It might just go down, and he does, so we're into the 2-on-2.
The stones on that guy to stick it. My goodness. Now, a bona fide 2 versus 2. it's still Leaf going poking around towards Link.
At the moment, Trent has no utility. His salvos haven't cycled back up yet, so maybe MIBR can do something within this window.
There's a crossfire here, though, for the attackers, excuse me. Leaf and Trent can play off. It's low, direct by Leaf. Bullet straight to the throat. And now it's Shenham in the unenviable position of having to walk up, but he consults his gods briefly before Trent deals him a mortal blow. Now G2 starting to stretch this lead a little more.
That was such a snappy adjustment from Leaf to find that initial kill. Sick individual play from him. One of the other G2 players and just players in Americas in general that's been at the top. His run through Kickoff
in the middle of the open.
was
Because I might have to.
outrageous. These guys are getting silly. They're feeling good. And why not?
Yep.
The second half, already taken 4 rounds. They've got the pressure on MIBR, who are going to be forced into an awkward bye after this timeout from Coach Fraud.
G2 really, I mean, looking down, I mean, it's great to see what Leaf has been able to manufacture for them just in these, little explorations across the map at times. I think about 2 rounds, like Jorg finds that timing on Artazine over towards that art direction. Able to catch Aspas out on that B long in that previous round as well, and has been taking extreme pleasure in, commanding Trent to blow them up with his guided salvos. Good looks, got every reason to feel upbeat if you're G2, but Coach Josh will never let them get ahead of themselves here. Rattling some orders down the line. 3 more rounds to close this game out. It's still a timeout in hand for G2 should they need it. We're going to jump in here and we see Aspas has taken up the operator.
Taking up the operator on a round where MIBR really can't afford a phenomenal buy around it. And they've just got a Stinger, all regen armors. What can Shenham even bring into this realistically? So it's going to be on the back of their star duelist, who's been at the top of the world for years. In this world champion versus world champion, all-time great duelist main showdown.
Given he has the op, Aspas is not going to push up B early in the round. He's going to note the fact that there are some Astra stars in play. Here comes Jorgdo, might want to make a fast push of it. Horn thrown out. Aspas, of course, behind these boxes won't be effective, but he has to post up on this angle somehow, and he has to do so without getting ruined.
Yeah, exactly. And there's not really much setup for him to get on that. There's not a great flash.
He just has to.
Could be sent out by Cortesia. Yeah, that is really the one option he's got.
And there's nothing to see. This is the methodical G2 kicking in at a time like this. And Aspas has made use of that refraction.
Yeah, they're not going to give him an inch. And they know when that Arc Rose is popped after the Nebula drop that someone is taking an angle. Let's just stay hidden. Let's make them think we're not actually over towards B. And then we're going to go there for the real execute late into the round after this noise cut.
There's a gate crash. This is awkward for Aspas now. Nightfall comes in. Verno going to be affected to look to back away, try and buy some time. A tight angle for Aspas, but he threads the needle. It's traded though. Jorgamo gets into the site. Cosmic Divide deployed here by G2. There is a retake wall for Zenom that he can throw down. But G2 now can swarm over this B site and his crossfires can be set up.
Leaf has rotated. He's made it over to the team. Does Jaw want to flash in through? Yeah, it looks like he wants to fight through this. Playing in the one way.
Where are we? Arc Rose, you can hear it being thrown down. That is a G2-1, so a little bit awkward for the players in towards Link, and Jorg is tucked up on this corner. All right, suppression here on Jorg, little awkward. Doesn't seem to matter though. 3 for him for the round. It's going to have to be enough as Lee tries to spray through the box, but Shenham, the one sheriff in the round, gets some value. It's going to be up to Valen, and Artscene will put a stop to him. MIBR dig their claws in and maintain a foothold on Pearl.
That seemed absolutely unrecoverable. Leaf, who on the prior round was hitting the snappiest of headshots, sloppy with that
just
spray
drops
down.
the spaghetti.
And ultimately punished to the max for it. Artsin, who's been a hero for this team, really a standout. Slow to start, but coming to life in a round that keeps MIBR alive. This last duel win off the tap, expecting the swing, snap onto Valen, beautiful. For the IGL, for the Brazilian team.
And that was the economy for MIBR, just teetering in the balance. That could have been curtains for them right there. An important round to win. They stay alive in this game. They keep the operator. Big ultimates on line 2.
And now it feels like out of thin air, they've manifested a round that could be a game winner in the future. They have multiple ultimates to play with against a G2 who are now on the precipice of having their own economy broken.
It is teetering.
Fake teleport.
Although, Dimensional Drift available here for Jorgamo. It is going to be important for that information. And tucked here is, couple tough rounds in a row for Leaf.
Time to slam your desk. It's when you get punished. Just a sick timing that you can't predict like that.
It's enough to make you wilt. Jorg here sees plenty. And are you going to actually do this? Yep, he sticks it over towards water. Okay. Jorg is deep behind enemy lines. Hey, looking to unravel Aspas here, who's still over at tower.
MIBR have a sense for it. Immediately after he got out of the Dimensional Drift, Shannon was looking for him. He might just get pinched.
He's made noise. He's made sound. The jump, the dash, the dodge. Dip, duck, dive, and dodge. Eventually gets brought down. Convergent pass, active Aspas with that speed boost now, but going to be spotted out by this fade util. Trent bowls him over. Here's the Armageddon over the site, but all of G2 are tucked in towards Halls, except for Jonah, who has it off angle. Still no plant. 20 seconds left to play in this round.
And Verno still has the missiles, by the way, as the plan is coming in, and Trent has to stick this.
He has Armageddon now, surely. VALORANT able to bring Artazine down, but Trent falls, and there it is. A little bit chaotic, a little messy.
A little bit. There might be an understatement to the attempt from MIBR to go for the convergent paths. Armageddon combo on the site.
I mean, they just don't expect.
He is just smashing his keyboard.
He's bongo cat on that keyboard right now.
He's hitting everything he's got. This is what kicked it off, though, and I would not blame Leaf if I look over at the stage and he's punched a hole through his monitor. It is so frustrating you die like that, man.
He's just more level-headed than that, right? You can see the look on his face, though. You can see it hurt, but good recovery. Jorgamo appearing in the midst of MIBR spawn definitely threw a wrench into the works, but now we have a one-round game, and it's a timely timeout for Josh RT. The money for G2 is pretty dire. It's going to be a Stinger Sheriff round from them at best. Trent did develop an Armageddon after planting the spike in the previous round, but never had the space, the time, the wherewithal to make use of it.
Perhaps an opportunity here. An ultimate like that, when you're finding maybe a cheeky kill to open things up, you're getting the spike down. Even though you have stingers, let's go for the risk. Let's send it. We could definitely expect right now Josh RT is giving G2 an idea as to what they could bring out on this round, where they're intending on bringing stingers into it, and then further than that, of course, when we get to the full buy round. But that should be one worth two for MIBR. They should be able to tie things up 10-all. Couldn't ask for a better showing from these two teams. The first time they've actually gone up against each other in 2025. Two of the teams that we knew would be at the top of the Americas scene. They are delivering.
And this is a slightly newer look from G2 on this map as well, right? In the past, we've been seeing them run the chamber out on this map here. Different looks for them, and of course MIBR. I mean, they brought the Waylay in here, so.
A very different look as well. Looks like we're getting right into that early A fight. We've seen this before, but neither team has really committed before. It's just this util exchange. Well, I think, one man on a mission. VALORANT has taken all the space.
Okay, so now he'll be tucked. Do MIBR expect that at all? No way. Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding me! There's more where that came from. Those items going to move on this corner. No, it's two! It could have been more, I swear! 56 health for Verno, and this is falling apart for MIBR. It's a Stinger and Sheriff round.
That is not how the game is intended to be played.
A VALORANT of all people!
When we see that on Leaf's point of view, I'm going to be sick to my stomach, Mitch. That's not what's supposed to happen.
Now that Armageddon for Trent becomes a lot more relevant, because there is a plant to be had here. Jonah P is going to make sure of it. Guardian now picked up. Phantom as well. Artazine falls, and it's down to Verno, who just says, there is nothing to do here. Not a damn thing.
What a flattening round for MIBR that comes off the back of a tiny error with massive implications.
The most rascally, ratty moment there from VALORANT.
Not cleared by the drone. Oh, listen, with all the util that's exchanged, I understand the thought of, ain't no way someone's pushed up this close. But still, you just have to check it when you're running around that corner.
Okay, I mean, what a time to mix around like that. Are we thanking Anders for that? I'm not sure.
We'll be thanking new G2 strategic coach Anders.
Oh man. Okay. Well,
come on.
What a thrifty round, and what a time to find it.
How is he getting the second? Just so slow to trade, and that, I just...
He's on the move, he's locomoting.
Come on, man. That was my... I think he just recreated what I did.
Bro, literally skidded around the corner on his heelys, bro. Okay. Okay, well, precise gunplay. Precise gunplay. What we'd like to see, here's G2. This time, you conditioned your opponents now to have to spend more resources on re-clearing A main. Oh, buddy.
That was a 4-man connection with the 0 point that was thrown by Artzin.
MIBR have every reason to expect the worst of G2 here. And once again, they've tucked the Astra.
I like this double face setup from MIBR. If anyone on G2 explores a little bit too far, surely they'll be going down with immediacy.
It's very committed. There's no plaza presence for G2, no like anti-flank.
That being said, though, there could be some danger from the Armageddon coming in because it's always going to go towards dugout.
Okay, dugout going to be clear. Joggerman's able to take Zenom down, but traded out instantly. Artazine messed up by all this util, and Valor hits the back of the side. Arcrose is active, but he's going to get ahead of it. And Jonah P will have that plant. Only 3 left to work with, and Aspas has to get in there with an op as well.
It's a high-pressure decision now for MIBR. Do we go for this 3 versus 4, or do we allow G2 to get to 12, and we have to now play for OT?
They don't have a lot to work with.
Exactly that.
Big decision. Valen up close. Cortesi's able to even the odds now, and here comes that steel guard, and Jonah, though, gets the drop on him. Aspas with an op. Verno here? God, he's on the side. He doesn't have the option to get out. Aspas has to slowly try and scale up in A-main control, and he gives himself away. It's up to Leaf. One singular Leaf against the tornado that threatens to wash him away. He's got to take the fight. The challenge! And Aspas wins it out with a classic! They go for the 3 versus 4.
There's no way in hell they're able to bring that back. What was the shot that Verno hit, by the way, in the midst of the Aspas flank? Looked like he connected onto someone jump peeking, maybe? Instant headshot. What a risk to take. Again, it's the pressure of the decision in this situation. Do you go for it, or do you play for OT? They send it.
Oh, he hits the saturate as well on Leaf.
Yeah, you can just...
I got you that time, Vermeer. I got you. I understand all men, but one more left flank.
Same, honestly.
Yeah, same. I was thinking, that's what I was about to say, bro.
I would have said that, honestly, if they asked me. Okay. That is wild. 2 wild rounds back-to-back. MIBR fought their way back into the game with this unprecedented levels of audacity, but it was in reciprocation of what G2 had shown on round 20. So that's the game we have on our hands now, folks. 1 round in it. Artazine, well, we saw what he did with this very weapon on Split in his last game.
Both teams are really suffering economically right now, so you can see the weight that that's going to have on this round win for either team. And as Aspas gets that control towards B, it's forward position from Artzin and Link. Of course, one Prowler could put him in a precarious situation.
Oh, yep. How about a Prowler and a Clone, which he wisely avoids. Artazine here now is just going to say, right, well, I may as well make myself useful here and hold them at bay. Looks like Jorgamo might have gotten ahead of him there and chose to gate crash. Oh, jeez! Okay, Aspas has to get out of there now. Tries to buy himself a little bit of time. The salvos will come down. Smoke comes up. Aspas is clipped by it, but he's still healthy.
Oh, that was such cool pathing by him to dodge the stealth drone, but couldn't take advantage of the good movement by connecting the shot. Artzin wants to get close.
He's always there, bro.
It's a good reposition. Okay. And he's dodging the nightfall.
Still, Trent is trying to check that corner, but Leaf doesn't turn around. He's going to be traded. Artazine, though, gets his with the judge. Jonah with a plant. Aspas here with that refract active, so he has to pull out. Might have seen a little bit there, but didn't have a chance to do much.
Wants to go for the miracle shot. Can't blame him. 2 MIBR players now, though, have a long way to go on the rotate. And Cortezia wants to flank. If you look at the bottom of the minimap there, Trent has his eyes on it with Leaf down.
No sheer wall.
Exactly. Has to be actively keeping his gaze on this flank, and he does spot out Cortezia as the rest of MIBR intend on going in.
That smoke, though, is dissipated in tower, and Aspas is now ready to drop to the ground and fight like his life depends on it. And the map definitely does. Here's Verno dealing with Valen. Trent has to stand tall, but it's just Trent. Jerom going for the defuse. This should be expected.
He's got it
a half. He does fall, though. 3. Oh! No! Gets clipped by it. Now Verno, half, trying to go for the defuse. And Trent in bullets. Are you kidding me?
With just 1 second on the clock, alone, praying that a bullet wouldn't connect to his head, the spam through the double nebula.
Cool, it's a cucumber, of course.
Stone face.
Okay. What are these rounds, man? Look at Aspas gets clipped by this. He thinks it just goes a little too early. To the rescue, of course, is the newest addition. Unreal.
Just 1 second remaining.
Well, if that doesn't get your blood pumping.
Do you think Bruno celebrated in English or Spanish thereafter? Or Portuguese? He speaks Portuguese. Them all. But they said he speaks Spanish, which is kind of like Portuguese. It was the whole thing.
That's a great meme, though. All right, Leaf now trying to make his way. This is new. G2 not really. No. Verno. He doesn't see him crossbite, so Leaf gets his, and Artazine doesn't have enough time to respond. He's also affected by some util there. Might have been Nova Pulsed. Chenom backs away. Steel Garden. Force him onto the secondary, and Jonapi's going to have to plant. Player advantage here for G2. Aspas with an Outlaw, and Verno went down with that Armageddon. Cortezia on this corner, 80 strength, and God, he wins those, doesn't he?
Oh, we have seen the Stinger do insane things in these last few rounds, man. G2 double stacked up on the side. Look at Trent, he is miles away, going for an art reflank late into this round.
Honestly, it might work.
And G2, they are double facing under Cortezia.
Oh, beautiful. Jonapi stacked up here with Fallon. And G2 get themselves to map point. But it is by the skin of their teeth, and they're by no means flush with cash. But for MIBR, it's an even uglier story. They're going to try and stay in the game now. Going to have to with a Stinger, Sheriff, Guardian mix.
I love how they set up this post plant with that double face, knowing that, okay, Cortezia, he's going to be coming through art in this moment. We both have our crosshairs there. The other MIBR players, they're going to be swinging from the right side. Perfect way to dismantle that. You can see the frustration of Coach Frauds. Josh RT kind of keeping his cool on the right there, 1 round away from stealing away the map pick of MIBR.
Oh, wow. Convergent pass popped here by Aspas. Okay, and the Armageddon.
They're just hoping they connected onto a player and would have gotten a free kill. I'm not mad at that play in a round where OT is on the line, map is on the line.
Artazine's got to respect this, though. He has an L command. Shoulder pick, sees now code the Astra util. That's a bit scary. But G2 don't look to try and push into him. He will be allowed to get back.
G2 feel that they have to slow things down. They know that someone on that defensive side from MIBR could be embedded forward in A, playing around the box. So they want to work off of Leaf getting space towards B main at the moment. But MIBR, they kind of have the read on this. They've stacked up in the right place, but they don't think he could be that close.
Finally, some redemption for Leaf. He's been on the receiving end of some rough timings in this game, and he gets a freebie, and what a time for it too.
MIBR, they want to fight in this site. They'll dig their heels and set up his crossfire.
Verno was in between those. Oh, Jorg. Caught out there by that Arc Rose flash.
Excellent Cosmic Divide place with only 20 seconds on the clock. G2 are hard committed to B. All of MIBR are here. They can't even get through this wall. There's too much util.
A plant though for Trent. If he gets it, gives him that Armageddon here. G2 are going to have to swing this wall now with 13 seconds left in the round. Cortezia deals with 1. Verno comes out for 2. It's just Leaf. No time left to plant the spike, and Leaf knows it. Try to lead this round with a shred of dignity is the plan. He's going to go for an attempt. But in comes Artazine. He knows it's chalked, and oh, baby, we're going to extra innings.
What an excellent play there from Chenom to get that Cosmic Divide out at the perfect time. Nebula behind it, just so much delay. And it was that mid-round read as well from MIBR. I'm assuming Artson calling for that. Rotate for his squad over to this site. Understanding that G2 are probably going to hit that after they had taken all of that control of A with the early ultimates expended. Excellent way to get them into OT. Neck and neck game. Both teams are showing out.
So sick from Verno there as well. He's affected by some of those guided salvos. He's able to make his swing and find 2. It's such an important moment. So G2 on the defense side now. So expect faster rounds. As MIBR noses up against the barrier like a kid in a candy store.
Pop flash over the top to fight for A. Pretty standard from your KO, and scaling past those salvos, you can get that timing if you just keep your foot on the pedal.
Plenty of noise being made by G2 there, but it's going to be a Nebula that is recalled.
And we can see, based on the placement of that shear wall from MIBR, straightforward intentions. They want to get into this A site. Aspas, light speed, deep, MIBR, they were finding success on attack by getting the spike down and then fighting forward after the fact.
Exactly, MIBR really want to get in G2's face. They know they like to give up the site and play for a retake, and MIBR get far enough forward to catch them on the wrong foot. And here's that Plaza wrap potential for Cortezea. Oh, buddy, Verno, Artezine, Corpus sees there's a little gap, but no, it's not big enough for both of them. It's a hold me Jack moment there as the Titanic goes down and only one player's left for MIBR in that space, but Artezine will make good on the investment. MIBR go up to 13.
The post-plant play from them is so cool on attack and really putting an emphasis on that distance that the Waylay can cover, how quickly they can get past the site into dugout, fight forward. In this situation, double faces. G2 tried to swing back in. And again, it's this disruption against G2's willingness to play a big set retake style on defense. It's that interruption when G2 are in the transitional moment, setting up, frustration setting in. For Josh RT calling the timeout now. Map on the line.
And it wasn't just Aspas getting deep there onto the A side. Before him, a ton of that util for MIBR was being set that far forward as well. Because they knew that G2 were going to give them space. They were going to back away past Secret, past Flowers, and try and make this retake attempt. I love that adaptation. Great looks. Verno up to 19 and 15 here. Aspas, of course, leading the way, but the newest addition here for MIBR has looked stellar. So solid.
He had some big moments late in the regular time as well, picking up kills, anchoring. You know, it felt like when we were watching MIBR and Kickoff, not just felt like, we know these guys are just scratching the surface. Again, rookie team that Aspas had built. Cortezea, Shenum new to this level to play entirely. First year in the VCT, Artzin not having an opportunity on a top team like this. You knew that it was just the tip of the iceberg. Really becoming, you know, they're really becoming a big threat at this point. Feels funny to say, given they already came in third place.
Only up from there, though, Aspas with their glass cannon operator this round. MIBR looking to take that gamble to secure their map choice of Pearl. G2 no early action A main, a very different look. Passive over towards this Plaza area. Defensive even on this attack side.
Setup has been adjusted from MIBR, and that Razorvine will delay G2 a bit in the link.
They never did this on their attack side. They never cared to move through mid doors. They left it alone entirely, Wyatt. It's a real mix-up, and it's just a fake, right? There's a gate crash out, there's a clone thrown in.
They just want to draw that attention from MIBR over to the left-hand side of the map while they take some presence in a main.
And they can get into art for free because of that, in theory. But do they choose to do so?
Double up of the initiators from MIBR on the A side. They're trying to figure out where they want to play exactly. Do we go forward in A main? No, feels like too much of a risk. Let's pull back to the site. Do we want to re-clear elsewhere? Yeah, let's try and get up into art now. They're trying to find some space to take, and I like this.
Cortezia's re-clearing. Good timing for that as well. Letho finds Verno. It's traded out there over towards R, but here comes Cortezia. Leith heard him. There's an Arcros thrown down, but a beautiful wallbang. There wasn't enough time, and there's Shenom. It's looking dangerous for G2. Jorgamo and Valen against two. It's going to be Jor versus Aspas for the map, potentially.
Yeah, Aspas with the operator still in hand. Not ideal. Slow walk through Flower.
Again, a quick adjustment though. A flick and he'll have it. He sees the gun barrel. Oh, he sees Jor!
Still checks it.
It doesn't get any better than that, folks. Valen now alone. 1v2 on the sites. MIBR doubled up and ready to take this fight. They must have seen Valen cross there. Valen takes it. And there's Aspas! Gira Aspasin to take away Pearl. God, it's got to be one of the best maps we've seen so far in Stage 1. Hard fought for MIBR, continuing to show that this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo, MIBR and crazy overtime games on Pearl. That just seems to be the case with them. They gave us another banger. You know, last week, Jaw said in the post-match interview that all the best jets in the world, they're starting to play Waylay. Well, we got to see that. The best jet in the world, Aspas, on the Waylay. I love what MIBR came into this game with tactically around the agent. The way that they were playing those post-plants when they were on attack, constantly fighting forward for more space, disrupting G2's retakes before they could come in. They had such a strong game plan, works to perfection, but at that, G2 still quality team. They looked good, but man, this MIBR squad, like I said, tip of the iceberg and Kickoff, they're starting to heat up.
You couldn't ask for much more than this. The two of the best teams here in Americas are throwing down, and Haven is around the corner. That is a G2 map pick. So much more to be seen here, folks, so don't go anywhere. We're going to step away for a moment, and Zoe and our desk are going to break down this ridiculous first map.
One enemy remaining.
Paranoia sweeping wide. Jogamo's a menace at this point. Back to multiple players. Now swing inside.
Kizinho pode marotar demais. Vamos ver o time. Escapa da bug. Kizinho leva 3 jogadores. E aí?
Hey-o.
For map 2, I gotta ask you, the team had rounds, they clawed back there, they're looking great, the mental's there. What have you guys been focusing on to make sure this is the case?
I mean, we just have that never give up mentality. Credit to G2, they came out with a really unique game plan. They adapted well after their first pause, but like we were playing a little bit of chess back and forth, you know, where we were trying to adapt what we thought they were going to do and whatnot, but ultimately I think we pulled through with enough rounds on T side and some really good adaptations on defense, especially our retakes to kind of close out the half.
All right, thanks for the insight. Good luck in game 2.
That one went the distance, and MIBR is getting the dub on the board, winning their map pick. Let's talk about how they got it done. Diving straight into the second half, because another game just ending up in a 6-6 scenario in the first half.
That's
so we just literally not even going to talk about it. We're not even going to address this. Let's talk about the second half, though. It was neck and neck. Like, this one was such a close one to call up until the very end.
I mean, Osmos came out the gates on the way like 7-0. And yeah, you know, MIBR had to sweat for those 6 in the first half. I thought they were working really hard. They looked great out there in the first half, grinding out the 6. G2, they were old G2 here. Honestly, the util was on point. They were retaking. They were flooding into the sites really well. But there was just some misplays at the end of the game, and they all went towards MIBR's side.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? Because there were a few of these moments where like G2, like VALORANT's able to get the 2 kills over in main, turn that into a round win. But whether it's those rounds where G2 narrowly steal it back, like Trent down long, killing 2 people in a 1-on-3, but then doesn't have enough bullets to finish off the last guy, like those late round moments were all going to MIBR.
Yeah, there was I saw on the screen in the break, there was someone that tweeted about it where he said that the Leaf whiff on B was at just a very weird time in the game, and it did cost them the game. I think, every player stepped up in their moments. It was a great map of Valorant. MIBR just came up huge in those key moments, and they made the Waylay look really good throughout pretty much the majority of the game, I would say.
What's the takeaway from the opposition then? Is there anything you feel like you can point your finger at? Like, this is what needs to be cleaned up heading into the second map?
For G2, yeah. I would say, again, it's these late round moments that are starting to slip away from them. I think they have the talent. Trent is continuing to perform insanely well coming off of Kickoff, where I think in Bangkok he was the best player for this team. But yeah, it's those sort of chaotic late round moments that were also plaguing them when they played T1 in that finals. Like, how many rounds just barely slipped away from them. That's what's not working on this map. This map's just unlucky for them.
PTSD, Pearl. It's happening again.
It's okay, we can just move on. Actually, we can't. I still want to talk about it. I want to talk about the Aspas Waylay. We saw Jogama on it last week. Now we got to see the Aspas on Waylay. How are we feeling about it?
Oh, this was pretty sick. He used the double dash to get top box R on this pistol. That's how he catches his 3rd kill right there, back sight. Recalls back. We got to see really pretty much the whole kit. We definitely got to see some whiffed ults, though. And the ults didn't really play out too well. But the pairing with the Taewol, the idea was there. I saw what they were cooking.
I think when he was playing it a little bit more like Chamber-esque with like the walk forward, TP out, where he was like disrespecting smokes and finding kills and then dodging back away, those looks were going a bit better for him. I do still feel like on defense he would get more value out of like a Jet with an operator because of him not getting the value with the ult. It was harder for me to justify it.
As we're getting ready to head into Haven now, let's hear what Josh RT had to say ahead of this map.
I am here with Josh RT before map 2. Aspas and squad come out swinging once again. They were throwing pretty hard haymakers there. What's kind of the talks going into map 2 here to make sure the team can right the ship and find a map 3?
The main talk was basically like, are we going to learn from our lessons from Bangkok, right? I was telling the players, like, let's embrace the challenge, embrace the pressures, because it's very similar to how it was. And so let's see. Let's prove to ourselves that we can make it work, and then close this game.
All right, can't wait to see the results. Best of luck in map 2.
I love that. Yeah, Haven, that's their map pick. They went 1-1 in Bangkok. They played it against T1 in the final. They also played it here in the kickoff final against Sentinels and took that dub. I love that, though.
I do. It's very telling that Josh said it reminded him of Bangkok like that. The pressure settling in. And yeah, the PTSD moment, it's Pearl. That was their map 5 against T1, and it felt kind of similar. They fell short in OT. They feel the pressure of these fights right now, and MIBR are winning them all.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see how this one is going to play out. It has to go to map 3, right? I feel like it needs to. Find out if we get 3 right after this.
Words from Josh RT to his team in that break. Embrace the challenge, embrace the pressure for G2, but again, they've got to embrace a fat L that got served up to them by Aspas and the crew. Pearl was great though, man. We kind of got to see exactly what we hoped to in this series, including a little bit of Waylay action. Going into the next map of Haven, it's not one we've actually seen MIBR on this year.
At all. And the last time we saw G2, it was a loss to T1 at Bangkok, and now picking into the map. Excited to see what they have in store for us here. It's always a risk going up against the unknown. Don't know what MIBR are going to be bringing into the mix. It's just a map that they've been floating. So I'm excited to see if MIBR will continue the waylay, perhaps. We saw EG doing that prior.
Feels like the kind of map where maybe it's a bit more open. Having the Jet to dive into a cloudburst feels better than maybe using waylays.
Reliable.
Yeah, you can be a bit exposed otherwise, right?
Still good. Still a very good agent. And yeah, Aspas will be on the Jet, so nothing too crazy. It's just a Tejo in the place of, with this comp, you would just normally see the Sova, but they want to have that synced up utility with the Breach. Oh, and Bruno's got his jersey. That's good.
Okay. That dry cleaning here in LA is very good. You can thank the film industry for that one. And here's G2, of course. So Yoru again for Jorgamo. So both teams here with the Tejo Breach, which will mean that passive or safe info gathering for both teams will be limited. There's going to be more focus on the set plays, linking up that, initiated util, and using someone like Jorg to get in and maybe start to dig some crucial insights out about how MIBR is set up on the attack side.
Exciting to see where G2 have taken this since then. I mean, yeah, Josh RT saying that they want to win this to prove to themselves that they can make this comeback happen. Off the back of that loss of Bangkok that we discussed, a nice week one, confident, pretty strong win against Furia. Now going up against a really tough opponent that's been on the grind for the last month. New addition, roster upgrade, players, the rookies getting comfortable on stage. There's so much to look at for MIBR in regards to positives, and still it feels like they're on the way up in their crescendo.
Yeah. Loaded with rookies, and this is two of the top 3 teams in the league, and they are laying into each other. Haymakers in their previous map. They might be on the attack side here, so do expect a burst of pace here as they really like to get active on the map. In towards Garage might be the play here.
Steltron gets a lot of info. They're going to have to trigger this. Sheeran, as a matter of fact, it's Aspas just caught alone.
Okay, now some of that...
Stunned up too.
Yeah, but no follow-up on the util because Garage was already vacated by Leaf. He didn't have to hang around there. This is messy stuff though. Jorgamo's going to have to take a fight out on the side. It's Aspas going 1-for-1 though. Valen up in the corner. Gets the spike drop loose, but Shenum chimes in there with the classic. It's Artazine to find one of his own. And it's up to the young gun himself. Second year in the league.
Sharp from Jonah to collect onto the flanker through Garage.
Okay, gets ahead of this. He knows it's coming. Flash turned and oh, so close. Jonah P outlasts him and gives G2 that defensive pistol.
Brought down to 10 by Artzin. So close in that 1 versus 2, but Jonah really stepped up that heads up play to just keep the crosshair trained over on Garage. Immediate tap to get them into that 2 versus 1 initially. Off of what was a pretty cool execute from MIBR, making the most of the utility that you do have in that pistol round. Guided salvos, forcing players out of their standard default crossfires back sight, able to swing through, but G2 traded out very well. Fundamentals for them, always solid.
We're going to see a lot of this util in the early rounds, and when it comes to those executes. This time over towards that A side here is Jorgamo's already gone up towards that Outlaw. And once again, MIBR probably looking to probe here towards Garage, or at least use Aspas to that effect. Okay, Trent's able to re-clear up towards lobby. It's just Cortazio was passively sat down, now headed towards mid.
Looks again like MIBR want to explore through Garage, where at least at the moment Leaf is favoring using that 1 tripwire that he's got. It's going to be a crucial aspect of the G2 defense is that they don't have a lot of passive info gain. They need to be proactive at taking space, finding out where MIBR are playing, controlling a lobby, and they have the utility pieces to do it.
Yeah, they don't have a Cypher just to leave a bunch of trips on the site and play off them. They have to use their Initiator util to get in or disrupt those plants and find openings. That's a big one though. Aspas gonna fall early here. That's honestly just across that seaside entirely, and Leaf says, that's enough for me for now. We're gonna go for the retake, just like Pearl.
Exactly what G2 want to do. Get that initial kill, group up, retake Garage, go for the full 5-on-5, or 5-on-4 rather retake. It is effortless from them.
Better weapons, take no undue risks. We saw a couple of really important thrifties in that previous map that dictated the flow of the latter rounds. And there's Shenum eventually getting brought down. Artazine will not be able to hide in copy. And that's G2. This first 2 locked in, a bonus that will feature this Outlaw as well.
It is just textbook G2. Rare that they falter in situations like that. Rare that they will ever make the lower percentage risky decision versus
unless it's
Valen
running down A main with Stinger, but it's only once in a blue moon.
Calculated risk at the time. Very clean though, all things considered here from G2.
was yours, Jonah. I'm sorry, Jonah.
Kill stealing? Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty close to the dimensional drift, though. Jonah can't be too mad.
Yeah, 3 away.
Professor must have done the science and the math.
He did the math. He did that complicated math, yeah. Okay, pings here over towards A long. Okay, G2 slowed up here. We're hoping to get into sewer early, get embedded. Make use of this util, or maybe make a bit of a defensive pop here. Aspas challenging Trent and just finds it. I mean, you can rely on him for moments like that. He wants a little bit more. He's low, but he fancies a bit of argy-bargy on the corner with Valen. Deals with the opposing superstar, and then time for exfil.
Yeah, they are on the run. It's an immediate pivot from MIBR, realizing, of course, that the death ball with that Breach Tejo, etc. were playing towards A. Players cut off. Little awkward as well. Wants to take space forward. I like this. Getting in the smoke here.
Okay, just delays the cyber cage throw down for Koteziev. It's not the end of the world. Verno, this smoke's going to come down, and it's about to get extremely awkward. Valen sat on the other side of it here. And that Tejo util going to be thrown out. They're going to try and scale into Link, potentially, or just stall things out a little bit further. Then it's Artisan going down. Leaf coming in from the C side of the map. Valen's going to go big here, and he does. 3 with the Spectre. This is the bonus round. Remember that. Valen and Leaf here still need to find a way to get this defuse happening, and Shenom will step up. Gets to half. Here's the swing. Shenom down, and Valen takes 4 out of a bonus. G2 are laughing all the way to the bank.
A pretty opportune time for your IGL to go nuclear, while MIBR played that post plant well. I like that setup, having Verno in the dark covers that were cycling in Link, and then as he realizes the second one was about to drop, no one from G2 is pushed in. They didn't have a flash to get in there. He retreats, and then they immediately fault line with the salvos and swing together, but Valen just collects all of the kills. With that SMG, close range, distance closed, well done from him. Bonus round converted.
Force for MIBR. They're still chomping at the bit here to try and unseat G2 and put a lid on this economy.
Yeah, they can afford to get this little half buy in and still have a full buy for the next on account of just the round loss bonus accruing from 3-0 at the moment. They want to go fast into A. All of Leaf's util to contend with, though.
Okay, gate crash, though, at least means Jorgen's going to be here as well. Leaf is good for that first one, isn't he? Aspas is very low. Leaf opts for a re-swing, but Aspas will punish him for his hubris. Okay, Jorgen was going to be caught by this and hoped to tuck in the corner, but couldn't get there, and Shenom takes a swing timing off that special delivery. Trent has one of his own, though. Slows up MIBR, and here's going to be Valen. Spike out in the open. Shenom a long way away from it now. Can only hope to smoke it and gets brought down.
We really see the efficiency there, that setup. Leaf is able to cause that delay with the vines on the ground with the wall, and then the teleport over from Jaw when he's in trouble, needs a teammate to set up the crossfires.
The Razor Vines.
Again, so many G2 rounds, I just keep going back to the word effortless, but they make it look like that because they are such a well-rounded, fundamentally sound team. It's what has kept them consistently at the top. Like, even when we go back to last year, they couldn't get that elusive trophy in 2024, but they were always at that S-tier rank in Americas. They never slipped from that. They're maintaining that and pushing above where they were then with the addition of Jaw. The floor for this team just feels so high.
So are we sticking these? Okay.
Yeah, sometimes just going for that C-split off the immediate Omen teleport. Pretty common strat. Aspas. Oh my god, he can't get away with that.
That is the second round in a row that Aspas has been able to find one at less than 8 HP, or 9 HP rather.
Do G2 want to risk this? Economy's not too bad. They could try and prod towards Garage, see if they can maybe get that first kill flash.
Trent can't play off of it. Oh, he just doesn't have the timing, Wyatt. Aspas is too clean with it. Jorgamo trying to play up the clone here. Cortesia aptly flash, but Verno at least is going to be good for the trade. Here's Jonah. Why me, he asks. At the end of that previous round. He might be asking that again. A successful C-split off the Omen TP here for MIBR. Looks to be getting them onto the board.
Really, a lot of this game, with how neck and neck it's been, have just come down to little individual duels lost on the side of G2. Aspas collecting that kill in the garage fight where he's caught on default. Also, Shenom getting a kill out of the teleport. And even when you think back to Pearl, a couple of those whiffed shots resulted in MIBR getting critical round wins. Coming down to the small things when two teams are this high caliber.
So some discussion there happening. We've got a frozen timer, so you know what that means, folks. A brief interlude here and a chance to discuss maybe what we sort of saw. Now, you cannot manufacture that kind of round consistently. Shenom obviously making use of that ultimate to get into the backline. This moment, I mean, it's literally the same thing happened to him on the A side in the prior round with the Stinger. He goes to 5 health and still finds the kill, even though it's the drop that gets gotten on him.
I have to say, it's been a strange day so far for Leaf. If you want to really examine him individually, he has been both the catalyst of some snappy, sick 3Ks, outright winning rounds for G2 at times, but also has had a couple really bad whiffs. And no, it's a very basic part of the game to look at, but they've come in critical moments. Like, that's one where you expect him 99% of the time to just get that free kill, even things up, go back into the 4-on-4. Back on Pearl, there was that really pretty bad whiff spray down
the B-side one
in a 2v2, which resulted in an eco round win. Again, it's just these little moments that are really adding up.
There's an audio issue down on stage there, something that Jorgamo looks like he's pretty satisfied. It is resolved.
Gave me the head nod, should be good to go. Nope, gave the ref the head nod, should be good to go.
Okay. The ref's walking away. Love to see that as well. Moments from jumping back in. Remember, it's a 3-round lead here for G2. They win the pistol and they have a pretty insane bonus round that they're able to convert on pretty comfortably.
Please, release me from the tech pause dungeon. Return to okay. Ospas has returned to sentience.
He's rebooted himself.
Back in the game.
Back online. And yeah, so G2 obviously getting away with a heck of a lot early on, but it's a nice round for MIBR. It's can they manufacture that consistently without an Omen TP into the backline to set up a C-split? That's the question. 06. I was 15. Sorry. So stupid. And honestly, looking excellent. A great last map. He is second to top frag on the Tejo on Pearl. Incredible showing from him. A great adjustment.
Oh, this is some speed from MIBR. They do have a Rolling Thunder to try and go for a execute after taking long control. There it is. Do they clear out Jaw in the corner, though?
Aspas has to drop it, but the timing doesn't favor him. This time around, he's able to catch Trent out.
Yeah, that crosshair was completely obscured by the updraft dash. Jaw not ready to take that second engagement. Artzin takes full advantage of that situation, connecting an easy headshot onto him. G2 risk this. Look at the state of their economy.
Surely not trying to retake on this map. The ace side on Haven of all things. With money in the doldrums. You slowly see them start to pull back. VALORANT is still in heaven.
And you know that you're just staring in the face of that wave of initiator utility that's just going to hit you when you're trying to get out of the choke point, or even worse, when time is dwindled and you're forced to stick the spike.
Fault line, special delivery, it's all there.
They're just at
Paranoia.
such a disadvantage. Yeah, they feel the need to retreat, and you certainly cannot blame them. They'll have a decent enough buy into the next, where they're still retaining a couple ultimates here.
Okay. Tough for G2. They get absolutely overwhelmed by their burst of pace for MIBR, and that's how they like to play it. 4 young players plus Aspas, they like to ride the lightning. Beautifully done, and they are in the game well and truly now, folks. And that money for G2 is looking extremely questionable.
See if they try to full buy into this right now. It's just that moment where Jaw wants to go for this shot, but what a difficult one to hit.
And again, we see how good that stalled util is for G2, and they actually have the ability to play from behind it, but at that level of speed, MIBR mostly get ahead of it. They mostly strike a mortal blow before Leaf can get anything set up.
I've been shackled and dragged back into the tech pause dungeon, Mitch. Release me, please. Get me back into the game, no.
We simply follow in the footsteps of Panpoc, all right? You will take your medicine, Wyatt, and you will like it. So MIBR now putting 2 rounds together. Talk about icing the kicker, though. Plenty of time for them to consider how they go about clambering further back into this game. Now, G2 obviously, prior to that round, they have a 3-gun save, right? They were in a position where they've got to awkwardly, try and retake on towards that A side. It's just not going to happen for them. So they have 3 rifles, 4 in fact, so far, and that dimensional drift here. Is there going to be any space to make use of that? That's a great question. It's obviously a great option for defenders in the mid-round to get an idea of where the attackers are going. But MIBR, so decisive. They don't dilly-dally in that mid-round. They don't sort of dither back and forth across the map. They're pretty set on their intended ending destination. So where are the edges to come from? Can G2 maybe make use of this Steel Garden for a retake if they get in onto that A side? But earlier, we spoke with the MIBR's Cortesia about the team's game plan in 2025, and it's not just Aspas go kill.
For me and for my team, the strategy is only play our game. We don't think a lot about the other team. We know we are good, maybe better than, and we need to show in the server is the only thing. We are doing really good practice this month with Verno, so we only need to put that game inside the server.
I mean, that aside from Cortesio, fantastic English for a young bloke as well. I mean, and this was talked about a little bit, that one of the reasons that Verno's able to slot into this team is that a lot of MIBR can communicate in English. We heard it Artazine, earlier on, of course, on that split game, saying how good he was at the game, but clear English. Aspas, we know, of course, is able to do that. So what a dream for Verno to slot into this, theoretically Portuguese-speaking roster and just have that infrastructure already in place with a coach as well that speaks perfect English. We know, Frod's been around in the NA scene for a long time.
1.5/6
yes.
/ all those games, legend of the olden days.
And again, it's been very, very good to see an MIBR. And it's just hard to do, right? I mean, I want to use Sentinels as an example, who've also brought in, like, I guess, a wave of that younger talent into their team, right? I would say that Bang and Narrate qualify in that regard. And, trying to find a way to integrate them to the same level as, and to give a performance that they were able to do with, like, Sassy and Tens, who are really cool, calm, collected, very stable individuals. It's not easy to replicate that success when you have this infusion of young players. But Aspas, he handpicked that initial MIBR roster. Nosma leads the team. The average age only drops when they bring in the youngest player in America's Verno to take his place.
You really didn't expect Verno to get a spot on the team straight away, honestly. It just didn't seem like there were going to be any openings. Not a condemnation on his skill, but it's just the fact that everyone seemed to be set in what they had for Kickoff. So it's crazy that he got an opportunity at all just on the back of that information. But yeah, further that he's on MIBR of all teams. I respect the risk taken, though.
Absolutely.
And Fraud spoke a lot about, what you're talking about with what you would assume would have been communication issues, just not having reared their head. A lot of communication in English. I mean, it is still funny that he dropped the Verno High School Spanish line, and that's close enough to Portuguese. All good. It was kind of funny, but hey, if it works, it works. He said that he can understand the simple, call-outs that are being made, so all good, man.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Now, it is still an audio issue that's being ironed out down on the stage for those that are wondering. We should be jumping into the game momentarily. Also, Verno got his jersey here for Game 2. That's got to represent a power-up, for him. And this is Aspas. I mean, he's been doing this for quite a few years now, man. Just reclining, just soaking it in. Feels like a part of the furniture in this particular room here. He's spent a lot of time plying his trade within these four walls. And on the other side, it is another previous world champion trying to topple him after G2 give away an exciting pearl. It's a 14-12 map, goes to overtime. We feel like we get to see flashes of the very best that these two are to offer, flashes of a potential future at Americas for both these rosters, and the future, man, it looks bright. Just like that stage light right in Aspas's face.
It's tough to get good rest
Exactly.
when you've got that
He's not got
straight in your retinas.
Where the blue light field is at. Forgot them, didn't he?
Aspas really has been the exact same guy for years, which is kind of wild. He just started that way. He was never not chill. He's just
he
always
is a
been
rock
the chillest man
that someone has placed 2 plushies upon, and he has remained that way ever since. Yeah, I mean, and look, isn't that, I think if you want a franchise player, you want a star player, that's what you ask for, right? Someone who's consistent, who in that sense is like kind of predictable, stable. It's a consistent high output from him. God, over the years, like Aspas has maintained this level that has been so ridiculously solid, even, absurdly flashy at times. And games where he goes off the boil are so rare. I mean, he actually did that in MIBR's last match, but guess what? The quality around him is enough such that they still find success without him going nuts. We know, of course, Aspas is one of our league's most talented players, and I'm not surprised to report that he also has talents we didn't know about, so check this out.
Oi, é o Aspas da MIBR e hoje eu vou mostrar para vocês uma coisa muito legal. E a gente vai fazer o show Intel. Um vídeo de quando eu tava na Loud apareceu de eu pulando numa caixa na academia bem alta, então eu queria ver o quão alto eu consigo pular. A gente mediu o tanto que eu consigo alcançar parado e deu 92 inches, 2 metros e 34 centímetros.
Aspas not even holding back right now.
Come on, man! Muito obrigado por acompanhar o meu show Intel. Me deixa saber se você consegue pular mais alto e eu vejo vocês nas próximas.
I mean, I'd say sign this guy up for the NBA Combine, but he's busy dunking on people here in VCT Americas, and I'd rather like to keep him. Why?
Yeah, he could have. He could definitely recreate LeBron's historic block on Iguodala to win the Game 7 finals. He's got a future. He's got a future at ball, bro.
I'm seeing the timer countdown, which is always a good sign. Did we hear a Bala? Was there a Bala sound by there?
I heard Bala's voice as well. That almost brought a tear to my eye. I'm not gonna lie.
Big shout out to boy
I
Arden.
missed that, man.
Hope you're doing well, mate. Here we go. Jumping into round number 7 with MIBR on this attack side. Again, a gate crash over towards A or B link rather, so Jorg can help out at A should it be required.
Now, if you remember years ago when we saw round 6, MIBR, they went for that very fast push down A long, fighting into that site immediately with the Rolling Thunder.
Was Verno even born then?
That's a great question. We'll get the professor, the mathematician, to look into that one.
Thanks, Jonah. All right, here, straight up courtyard. MIBR ambling over towards this B side, or at least Artazine and Aspas are. Jorgamo sees a shoulder. Aspas gets in, straight into the cloudburst. Jorg does not want to dice with death. He's happy with the 1. Here's the plant, though, or at least just a tickle now to try and draw us.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
Okay. It's okay. Trent down to the shorty now. Fault line comes in as MIBR tried to push through. Get this jet in position, but Aspas will be corralled. Caught, taken down, and Valen strikes into action. Cortezia doesn't know what hit him. Zenom TP's over towards the seaside, but this is definitely improvised now. It might be I've had to cobble something together, and Jorg says, stow it.
Jaw does everything for G2 in that round. Aspas, for MIBR, he was doing the most. Some say too much. Some say being a little extra. I mean, after he gets the drop down shorty, he's trying to push through Link. MIBR trying to pivot into this crazy split with everyone else going through Garage. Some madness, but
One enemy remaining.
I respect the idea. Ultimately, it's the dimensional drift that Jaw rips in the midst of that to give all of that proactive info to the team. He really steps up to win that round out.
And that was the question, like, where was Jorg supposed to find room to make use of that? It's a great example of, even in a fast play from his opponents, getting good info and being able to be snappy and reactive off of it. Now we're looking over towards the C side, at least initially here. Aspas, of course, can dash into a cloudburst. This is going to get Valen moving pretty quickly, and Jorg's pushed up. Okay, it's a oh, buddy, that's gone horribly wrong. A reclear attempt out of Garage. Cortezia knocks him down.
And in the meantime, MIBR know it's time to really scale into the C site, get that plant down, and in the meantime, still doubled up. Cortezia wants to go forward. Shannon with him, the 2 MIBR rookies.
Good, Jonah's got to commit here to see Cortezia, and the Atlas Cypher deals with Jonah. Now we have Leaf and Valen back to back here in Link. Really nowhere to go at this point. They're just trying to get out with these weapons. Cortezia and Jenem still grouped up here. Cortezia, what a menace this round he has been. His Reign of Terror brought to an end. Bot line nipping at the heels of Alan as he tries to pull off that B site, and they should be able to get out here. A couple guns saved. He might be able to go exploring, but there's likely nothing to see.
They just desperately want to take these guns away because despite the fact that they're down by 3 currently, their economy is actually better than G2, so means a lot for them if they could have taken them out of their hands. Ultimately, they can't. They'll be more than happy with the round win, however. Just doing a really nice job there.
So this is the Jorg effect here, like this little bit of like, let's take an aggressive pop here, let's find a timing.
Yeah, and they tried to do that actually at the beginning of the round too. Straight off barrier drop. Trent sends the salvos deep mid at that doorway choke point, so Jaw can swing then. Then they try to take the timing again. Flash just doesn't connect. The shutdown with ease. Cortezia having one of those beautiful moments where he hits nothing but headshots, which is what he does sometimes up to 70% of the time in recorded matches, which is
absurd.
A little outrageous.
Genuine headshot machine. Great round from him. He's going to get nestled up against the garage doors here, upon which Jonah waits on the other side. And another push here from G2. Now, of course, the weaponry is a bit dodgy, so trying to make use of these sheriffs. VALORANT, of course, at the 4, still with a rifle in hand. Will get tucked here, below mid-window. Feels like a one and done.
After that sound was made towards C, MIBR, they are slowly pivoting over towards A, with eventually have to contend with Leaf, really entrenched around those razor vines that he's got, and they want Cortezia to be that, oh my god, late backstab, but he might try to get proactive earlier, seeing that jump spot.
Okay, VALORANT's gotten himself in the mid-window here. He's that, okay, Steel Guard and Cortezia finds the better of Jonah P. Just great patience over that round. VALORANT's gonna hear this, has to hear this. They don't know he's there. Is there gonna be enough? Oh, buddy, VALORANT needs more. I can't believe I'm saying it, but he does. 3 is all he's going to be able to find from that, and it's up to Trent, who is, well, basically in a different postcode at this stage, Wyatt.
I would say he needs more. Definitely illustrates the desperation in that moment. He does all that he can. All the while, it was Cortezia getting space towards C, finding that kill. Well, Jonah was trying to get out of garage, 1v1 versus Jaw. Now it's 2 versus 1. They just need to trade this out.
Oh, buddy. Welcome to the school of hard knocks. Verno sends Trent packing out of the round there, and it's just a horrible start again that G2 can't recover from.
It's just one of those rifles that was saved over that. Alan almost.
God, what a spot he gets himself into.
Happen with. This is so sick. What a timing to take. I mean,
they're not ready.
Listen, not the craziest transfer, but even able to get that third headshot onto Osbos is so clean.
Verno bailed him out there, Wyatt. No two ways about it. Could have been a 4K from that position. They are so unprepared for VALORANT to be nestled there. But now a one-round game. Back to rifles, though, for G2.
Back to rifles. Max by both sides with an Armageddon ready to go as well. G2's economy really in shambles, while MIBR are swimming in infinite cash at the moment. It's going to be an uphill battle on these last few rounds. G2 will not be able to put them on an eco at all.
Well, this is going to be very illuminating. Stealth drone going to be cleared off here, and Artazine wants to push onto the site. Good damage already done here to Trent. He's down to 3. Fault line catches him out. Armageddon to clear the corner. There's no one quite there. Okay, Verno just runs straight into that aftershock. Jonah P gets a big one, and then shit, I'm showing himself. Jorgamo, what a correction. Now it's MIBR who have a horrible start to the round that looks like they too struggle to recover. Aspas can trade, but Jonah's ready. Sick round from him.
Absolutely, this has been so good so far, unless Cortezia can be the man of the hour for MIBR. He's got 2 weak players that he'd be able to dispatch with ease if he gets into a duel, unless there's an insta-headshot from either Trent or Jaw when they meet. He's got the spike, minimal amount of time. C-site is free, though.
He's going to have some breathing room. Cyber Cage, of course, as well.
How does he try to play this? Yeah. Does he try to get into garage? Does he try to fight forward towards the cage? He's got options at the moment.
Jorg and Trent have 8 health between the two of them. They are so flimsy, so fragile at this time. And they're looking to test this. Trying to timing, the spacing's not quite there. You've got to go for it now, Trent. I think you might have him. No, he opts not to take the timing. Cortezia sees him and takes him down. That's 3 for young Carlton Banks, and Jonah P is the only one that stands in his way. Bide his time. Cold hard killer is Cortezia. Jonah gives it a tap here, and Cortezia is lingering forward. It's Jonah P. What an important clutch to win. And the Professor sees all realities. And this one he wins in.
Important feels like an understatement given the status of G2's economy. MIBR surging back into the half up until that point. Even prior in the round had some really significant utility. Then pivoting over towards that B site, supporting Leaf, who was fighting in front of the wall. Ultimates expended, but for really good value. The Armageddon that caught Verno as well when they shut down that A execute prior from MIBR. Really comprehensively, G2 making all of the right decisions there outside of when things get scrappy in the 3v1 with the HP that low.
That was such
It's tough regardless.
Such an interesting moment was Jorg and Trent up against Cortezia because they're both like 3 and 5 health respectively, right? Cortezia gets the first kill, then goes for neural theft. Now Trent normally would take that timing before the ping comes in to swing and to take the trade. But he's got util out because he's bloody Teo. That's all he does. He's like util dispenser. And so he doesn't have the opportunity to take advantage of that time. And Cortezia realizes he's there because of neural theft, takes the kill and turns it into a 1v1. There's so many moving parts in these Teo Bridge comps, Wyatt. You can get caught with, you know, your hands on a grenade as opposed to your gun.
Absolutely. That is one of the times that you will see teams falter when you're running this comp. It's just, there's so many moving parts. You will have moments where you're caught with util, you're caught out of position, the timing doesn't get synced up because someone was trying to make something happen with one of their pieces of util.
The temptation to get elaborate with it.
There's a lot going on. Sometimes when you're watching, it feels kind of simple because everything's just exploding at once, but there's a lot of moving parts when you're actually trying to execute it all perfectly. All right, MIBR, they've got another full buy here. Aspas has even actually gone into the Outlaw. We'll have 2 soft targets that just have the regen armor for G2.
And we're off to A-Long here. This time an extra commitment for G2. Jonah P's going to be here with a fault line to play off of. Oh, buddy! Artazine tries to head for the heals. But it's his heals instead that get nipped. Spike recovered, no problems there, but MIBR down to 4. No breach util to work with. It's up to Verno here to have this initiation.
That's a really cool trap play set up out of the timeout. MIBR, they have been putting emphasis on trying to fight towards A-Long, so let's play it even heavier. It's what G2 are thinking. Let's have more util. Let's set up to really take the fight to them. Love that decision. And now whatever plans MIBR had going into this round, completely thrown a miss.
Shannon's going to try and make something happen there, but I don't know if he expects all the King's horses to be looking at him. MIBR again, they have an early round that results in them going down 2 players. They almost salvaged previously. But to do it again, Lightning does not strike twice here. Okay, Valen wins that out. It's just awkward for Cortezia in general. Aspas gets clear at least of the Rolling Thunder now. Still hopes to put this Outlaw to work in some way. And Verno eventually wins. Sewers, where the rats live, and Verno is able to capitalize. Aspas now, surgical precision would be the attempt. The scalpel is snapped. And it's Verno. Let's take down Valen, but G2, of course, still with 3 rifles to work with, and they know Verno just has no options here. You can take all the high school Spanish you want. It's not going to get you out of this round.
There's no time. Those shots look pretty sick, at least from the point of views of those who are going down to the young phenom. But ultimately, G2, they start that off out of the timeout from MIBR, yet going for this aggro trap play over at A-Long that I really like. From there, things get out of hand as MIBR individuals feel that they need to be the one that will recover the situation. The shutdown going for those aggro plays by G2's defense.
And that's the kind of trap play we see a lot from Crew, for example, right? That defensive play down A-Long. They do it a lot more than G2, but spicing things up, mix it in here and there, works perfectly. Great fault line timing.
Here.
And now we're looking at it, G2 might exit the defense side with 8 rounds.
Speaking of aggro, they want to fight down mid straight away. Jaw is tucked, dimensional drift across and get out, and he punishes Aspas straight away.
Just a weird angle. Like, why? You're not checking that if you're Aspas. You don't have time and you don't expect someone to be there already.
Okay, this is the dynamic G2 that has gotten Jaw in the mix, going for looks like that. Last 2 rounds of the half, 2 completely different set initial plays at barrier drop. Neither of which MIBR were expecting, both times dropping a player. Still winnable for them in the 4 versus 5 with the Armageddon, and crucially, Artsin 1 kill away from getting the Rolling Thunder.
Armageddon here for Verno. It could punish a retake attempt from backseat. We'll see when he wants to go for it. Said I'm in the corner, there's no follow-up there.
Jaw is just a little bit too fast here. No one can get through the cage to help, and Verno picks Leaf up on the flank.
It's all come crashing down here for G2. Jonah P has to think to salvage the round, and whoosh, that's a stinker.
A rare moment where it looks like the fundamentals of G2 getting scrambled. Jaw ahead of the rest of them.
The spacing's not there.
Had no one to trade for him backside. They didn't swarm in together onto that one solo player. From there, Verno collecting an easy kill on the flank into the Armageddon. Yeah, it's that moment.
It's just a straight solo play.
Struggles from G2 after 2 fantastic round openings to close out the half. MIBR will be grateful to win that in the 4 versus 5. Back on map 1, there was only 1 round where one of these teams got the win after losing a player first. So rare that that's happening in a game where both teams are looking so consistent.
Yeah, that 4v5 conversion crucial here. 2 rounds in this game. G2 have selected this map and they look strong to start, but MIBR fought back. We're headed to a break, and when we return, we'll see the conclusion of Haven. backside rounds for MIBR on G2's choice of Haven. It's honestly at times a pretty grindy half. G2 throw in some key variations like a trap play towards, a long that catches out MIBR, gives them a chance to build momentum, and in general, another really competitive half of VALORANT from these two.
Absolutely neck and neck. First time these two teams have actually faced off in 2025. And it's interesting, to see G2 take us to Haven. Last time they played this, a reminder of disaster at Bangkok, losing the final to T1. On the path to try to right those wrongs, have a successful stage 1, qualify for another international event, get that elusive trophy one day at a time, one match at a time. MIBR, they want to begin to write in the history books of their own with this young upstart roster that Aspas has put together.
And after the run the MIBR had last year, I mean, this is already so much better than we could have expected from them. On the other side, though, go G2. They've just made their way up C-Long here without any real contact until now. Bit of a gap in that smoke that Cortez is trying to exploit, but G2 still haven't gone for the plant. Look where the spike is.
I love how fast MIBR has been able to gather up backside, set up these crossfires.
Still, Jonah P taking his sweet time. They're not convinced that this is where they need to be, but here comes the util. Trent's able to find one, and there's Leaf coming alive now. The Ghost going to work. And it's Aspas here who takes a solo opportunity. Jonah P does get ripped a new one. Now, you can wait on this. Wait for Burner to join. Play it together.
Oh my god, VALORANT was sticking back sight. Leaf wasn't even covering him. I mean, it's unlikely that Aspas would take the risk to swing there, but my god, if he did, that would have been free. That would have been round done.
VALORANT on side itself. Leaf playing here from Garage, so obviously you can't put a crossfire together here. Burner might make a foray towards Garage here, but the timing might not be there. He might need to help backside, and I think he realizes that
shots arrive for both players. Verno trying to meet up with Aspas now.
Time short, but VALORANT gets taken down, and here comes the tap.
And it's planted for them.
Leaf! Oh, they might line up for him. That's another headshot. 3 for the round. And Aspas has got a defuse. Wins it out. And it was already gotten to half, like you mentioned, so Aspas can finish the job, and MIBR are looking to even this game up.
They're crucial for Verno to stick there while Leaf was forced to fight forward. That backside plant working against him, so concerned about someone trying to wrap through Garage, but it was the double up from MIBR.
You right-click. Oh, wait, dude. That's what you know.
That's tough when you're just sitting on default and you get randomly killed through the dark cover, but
what do you do? That's the game.
After that moment, G2, they waited for that cycle on the salvos, had a nice re-hit, but ultimately it's Aspas, the star player for MIBR. Funny enough, the veteran on MIBR. I mean, who a couple years ago, I remember as just being, the new guy with Loud that looked incredible. He was around the experienced players.
So much has changed. It's the Ninja Turtles meme, I think. All right, we are on the side here. Look at this. G2, of course, with this level of weaponry, bounce back after a really disappointing pistol. And they get this plant. They mow down the MIBR players on site.
As fast as the last round ended, they come into this one with Stingers forcing in.
There's no time for Aspas to get any value on this Outlaw at all. It's been basically neutralized. So now he's got to, retake 1v3 with it? He's going to have a crack. There's a little bit of a razor vine snarling him up. The liquid metal filaments here just gumming up the works. And he's going to have to walk away.
He just has to walk away with the Outlaw for a sad, slow save. G2 came into this round
to a fast save.
with some ferocity, just gunning it down along with the Stingers. Did not expect that. That's the kind of move you make when you lose the pistol, you're already down by a lot, and we just got to throw something at the wall, see if it sticks. We don't want to let them get to OT or get way too close to OT. This game is neck and neck, and they take that bold risk. I respect it.
I love to see that. So many other teams would just let bygones be bygones and take an L in that anti-eco round. Here's how fast they hit the site. Jonah P sets him up, and they're just going to push this smoke, right?
They just don't expect that.
Control.
This teleport in as well from Jaw after the util comes through that wave.
Cutting through.
And even at that, it's so comprehensive that the players coming out of spawn, there's a, not a nebula, Gravwell rather, on the floor in front of the nebula. When they're getting into the site, it's just too much to wade through. Great execute from G2.
Aspas the raid boss in this round, full armor and Outlaw to work with. Something that likely G2 are aware of.
Zone down.
Very aware given the status of their armor. That's true. full on all 5 players, so none of them susceptible to that one singular shot. The MIBR Jet, G2 at that, they're not even playing anywhere close to him right now. They're just re-clearing towards A, using that very effective reconnaissance tool, the stealth drone. It gets so much distance. And now they can just walk forward, knowing they have that space for free.
And they might get to walk up onto this A side here. There's going to be limited to no resistance. They break camp there as they had stacked up, waiting for some sort of exploration. A lot of smokes here towards the back of the site, and it should be pretty straightforward stuff. In we go. So the retake here looks pretty grim. It's not something you want to do on this map, on this site as it is, and not with this weaponry either. Artesine and Verno have that util though to get them in. What can MIBR find in a round where they may as well go for it?
Yeah, this is I hope we can do some damage type situation, which would be really valuable. I mean, G2 players, obviously the economy not too strong yet. Cortesia on this flank. Can he catch the timing?
I just don't see it. Leaf is, well, yeah, he's just looking at the wall.
And Trent is trying to jiggle for him, play off that contact. Actually, he's playing off a Leaf's contact now.
This is basically the Louvre. They have it on lockdown. Cortesia there. Heard. Footsteps as he alights. That's going to be a fault line played off of here. Valen steps back, some presence here in heaven. Yep. And there's your obligatory pick up there with the guided salvo. Shellam here having strips torn off him. He perishes to the spike blast, and Aspas the one who, again, it's a bit awkward, right? He saves his outlaw, but obviously doesn't get any cash.
Yeah, it's very, very awkward.
Just the 1K, right?
Because again, everyone on G2 will just be buying into the heavy armor. Most of their players retaining it, not taking any damage on that prior round anyhow. Rest of the team around him will be buying up rifles.
And Tejo, yeah, I mean, we've talked about this so much. Ubiquitous across all regions in Stage 1, and has kind of taken the game to such a util-heavy point with the combos with Breach here. The Yoru looks definitely, you know, it heralds a unique time, I think, in competitive Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, we could see a kickoff that the teams that weren't running it were at a disadvantage. Like MIBR, now everyone pivoting into it. G2 here, they're taking fast garage control.
Okay, Jorg's going to see Cortesia, but headshot machine strikes again.
Yeah, just intuitive, knows the timing, knows he has a good opportunity to swing, go for the fight, capitalizes. Cortesia playing with some confidence right now that you love to see.
And they need it. MIBR need it. They won the pistol, and straight after that, things fall apart in the inter-eco. This is how they get back to business, and again, you've kept the outlaw against a team who is buying up full armor. Like you've got to hit them heads. It's a big ask.
Had a fair opportunity, about the best he could get, but it only results in Jonah going down to 10 HP. As we go back, drifting into the 4 versus 4, with G2 having intentions of hitting this C site, allowing Leaf to try and work garage where Cortesia has been just ruling.
Is he in a great position to play off this trip? Not particularly. Info, I think, is all he's going to get from that. Here comes Asper Smokes. Now Cortesia's caught. He's stuck here, but he's going to win the fight out. Chalk up yet another headshot for the young lad.
30 seconds left.
The 3 remaining G2 player. Pardon? Isaac? Okay.
20 seconds. G2 have to get on this. Verno doesn't have the salvos right now. They surrender into the trip and the neural theft. Guys, you're cooked.
This guy is unbelievable. Jonah P. Valen here. Going to be revealed on the side now, of course. That stealth drone comes in. Valen finally deals with the Cortesia threats. But Artesine, through the smoke, will complete the round.
And aside from just winning, he'll be content getting the double and the defuse. That's about to give him the rolling thunder into this next round. Allowing MIBR an opportunity to string together a couple gun rounds, maybe stabilize their economy, as G2's has already been quite solid. This could be explosive, decent amount of ultimates on the field here.
So there's conditioning at work here. If you're G2, you are not feeling all that excited about trying to challenge the garage position on this map. Cortesia has been such a nuisance.
Nice!
Finding sick timings, dealing with Jorgamo. Constantly top of the scoreboard here for MIBR, 14-13. It's been a slug of a game, but he's been a shining point for MIBR.
We really knew, based on his off-season performance, that he was going to have a bright future ahead of him. It's just exciting to see him continue to progress as a player, reach that potential that you know he has. Finally, Aspas with a bit more money gets away from the outlaw, upgraded to the operator, but probably won't have a chance to fire it off. Dimensional Drift should put him right off this line.
Yep. He has to respect it eventually. Caught by the fault line though. Okay. Takes him a little longer to respect him, but he does.
Getting bombarded.
I mean, this is a perfect take here for G2. All that util gets him onto the site. Tripwire, of course, triggered by Jonah, but there's no opportunity to play off that.
And now we have that aforementioned Rolling Thunder in the hands of Artzine. Got that last round to get in, but to counter that, Leaf is going to let the Steel Garden rip.
Okay, that is going to bleed more time off the clock here. MIBR forced further away from the epicenter of the action. All over towards his garage direction. They can still go for it, but it's going to take a lot. Here is the Rolling Thunder. Comes on through the side. G2 barely affected by it, though. Jonah's clear of it. Still loses out to Aspas there, and Leaf is tucked up on logs. Finds one. Doesn't expect there to be a second somehow. And Jedom gets another.
It's dwindling so low. Trent still has the missiles right now, and they can't even get it to half MIBR.
Yeah, that's a problem. Trent knows he can give up his life, and
they've got to run
for the round. That's it. 3-gun save for MIBR. They've got to go. Textbook execution for G2, perfect use of util, but it was costly in terms of those ultimates.
An excellent timing from Leaf to rip that Steel Garden. Rolling Thunder hadn't even come in yet. He just knows he's going to catch the majority of the players in that forward position. He gets onto logs, great decision making from him, gets the maximum value extracted from that ultimate. And from there, it essentially made this retake impossible. Even though the trades were favoring the MIBR team, you could just see, based on the time throughout that entire retake attempt, that they were doomed. Trent was way out of the way, still had missiles.
It took a lot, though, didn't it? A heck of a lot. Okay, Razorvine, that's from G2 just to stop a fast push out of A, but MIBR really loosely holding this side of the map. They don't set up heavily here. They've been playing a 1-3-1 for so many of these defensive side rounds.
So we have Aspas, he's taking this angle on window so he can allow the other MIBR players to safely walk down, won't get swung there, and they've inserted Artzine so far forward. He can't push further because obviously there's that sheer wall in front of him, doesn't want to trip that right now. But it's allowing the rest of the team to rotate, favor towards A.
When Valen was in this spot last half, he took a 3K out of the round. Now, they didn't win it, but it was still huge. Trent doesn't give him anything. Artzine hears this. He knows something's coming. There's the one. He'll have to walk away with that one because he's given himself away. And then he reposts that same position. Slightly different, but he's still set up in window.
And Verno right now double facing with Shannon towards long. They should have an opportunity to fight forward right now.
Okay, gate crash cleared. Aspas off the line, there's the flash came in. Valen's able to find 2 quick ones off the rip. It's just Aspas here on the side.
How is that double face dismantled so quickly by just Valen?
Cortesia can't get in, he's smoked off, and Jonah shuts down the human tornado.
Aspas could just feel the walls closing in on him, knew he was getting pushed from behind. Cortesia, can he be the hero again? He has been phenomenal so far on Haven.
Artzine coming forward now, previously embedded in that mid-window position. Another one for Cortesia was so necessary there. It's down to the young gun Artzine, second year in Americas. Looking for something. Jorgamo, though, will knock him down, and this is G2 inching closer to this map win.
We've got to see how Valen was able to dismantle that double face setup. Verno and Shannon both going down just to that one man.
He's cooking this map.
At long. Oh, the clone just...
the flash.
Completely disrupted that setup. MIBR were in a fantastic position to win that round, with Artzine getting the pick on Trent, getting the space down mid, just congesting G2 into A, and MIBR set up for that, and it doesn't even matter. That is crazy that they're able to get away with that round win.
11-7 now. Rolling Thunder at the ready for the attackers. That's G2, of course, 4 rounds in the lead. And this time MIBR really leans so heavily onto the A side of the map with this awkward buy Guardian in the mix for Verno.
Yeah, they haven't opted to go for the full buy here. Just get what you can, and then let's have a full buy on the next. If we lose, we can try to play this for OT.
It's good to see Cortesia with a gun, but he doesn't play the proactive role in Garage this round. He gives up the site. MIBR want to make use of the double initiated util for a retake.
And again, that's an example. Wow, Dog going down because Aspas is taking a risk. Going over the smoke, finds that opening. That could be the pivotal moment where MIBR can get an unlikely round win.
Tick-tock, Wyatt. Time of the essence here for MIBR.
The Leaf is on a reflank through spawn right now.
Look at the Astra util set up back C. There's so much to delay.
He is playing this perfectly. The timings from Leaf here are lovely.
He's going to hit both of them. He's going to have a chance to collapse. This is devastating for MIBR, potentially. Oh, no, not again. Against the Sheriff of all things, Leaf whiffs it. Now G2 down to 2. Still, time crucial. Artzine taken down as he tries to defuse. There's no time, surely. Armageddon comes through now. That's earned by Trent. It will shut down the defuse attempt. Cortesia falls, and G2 trying to finish the job, but it's not enough. Are you kidding? Shed on with 3 for the round. And MIBR, an unlikely round, bring with an awkward bye, stay in the game.
Just too many players to deal with. Despite that, util tsunami coming through from G2 with the Armageddon. Missiles prior just doesn't matter.
What happened to Leaf from that reflank?
That was a disastrous moment. This is where Aspas opens things up, though. That initial kill, but Leaf, 2 players susceptible to that flank completely, but cannot capitalize. He played that round, those timings so well, but when it comes down to the gun duel moments, again, he has been really hit or miss today. When he's hitting, he is hitting, but he has had some crucial misses too.
It's like you do everything right and the souffle still collapses in the oven, bro. It's brutal. Aspas, okay, has to get out of there.
No way.
No, not more right clicks, Aspas. You can't be serious.
No way.
That's 2 with the classic. Aspas gets a rifle, but there's not enough bullets there. Jonah's able to find a pistol of his own.
That is a devious recommit with the classic.
He's done enough.
Player standing.
Jono cleans Leaf up, and Jonah P is the last one standing. What a messy round. Oh, buddy. There it is. Verno for 3 and MIBR. Still in this, still fighting.
That is stunning and fearless. Definitely a moment where he's just beating some of the passive allegations by re-pushing down with the classic. This man's got the AWP. And G2, why would they expect this? It is a madman play to make.
It is giving Valen on Pearl, pushing up with the stinger.
There was one specific timing, one specific second that he could try to go for that. Takes it. Fearless.
Deep breaths. Into round 21. Rifles here for G2 still, and Aspas. Fool me once, shame on me.
Maybe overheating just a bit. Off the confidence from that prior round. Wants to take that initial shot, dash away, but G2 too swift on the kill.
Many such cases in the past. He's not the first, won't be the last. That is an op dropped though, whichever way you slice it.
Drone is down.
Now if they go for this execute over towards A, you can see the breach Taeho defensively on that side of the map. Could certainly imagine a situation where Artson wants to rip a fault line, and then you have the Armageddon after that to find that pick, bring it back to a 4v4 on a spike tap.
Now that that A side is threadbare, G2 can start to make their way up here. God, what a game this has been. Okay, all the util, of course, pleasantries exchanged, but no one there to receive them. It's going to be full retake for this MIBR squad, who do have Armageddon to work with.
MIBR exercising some caution from ripping that too early. They want to slow things down. Shenham is so far away. Could be a very precarious situation on the flank as Leaf again tries to find his reflank timing.
Shenham can TP in still. There is that option. Looking for late lurks, looking to catch someone out here.
I mean, hell, he could TP to spot someone out and then Armageddon them.
Yeah, that is true. Cortesia deals with Leaf. That's the threat from Link now, trying to get back into the side of Shenham, getting activated, got the player over towards A long. It's Trent and Valen, 2v2 all of a sudden. Time, though, again of the essence. Neural Theft activated, MIBR with all the cards, and there's Cortesia with another one. Trent has to save this. Once more with the stall util. Listen out, there's not enough time. G2 barely outlast MIBR.
And oft is the case in this meta. Time is your worst enemy. Trent, passive, just waiting with the missiles, waiting for that moment where he knows that he can win that out in the clutch by simply staying alive. They red Leaf's flank. Shenham catches the timing on Jonah. Cortesia continues to play at a very high level. This is one of the best series he's had so far.
I guess you mentioned that Shenham is a little slow on this late wrap. It was ultimately not quite enough time, but a very close round still. Timeout, of course, has to be called here as we are on map point. MIBR 9 rounds, respectable. But again, for the kind of game that Cortesia has been able to put out here, they've got to hope for more. And this is Frod's last chance to get them shipshape.
Aspas is going to have the cash to buy into an operator again, so certainly looking for him to do that. I mean, we've been speaking about the ults that they have. That man Verno, who's on the Taeho, has still got the Armageddon in his hands. G2 are on the precipice of taking their map win here, bringing us to Ascent, a map 3 in this series, righting the wrongs of the last time we saw the best team we've got in Americas on this Haven map. Bouncing back leaning into it as a pick against an MIBR team that is debuting on it this year. This is the first time we've even seen them on Haven at all.
Attack side dimensional drift here for Jorg, so Stinger in hand. Makes sense. Look at what a map VALORANT has had. Just incredible moments.
Now, MIBR, they have really been leaning into aggressive looks at barrier drop. Osbos trying to go forward with the op, or holding angles for his teammates to be able to walk down into forward positions as another option. Last round, it had him punished straight off the jump.
Here we go. Time to drift.
Time to jump.
Of course, Jorgmo gets ahead of this onto the C site, trying to pave the way for G2 to set up shop for a post-plant scenario. Cortesia, unsurprisingly, in his natural habitat of Garage.
He has been a brick wall in Garage round after round. Plant comes through. Still, Armageddon for the retake. Have to keep your eyes on that as the Cosmic Divide goes down.
And look at Jorgmo is playing so close to the Divide here. So much so that he's affected by that special delivery. Stunned up, but he's ready to take the shorty to work. Timing, though, works against him. Artazine can't get into the site, though. There's a Razorbind that will slow MIBR down. And Verno disrespects it. That's 2 kills now. 3 up for G2. It's getting a little bit dicey, a little bit scary. But Valen tries to hold him steady. It's Trent amidst that Armageddon out of here, folks, is MIBR. Get the defuse off the timeout. And they are, and I've said it many times this game, still in this.
That is a clinical retake. Jaw going to be frustrated that he's the victim of a sickening timing. That peek through the wall from Artzin, which gets him that. I mean, what the hell? He didn't even see him, man. He wasn't even on his screen.
What do you make of that one?
Insane, but this second shot, oh my God, Osbos looks ridiculous with the operator.
That is a Gachi-based moment.
Not like that really needs to be said. That has been the case for 3 years of competitive play. That Osbos has just been lethal with that weapon.
I'm just putting it out there. That money is not looking good for G2. Ooh, buddy.
And that's
again,
despite getting the plant too. Yes. They're going to have a bad buy into this next one. That should be a round worth 2 versus for MIBR, excuse me.
God,
off the back of that retake win.
Give me extra innings yet again.
Double
frustration.
OT.
Yeah, frustration has to be starting to mount here for G2. A really respectable start. I mean, like the 7 defense side rounds looked quite good, and that's the kind of round where they really just pave the way. They make use of the the Cosmic Divide. They get the side dimensional drift. It's a big investment of ultimates to set up what should have been a very straightforward, nominal round for G2. It all goes horribly wrong.
Out of the timeout from Josh RT, who has been successful at bringing G2 round wins straight out of the timeouts. We did see that on Pearl a couple of times. What has he got in store for them here? And one of the times it even resulted in G2 getting an eco round win straight out of the timeout. At the moment, their economy is worse for wear than the example I'm harkening back to from Pearl. This is a pretty tragic buy. It would be even more tragic if this gets them over the finish line, though we've seen that happen plenty of times. A team is on the comeback trail and suddenly it's the eco round that undoes you.
Okay, a lot of util over towards Garage here, but it's 2 players actually that can post up here for MIBR. Verno patiently just steps back. Could re-clear this now with the stealth drone. Sees the Yoru straight away. Now, where do we go? That wall obviously is set up, indicating that G2 are favoring a C hit.
MIBR want to explore a little bit towards mid, though. I am cautious and weary of them overplaying on this round. A little bit scared, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. You have Osbos controlling over towards A right now with the operator. Well, we watched G2 try and advance through mid, where MIBR have been able to stack up due to Osbos positioning.
Artazine close to that Rolling Thunder could be big in a pinch. No dangerous stays here. Special delivery buys him some time, some space. He gets out of Garage, gets just out of the hallway onto C. But here comes G2 hot on his heels. They're not looking to waste any time now. We're down to 33 seconds. Jorgamo gets taken down. Remember, awkward buy for G2. They don't have much to work with, but they get to the side. Still looking for that plant. Okay, trying with some salvos out, tries to go for it. Chenum does get brought down, and it's all on Jonah. MIBR, indeed, should be able to convert on a crucial previous round. to get themselves within striking distance of that overtime on Haven.
He desperately wants to get that rifle. I mean, nice little dink, but ultimately not going to matter. I love how Verno played that round, able to fire off that special delivery to delay G2, who wanted to just run him down with the stingers. Gets out backside where you've already got Cortesia, Shenum set up together, ready to anchor this as a unit. It is so unlikely to feel that Verno would look so comfortable and have so much chemistry with this Brazilian team. But it is the case. He is flowing on this squad right now.
And here it is, the definitive round potentially of this series. MIBR with a chance to take us to overtime. And G2 with a chance to take us to Ascent.
Oh, look at how desperately G2 do not want to have to contend with this operator down sewer.
And yet,
multiple util pieces just to force Aspas off that aggressive line.
Aspas has to know it's going to be more than just raw contact from a double initiator comp. And yep, forced off the line by the stealth drone. Now maybe post up over towards A long. Here's a rolling thunder. Aspas trying to get off the site. Oh, okay, just gets away inside that cloud burst. Now a full retake here has to be set up for MIBR. It's all G2 over this A site.
Yeah, just in the past few rounds, another rolling thunder has been built up by Art. Zin Steel Garden coming through now as well.
Jonah on the side, forced back. Aspas doesn't need his primary weapon right now. The Blade Storm is active, and he sees a golden opportunity to pluck the cherry from the head of Leaf. No connection, and here is that rolling thunder. Artsin going to follow it in, but there is a grab well that will slow him up somewhat. Aspas caught out. Here's G2 now. Verno trying to get in and clear. Good for one, but there's so much more to do. Too much to ask, in fact. And Genum finds himself alone in heaven. A very exposed position. And G2 can bide their time. Return to their old patient tricks. Genum attempts a little fake TP, caught out though by the Nova Pulse. And this is a formality, folks. We are headed to a 6.
And by a millimeter, G2 are just a cut above on their map pick. That was the first time we've seen MIBR on Haven, and they look pretty stellar. But G2 righting the wrongs from the last time they played this when they fell to T1 back at Bangkok. Looking excellent right now. IGL Valen stepped up individually, top fragging in the server, something he is known to do. One of the best mechanical individual IGLs in the game, no doubt. That was a great showing across the board, playing their post plants to the win cons of their comp perfectly. Again, it's this textbook fundamental Valorant from G2 that is always so consistent. They are one of the teams that have the highest floors. When do you see these guys playing badly? It just doesn't happen.
And where's the ceiling? That's the second question that I have for you. This is a series that has everything. Fragging IGLs, a battle of two world champion duelists, both who've gone over towards the Waylay, Ascent around the corner. We know that Jorgamo has picked Waylay on that map as well. We've seen incredible setups here from these young rookies on the side of MIBR, while the tried and true roster of G2 is still delivering excellence for us. Why, I have no idea how this is going to go. Jonah P and Trent combining beautifully there in that last map. It's time for a quick break, a breather. But when we return, our analysts are going to get us ready, hyped up for map 3.
Paranoia sweeping wide. Jorgamo's a menace at this point. Back to multiple players. No swing in sight.
Artezinho pode marotar demais. Vamos ver o time. Escapa da bug. Artezinho leva 3 jogadores. E aí?
Welcome back. It's 1-1 apiece. G2 is bringing it back, so we're in for the treat that was promised. We're going all the way to map number 3, but let's talk about how they got it done. This game just continues to deliver. We see those individual pop-off performance. This map, that was VALORANT for me. He had the game of a lifetime in this one.
It was crazy, right? We have 2 maps that are both decided by only 2 rounds, so we had to make it a little bit more epic and bring it up here, but VALORANT was fragging out of his mind from the get-go in this match. He was coming up clutch in so many rounds.
Yeah, he's a player you typically don't expect to be up there on the scoreboard, right? He's the in-game leader for the team. But in this map, they really needed it. Trent only had like 32 damage around the first half. He was missing. And once he came online, once Leaf was there, I feel like the team finally helped out. They got it over the line. But man, this was actually a gigabanger.
No, it was so good, right? We had a close first half again, then MIBR winning the pistol, but G2 force up, so they keep it rolling. It seemed like in both halves, G2 got out to a very strong early lead, and then you had moments like Osmos going into A-Long with the classic getting 2 kills and snowballing it towards the end.
Yeah, and I think that's where the difference was, is the early leads that G2 were able to accumulate. Specifically like farming the orbs like on the Yoru, getting the Dimensional Drift online really early in the first half. They were in control with the ult economy, and MIBR had a really hard time battling back because of that.
It's so impressive to see MIBR having that tenacity, bring themselves back into the game, considering that they have so many rookies on their team as well.
Yeah, you've got rookies to the VCT stage, but still these guys have been playing for ages in the Tier 2 scene. I think, again, we're continuing to see Cortezia show up in these moments, keeping it close and competitive throughout the games.
It's all of them. It's Shenum, it's Artzine, it's Ospas obviously getting his every round. And even Verno, you know, there was moments at the end where we were kind of questioning backstage whether he should have used his tail ult earlier. I think him holding on to it was like a wrench G2 wasn't expecting and might have got them a couple more rounds. It ended up being brilliant.
Yeah, there's this crazy round, right, where they're trying to retake into the C site. Artzin just jumps past the wall, gets a kill, then no one's going through it, so Verno does the same exact thing and they win the round. Like, what?
12 rounds on the other team. I was like, oh my, that is risky.
But it worked.
Those players were quick on their feet. Now we're heading to Ascent. What do we want to see? Because G2 we just recently seen on Ascent, whereas we don't really know what to expect from MIBR. What have they been cooking?
Well, G2, we want to see the Waylay continuing that coming in. They're also walking on the stage right now. VALORANT had an insane game over there, but truthfully, the Waylay looked very strong when they were playing it the other day, and I'm expecting to see Jog playing that again.
Yeah, I expect G2 to bust out the same comp we saw last week. Like Ender was saying, this is a map that this core has been so good on for so long, right? The dual initiators, the KO paired with the Sova, they're so good with those two. But in addition to that, it's just the manipulation of the map. It's the round you went over that really got Furia discombobulated last week, where they're in both spawns simultaneously against G2. And these anti-ult plays that Josh cooks up for the team are so pivotal. With that said, I think this is like Osmos's home field, and I think they have to be worried about this guy getting an AWP in his hands.
All right, well, we're ready for this one. I see our players are getting ready on stage. What about the audience? We're still with us here? Make some noise, let's hear it. That's right, we're ready. We're going all the way to map 3. This is the game that was promised. We're ready for that, so buckle in for a good one as we're heading to Ascent.
Honestly, I am loving the VALORANT sign out in the crowd. I know we've got some time to work with here. I love it. We got the VALORANT we're working with. A lot of G2 fans walking over on the side there. But honestly, my big question is whether or not we're actually going to be seeing Waylay come in for the other side of things, right? Ospas, he's got the Jet, the Waylay. What's he going to be playing on this map? We haven't seen him on the new patch yet.
I mean, we saw it on Pearl, actually. Remember, to kick off the series.
Yeah,
I do think that Ospas could bust out the Waylay here with Jaw. I think we saw them actually cook up a lot of those set plays where you would typically see Jet dashing into a Cloudburst. It cost Ospas a round or two on those BXX, but they also showed that they could make it work.
The thing is, that's the duel that was promised, right? Again, last week, it was Jogamo who kind of dished out the dare for Ospas to do it, and then GB followed up in the match point being like, we're going to see. And he's like, maybe, probably not, but maybe.
So maybe I want to see it. Do you guys want to see it? That's right.
Bad news
Let's see
though,
it.
they gotta wait out for a break.
That's right. That's right. We're heading into a quick break, and afterwards we're back with map number 3.
And so here we have it, folks. G2, the tried and tested, the team that stuck together, trusted each other, and descended, of course, to Americas. Going up against Aspas and 4 of the brightest young prospects of tomorrow, and they have taken us all the way to a 3rd map in this series. It's been some high-flying action. We've seen incredible stuff, of course, in the duels on both sides as well. Some really intricate comps with, the Tejo breach looks here, and some Waylay mixed in. We've got a set on the horizon. We might see a little bit more of just that.
Give me a little.
Is this mutual grooming or what are we doing here?
Again, this is Osboss, the veteran leader, helping with the inner.
I just love that so much. I can't tell if this is. We obviously do have techs on stage to do this, but these guys have gotten close enough that Murder's okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mutual grooming. Like I said, a couple ticks, pull them out. We're all good to go. Love that from Aspas. Giving extreme dad over there, my guy.
Again, it's so hard for me to wrap my mind around the fact that Osboss is the veteran player on this team who has constructed the roster. I still think of the young Osboss on Loud being led by Saucy,
young,
Sodhawk,
aloof,
you know what I mean?
Unflappable,
yeah,
but very talented.
Going after being on like a content creator team, and then he just comes in and starts farming. He's always had the chill demeanor, but he just comes in farming everybody.
And he's with the next generation here. I mean, he got to handpick these young players from the Brazilian region that come alongside him at just the time when everyone was saying, yeah, Waylay, all right, Jorg, lock it in, bro. Put your money where your mouth is, big guy.
We saw him playing it on this map already.
At a
Bro was
time
looking
where
like he was in the trailer.
he did the classic dash into market, round 1. Yeah, I know. I was like, okay. Paid active? No. I wouldn't be surprised to see this come out here. But it was at a time last year where people were sort of preaching doom about the Brazilian scene, saying there's no depth here, Brazilian Tier 2 is not producing any players. Immediately, MIBR turn around, Frod puts his trust in Aspas to build this team. He scouts this incredible young talent, brings them out here to Los Angeles, and they deliver. From day one, they deliver.
It's painful in a way that this is the first time we're really seeing the Brazilian scene go down into Tier 2, who have been really isolated in South America, while all of the challengers teams in North America are getting to compete against the VCT teams. It feels like, these guys just aren't getting the best practice. Is that going to be detrimental to the scene? Will there be enough of a young crop of players coming up? What we found out at Ascensions last year was absolutely yes.
A Brazilian team ascended.
These 2 guys were not even at Ascension, by the way. They were from teams that didn't even make it. That is the depth of talent that is still untapped in the region.
And just wait for guys like Luke Show to get to play, Sato to get to play, Spikes to get to play. Incredible talent in that Brazilian region. And again, there's an argument for, Verno maybe being brought onto this team because there's a bit of convenience there, no visa required. He's also a young player, willing to learn, willing to fit into this structure. Turns out, there's no communication issues, as far as we can tell. In fact, they're very upbeat about it. The narrative is that he's plug and play, just add water, and you've got a real competitor
Which
here.
you wouldn't have thought, but they are saying that confidently. All of the players, Fraud, the coach, like, this guy fits in. We love how much he communicates. We love his energy. Like, they are having a blast playing with this guy, and it's showing. This MIBR team are a joy to watch at the moment, and I still feel like we're just scratching the surface. This is early days for the roster's lifespan, and they are already putting G2 to the test. The best team that we've got in Americas. We're headed to map 3. Standard stuff over for MIBR, and we get the Waylay for Jaw yet again.
So one of the things that looks so different between these two is that classic A-side play of the Jet dashing into the Cloudburst to make that space. That's not something that Jorg is gonna have the opportunity to do on this Waylay. He probably will have to approach those, because these are not the same agent, right? They're not analogs for each other whatsoever, where, you know, you have a smoke access as Jet, and, you know, Waylay has a bit more of that disruption, the hindrance, of course, that she can apply. So you're gonna see these two play differently in some cases. But one thing that I saw G2 use really well against a very aggressive team in their last game was the attack side operator. To punish these contact pushes up, VALORANT.
Love that game.
Big fan, actually.
Pretty fun game, honestly. Oh, hey, it's the back of my head. That was a crazy camera shot. It's looking good. Hey, that's me.
But again, that's something that we like from G2. They adapted, and we don't often see attack side operator play on this map. Normally on defense, but against teams that want to contact, that are really active, you will see it mixed in here and there.
I'm excited to see this final matchup between Ospas and Jar, two world champion duelists going head-to-head for the first time in 2025. It has been a banger series so far, the series we deserve from our first seed in Kickoff and our third seed. This has been a stellar matchup.
And with the crash out from Sentinels, there might be a power vacuum there at number 2. An opportunity for MIBR to move up the pecking order or even further with a win in this series. These are your heavyweights in America so far, folks. What have they got for us on Ascent? It's G2 on the attack side to begin.
It's going to be that pop flash through the standard one-way that comes up in a main. It's good to see a sent back, I'm not going to lie. Maybe some people disagree, but I don't like that.
Okay, I'll ask you that in 2 weeks.
Here comes that dark cover over towards door. Execute utility, MIBR. They are stacked up here, to be fair.
Oh, here's Jorg already at the 4. Has that refract available, but will probably just stick here at the front of the side. Spike is loose, though, in A main, and Aspas has an opportunity to look over that part of the map, but Jorg is just clean with it. Headshot against the Jet. Kaiju down, folks. Oh, no! What? Cuts the legs out from under Trent, but Jorg is on his 4th. You've got to give him more than that, surely. Jorg is hungry for it. What's the right click? And it'll be stolen from him. Okay. There might be some harsh words shared here.
I mean, he doesn't even know what he's trying to shoot at some point. This guy is just in the walls, shooting at a shadow that's moving around. This movement is so sick. Paranoia connection onto our team there. Beautiful.
But here's the difference, right? Instead of diving into a Cloudburst, you're diving to Gen and using that as cover from heaven.
This is nothing.
And that was it, dirty stuff. Okay, he doesn't care. I'm glad to see that.
Already 4 kills. We've seen both Waylays start off hot. That was the case with Ospas back on map 1.
Yep, 7 kills in 2 rounds.
Honestly, a little surprised to not see him playing it here, but ignore, what is it, reject modernity, embrace tradition.
Exactly. So, return to monkey, is that the third part? All right, Cordesia caught out there, of course, by that salvo. Couldn't quite escape. Beautifully laid down there by Trent. He was 0-3, first kill, first death in that previous game. So a tough one for him, but again, the util usage was where it needed to be. Aspas doing Aspas things, Wyatt.
It didn't even look like he got that shot off. But now we've got some significant damage dealt, and with a very weak Trent. Can certainly see MIBR getting away with well. Okay, maybe not. Leaf gets that nice, clean, free little spray down with the Stinger as they're stacked up.
Whoever puts their KO
I feel like we're seeing this a lot, actually. The player with the Sheriff receiving a push from Speedway and just getting, 2 to 4 kills. Here's how it was for Cortesian. Yeah, nobody going, really.
If I go forward, I'm going to die. If I go backwards, I'm going to die.
That's called a Zooks.
Left to right, I'll probably die too. I'm only playing this.
Maybe I'll just, why don't I just go share?
I'll just watch my teammates play the game.
Back to it.
Indeed. Round 3 coming up now. Heavy presence here for G2 on the A side of the map, but Aspas will be posted up. Play off this one way. Valon's already TP'd across. Flash in. Aspas doesn't see anything from it now. Will be forced away from A main, and so G2 scale into that space. Artisan on the corner. Oh, catches Jorg. Not ready for it at all, but Trent's happy to take the trade. It's messy. G2 showing us a little bit of aggression. A keenness to fight, but how to identify that spray transfer. That is otherworldly stuff.
The one man left on that site was Shenum, facing down the entire horde of G2, who had, with finesse, traded out in A main, despite having the weaker weapons, despite this being a fairly soft bonus buy. You know, with Leaf only picking up the Sheriff into this, they didn't over-invest.
I mean, aptly named is Leaf, as a strong wind would blow him away here. 6 health. That spike is, it's virtually in Albuquerque as far as he's concerned. Shout out New Mexico. Big fan. And Leaf will now drift across the map.
Yes, I love driving through New Mexico for several hours in the desert on the way to Texas. Fond memories.
30 seconds left.
And there's not much to be done here, really. Obviously, like you mentioned, a bit of a soft bonus here for G2. So they're not going to lose any sleep off losing this round, but God, that spray transfer for Shannon, hard to do as well with the Vandal, mind you. Low enough, though, that...
I'm sorry, just looking up.
Okay.
Catch a free timing
rifle?
onto Shenum.
In this economy?
Okay, he does have 9 seconds, so there's a 0% chance he's winning this round, right?
Okay, sure,
right,
Doctor. Yep, you got it, buddy. There it is.
And there
the headshot machine just follows his programming.
He takes his time and he gets a free kill. Sure, why not? One more rifle depleted. That does put MIBR in a pretty uncomfortable situation.
Okay, convergent parts available here for Jorg as well. This is so messed. Look at this. 1, 2. Look at this correction. Pardon? Okay, buddy. Nasty stuff. Raw stopping power there from Shenum. And not a moment too soon as G2 were threatening to overrun that A site again. Jorg is ulti ready to go, though.
Yeah, that'll be crucial. No one else particularly close to ultimates from the MIBR side. Certainly none that would matter. Wow, drop fast up into mid. Playing off of the space denial from the guiding salvos and has this lineup for the convergent paths to send that into B.
Remember, hindrance doesn't slow you down. It affects your fire rate, your recoil recovery, your util readying, everything. Jorg with that speed boost now can move on in and decided to straight up give it up by MIBR. They'll play for this retake.
Yeah, they have no options. You do not want to be stood in that hindrance. It is so frustrating to play around.
Jorg is so
okay. Oh, what a timing to catch as Cortezio was on the drop.
On the move, give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Now, if I'm Jorg, surely I'm thinking Arzina's on the other side of this, impish with that judge.
Yeah, he knows that it's far too big of a risk to push into that dark cover. Just play around it. You've already gotten your team a big advantage with that pick.
Just digging the Cypher out. Okay, there it is. The timing is so good. He hears Arzine try and back away. Shenum wisely opts to TP across the breach. And Aspas could probably come out here with 1 or more, but might have to give the rifle up. Gotta reveal himself. Awkward. Okay, Leaf, well, swings and roundabouts, because he's had a few moments like that himself over this series.
He's having a little chuckle on the cam as well, that he was able to win that one out, and can't really blame him. Pretty tragic that Aspas can't save that rifle. That is a round, though, to me, that really illustrates why these guys have Jaw on the team, because he will be the one that will push forward, take a timing through the smoke, an intuitive moment, catches out Cortezia, and then from there, easy round win. You've gotten your team a significant advantage.
God, I feel like we really saw how powerful Convergent Paths is, though, as an ultimate. There was just no choice for the defenders but to get off the side entirely. Jorg did not have to follow up on it. He didn't have to take a risk by, you know, making use of that hindrance to find kills. MIBR said, no, you know what? You can take it.
7 for 1 MIBR. Right forward past them one way, and it works so far.
Give him a shotgun, he will party. Arzine with his second of the game now to back away. Of course, he's not able to take a rifle for his trouble, but happy enough to take the mastermind off the battlefield.
I mean, Arzine has been relatively quiet today, but I say that maybe only by comparison of last week where he dropped 18 for 4 on 1/2 of split with 550 ACS.
3 4Ks over the course of the map.
But he has been an outrageously valuable player for MIBR. Leaf with timing onto Cortezia for the even up on the numbers.
He had amazing lurks on Pearl as well. Wyatt, Leaf was a big part of G2's arsenal there. That 1 kill now is going to start to sow the seeds of discord amongst the defenders. Okay, still guard and use. Verno opts to take the challenge. It's tough to lose those. Now it's going to be a free B site for G2.
That was the pivotal moment deciding this round. If Verno had gotten that kill, maintained his presence in B main, complexion totally different. Real opportunity for a successful retake then for the Brazilian side, but it's just not possible at this point.
And I think this is when we start asking the question, right? This is going to be a 4th attack side round for G2, a 3-gun save for MIBR. Over a full best of 3, do this MIBR team have the depth to handle a team like G2? I really think that's the next step, the next hurdle in their way if they want to ascend to dominance in Americas. Because this is a terrible start to what is the favored side of the map for them.
Gun here.
That is the question, right? With such a, you're factoring in them being such a new team, but you know, Ascent returning to the pool, but it's not a new map. In fact, it is one of the oldest maps and one of the maps that has been the most figured out. It's rare that we have gotten to a place in time where we get to see some new agents, some new meta developing here on Ascent.
The last time was like 2024 Loud playing like Phoenix Viper on this map. You remember that? Sardak just cooking up something ridiculous.
That was, yeah, a little out of pocket.
That was like Kickoff last year, I want to say.
That was a little crazy that era.
That was fun. Yeah, I mean, Leaf winning that fight is important.
He just has B.
That was so nonchalant. That was brutal. That was just...
I mean, again, this is a long series. Honestly, long series.
Hey, you got to have that confidence.
Absolutely. And frankly, you know, Leaf's had his share of hard knocks over the course of Haven. That's some really unfortunate timings here.
Hey, you want to talk about long series? G2 have been doing a number of those over the past couple months, going back to the Kickoff finals against Sen.
I mean, the narrative
Bangkok
about this team
well.
was that they always lost map 1 as well, even last year. They took a long time to get going, but they also showcased this grit, this resilience after like bad starts to sort of come back. They're used to playing these long series in general, right? But it's taxing, it's exhausting. And for these youngsters on MIBR, it's a long day at the office. You've got to stay in the game. Moments like that from Verno, again, tough over a long series to sort of continue to stay sharp, and he tries to get the drop on Leaf, and I get it, but him falling there opens up the site, and G2 take advantage.
Absolutely, out of the MIBR timeout, Coach Fraud getting involved. Just thinking back again to what the opposing coach on G2, Josh, said after that first map loss, that he just wants them to win this to prove to themselves that they can make this comeback a reality.
Such a great point. I mean, G2 have not been losing map 1 this year, right? That was very much a last year thing. In Bangkok, they were winning all these 2-0s, right? Until they got to the final. It was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then obviously a best of 5 against T1. But they remember what a long series is like, don't worry.
Not ready yet.
At least sending out some utility over towards Catwalk, towards mid, that would deny any forward pressure. If MIBR had intentions of walking down, trying to catch a timing to fight, take a duel somewhere around B tiles. G2, they just want to get into this B site. They want to get in fast.
Oy, okay, Whiplash anybody? Jorgamo's having again out there with that refraction. Aldrone deployed here, and MIBR now tucking into the side. They're looking to anchor. They want to fight. They've got the weapons for it too.
This is one of the nice things about having the Waylay. You can get in, get a lot of the util out, and then re-hit.
Timing! Timing! Oh, Aspas falls! Cortesi at least able to trade it. Here comes Trent and Leaf though by Speedway. Door's going to come down and mark it. It's going to have to be banged open by Verno because his teammate needs help. Tries for a swing, gets one. That's good enough for now, surely.
Gets one, desperately needed that one. The round would have probably been done. Now MIBR, they have a chance to go for a real retake in this situation.
Baron sprays, but is backing up as he does, and Artisan's able to avoid it, but Trent is there. No B-main presence here for G2. They're all on the side, but they got this util.
What was that? Just random spam through? That
must have been.
Only the man with the stinger, but still, Verno, what a pick to find.
He'll be slowed up though. That Teo util will make this a bit awkward. It's now a 2v2. Verno has to make the play. Verno, the one that couldn't complete it previously. And Jonah, the professor, does the math, and it favors him as it always tends to do. It's G2 getting to 5.
You need a lot of mouse pad to make a flick like that happen. Was that forward facing and then reverse up? Got to see that on the replay. That looked absolutely mental. Ooh. Oh my God, Verno should have had that locked up.
He's using a yoga mat for a mouse pad, surely.
We're able to isolate the prior 2 fights as well with some really swift jiggle peaks. Verno had done fantastic work to even bring it to that point. But again, that is the depth of the G2 talent. Like, we haven't even really seen in 2025 moments where Jonas needed to be that guy for the team. But in 2024, he would have random maps where this guy's playing Viper on Lotus, gives you 28 kills. All right, cool. He can do it if he's called upon.
Here.
Okay, ping there. Aspas did see the barrel there of Leaf's weapon, but didn't want to give himself away. Not yet, anyway. G2, though, always want to try and play in a way to negate the effect of the AWP, right? Like hit these sites where they know Aspas is not. They did it on Haven a lot, right? Just try and play around it. And they don't just play raw contact. They're not that kind of team most of the time. Oy, okay, Genum though wanted to take the fight, and G2 want these push-ups. They want this aggressive play from MIBR. Here's an Armageddon that's going to cover Heaven, so it really opens up the site now. Will be cleared. Jorg's going to get in here with the plant. She's going to get him close to that ultimate too.
I can't express enough how important the kills Verno keeps finding are. Again, around where they've now opened up the real possibility of going for a retake. He's got the Hunter's Fury to get into this too.
Big neural. Should be pretty obvious to MIBR though, expecting a player A main, 2 on the site.
Yeah, honestly, won't be any time to use that ult. It's going to come down to the gunfights. Can Aspas actually get a kill?
Unreal.
He does. That's a great opener.
In a split second before the Teo util comes in, he gets the shot. Now it's up to Jorg. 1v3. Verno's down. He's knocking him apart. Above him, it's Aspas. The headshot connects, and surely not Jorg. He's done it again. It's just unreal. It's uncanny. On the A side, as always, it's Jorg that delivers magic.
That is actually the clip straight out of the Waylay trailer on the A site, 1v3. Back-to-back rounds from G2 where they are hitting inhuman flicks, man. How does he get that onto Aspas up top?
He does it again.
This is why they've signed him. This is why we expected G2 to be a world beater this year, having the X factor in Jaw, taking them over the top to that world-class level that only a couple other teams can really be on.
That is weapons-grade, Geneva Convention sanctioned explosive power.
They are so different, and Jaw is just him.
Aspas trying a bit of a schmeeg. Nothing to see there, top mid. Our drone's going to be able to clear at least A main. Verno's been good, you mentioned it, finding these important kills that at least give MIBR a chance, but they are falling further and behind. And this is a round where they've got nothing compelling except the Blade Storm. Aspas needs to step up, needs to carve them away, but has to get out. Oh, Jorg hit with a paranoia there. Counter paranoia now comes out from G2, but it's just to get them out. It's a free kill virtually for MIBR.
And MIBR a team that have really been trying to find these mid-round timings to take fights. Unsuccessful on the prior, but here paying dividends as Verno wants to rip that Hunter's Fury. Immediate ultimate counter by the null command.
He thinks initially it's a fast hit, a re-hit towards B, but it's not. G2 drifting across the map, and now pump fake maybe in the B direction as Leaf catches the rotate. Verno looks to get away from B and then is caught out. TP across by Shenum, he gets into B-side spawn, but G2 are going to come out of market and hit this site. Shenum, barely any prior opportunity, but through the smoke purely. The ping on Trent.
No one can break the kill trip. This mid-round has been electric at the moment. Maybe it'll slow down for a second. Leaf is still so forward, so weak.
Oh my goodness, Leaf is low. Artazine wins it out against Valen there in B main, and Jonas the only healthy part of G2. Suppressed briefly here by Artazine's null command. 4 players for MIBR. Deep press and they go for it. Spray is good. Jonah with another 2-piece. But this time it's up to Leaf. Still suppressed. Hears it all though. Gets his way up Speedway. Knows he's got to deal with 2 here. Oh, buddy. Cortesi's head rolls instantly, and now Artazine has to make this work. He has a fragment to hold Leaf at bay. That is a huge piece of util. And Leaf's going to go for it. Take the fight. Sees the head. The spray though is wayward. And Artazine comes through for MIBR. A thrifty round at a crucial moment in the half.
And a match that is delivering on the fireworks that we wanted from 2 of the best teams in the region. G2 the best at the moment. But in that round, succumbing to proactive play early on that allowed Aspas to find that first kill with the Blade Storm, and then somehow just no one able to break that kill trip that allowed Shenum to slowly get a free kill. Watching things out in the end. God, they needed that desperately to stay in this half. Things were looking dire, and at least historically on Ascent, the defense side stays favored.
Now it's a trip up in mid. It's likely Jorg looks to test it. Smoke top mid, and now G2 cross. An A split here is in the works.
There.
And the 0 point there, I think, doesn't spot anything out for Artazine. Keep them guessing.
And they're kind of slowly splitting up into A, and then they excel off this ultimate. Look at the speed from Jaw off the ultimate conversion pass.
There's a timing though behind him. Cortesi's able to take him down, but Artazine has fallen. Still pressure onto the side as Zenom TPs into hell. He'll bide his time now. G2 might consider a cancel on this, but they do feel like they're committed, I guess.
Yeah, they are committed past the door.
Okay, Valen down, Trent also struggling. Leaf! Gets two.
Oh my god, spotted ahead of Shenum. He knows his path to the right side of hell right now. Ospas has to break through the door.
He's a wild card, but he has to give himself a way to get to the side, and here's that steel guard, and awkward for Shenum now. Double swing should take him out. And it's up to Aspas. He'll have access to his weapon, but it's not great here. The operator against two. Ooh, okay, Leaf is down. Surely Jonah doesn't challenge this. Surely he sits back. Surely he lets him go. And Aspas will deliver his own brand of justice to these hubris-laden heathens. 3 for MIBR.
That's what happens when you willingly challenge one of the greatest duelists of all time.
You come at this guy,
champion.
you better not miss, man. That's all I got to say.
You can't give him an opportunity like that. Can't give him that window. That little attempt at the double face on site goes awry. Jonah just didn't have the angle to support Leaf. It's one after the other. Dominoes fall. Aspas too consistent, too good. At least Josh looks a little bit unscathed on the right.
I mean, again, your team has 6 attack side rounds. So there's that. You have that at least to lean on.
You are still in a commanding position, and it's required heroics from MIBR to stay in this game.
What they've had to do to mimic a fraction of G2's power is just have superstars go tropical. Heading to the next round here. Timeout called for G2. Look, they buy an outlaw. So Leaf at least is considering that right now. And there's no, I would say, key ultimates to sort of get excited about in that G2 side of things. They'd love a little bit more extracted from this half. Aspas will be on the operator. Half armor, to be fair, so there is some play for the outlaw to be had if Leaf commits to it.
This honestly feels to me like a G2 calling a timeout from Josh just to ice the kicker.
Yeah.
They've been playing this half very well. All of MIBR's mid-round aggression that they're attempting has been nullified outside of that one-time Aspas got the Blade Storm kill. The rounds that MIBR have gotten are late-round heroics. That has really brought them the wins at this point. You want to slow that momentum down here.
And MIBR happy to take the opportunity, in fact, to rest. Round number 10 coming at you, folks. Only 3 more left in the half. MIBR with a bit of ground to make up. Playing with 3 half armors into this outlaw.
Aspas has got that operator, but yeah, he's one of the players with a half armor, so it's essentially an op-v-op battle if they happen to run into each other, and they are on the same side of the map, at least for now. That's Leaf with the outlaw.
Aldrone sees Trent, but not Leaf.
Yeah, Trent breaking that for Leaf so he can stay on that line towards Cat and hope that someone from MIBR maybe just goes for a jiggle peek and he can get that free opener.
Okay, smoked mid, though, means that Leaf is likely to cross and maybe try and push up against that trap wire in mid.
I like this setup right now from MIBR. It's a good counter to the fact that G2 have been going for a lot of slow A splits, working up Cat. They have that double presence for main, and then Bruno can play off a trip.
Okay.
Over towards Tree.
Valen saw the jet, I think. Now I don't know where the op is. This is probably going to give you more confidence in order to hit this site, but there's a setup towards Wine here. Shenum gives himself away. Paranoia comes in, and Artesian is able to capitalize. That's Valen out of the game. Leaf, though, is there. Here comes that outlaw. Verno chimes back in, though, coming down from grass. Door will drop.
30 seconds.
Jorg pulls out now, back into A main, as it will be a plant.
Bruno has a recon for this retake. That'll be a useful tool. Wants to send that in as the 3 remaining MIBR players group up, double up in hell from G2. A weak Jonah P down there.
Sound the null command, though.
He could be susceptible to a shock dart, even if Bruno tries to find a timing to use one.
Jonah and Trent. Oh, joined to the hip there, and they go down together. Jorg cannot salvage things. Great little retake there for MIBR. Again, with an operator to work with, so odds feel against them. That's their 4th, and now stringing these rounds together.
That was well done. I mean, the setup almost worked to perfection outside of Leaf. And with that tripwire, he's able to take that one extra step, find an angle to get a kill towards A main. That's when things really got opened up for G2 to have an opportunity. When it comes down to the retake, pretty clinical from MIBR. With Verno Cortezia, they double up to fight anyone on site, while you have Aspas up top who can control any swings from main. Perfect.
3 rounds in a row. G2, though, still able to buy. That last round, they had Outlaw, a couple rifles. They did some work. Such that Artisan's on a Spectre here. Here's Jorg. Light speed gets him in the mid. Teho Yutu means he can't be punished as he touches down, and now he'll have control of this space. There's no trap wire there either.
A couple times now the G2 have used that round open. Prior, they inserted Jaw because he had that convergent path. They went for this big B execute. Different this time, though, as it's Jonah who's embedded in the space that the Waylay took prior. And do G2 just want to pivot into another slow A hit? Oh, man, faking up mid.
Selling it. Okay, getting caught so early, though. There he is. Well, flashing himself in, but Artsbus has the line with the op. Here's Artazine getting ahead of the drone.
Spike down A.
Gets his power to flex with the Spectre. Can't argue with that. Snappy stuff there from Jorgamo. Gets himself through tree. Now onto this A site again. Cortezi, though dangerous always, is going to be neutralized here.
Jaw is just willing G2 to a win. Both of those kills, massive impact found in the round.
Artsbus got a rifle, though, so got rid of the op and now has a more appropriate weapon for this take. Trent, bless his lucky stars, gets away from the shocky that would have ended him. But Jorg is so low. We're going to see this yet again. 2 low players in a 3v2. Oh, Artsbus just a bit of spray. That's enough. Verno now surely takes timing, takes an opportunity. Leaf is looking up towards that heaven side, and there it is. Jorg has to do it with so little help, but you know he's good for it. He's just a little better. Another 4K for Jorg, and G2 post up a hard-fought round.
He finds the pivotal openers and then closes when it's all on his back at the end as well.
It's a Jorg game, man. 18 frags here after 11 rounds.
Insane. This is one of the maps where Jaw just seems to be the human highlight reel, taking us back to probably the most iconic ace in the history of the game when he had the airplane Bucky. He just is a totally different beast.
You're so good, bro.
I agree. That's why they don't call him the professor for nothing.
Great insights from this learned and erudite individual. Brought to Jorgamo very quickly as his brain spilled early in the round. Wants that mid control again, but Leaf gets in, just cocky. They're going for this. Fall back though to the side by MIBR, and they spot the play out that comes into market. A lot of info here. G2 don't seem to care. Trent in the cyber cage is going to take the fight. Jonapi's able to win it out. Yep, just sheer weight of numbers, overwhelming the defenders. MIBR feels like they do everything right, but they can't win the gunfights when they matter.
Yeah, overwhelming the defenders who were stacked up in the site, by the way. This should be easy for G2 to clean up. It's so rare that they lose situations like this. That being said, this has been a map where MIBR have made magic happen at crucial moments. This might be too big of an ask. The reflank from Leaf looks to be on the right timing as well.
Again, back into market. This time, no camera to spot him out. No time for Artazine to react either.
Nothing to look at either. Fully flashed up, just staring at a white screen and still finds the headshots. I swear that has been the tale of Leaf today. It's so bizarre. Every time we're on his POV, he's either hitting the sickest shots you've ever seen or just completely whiffing. But right now he's at 16 and 7, so hey, no complaints.
Have a look at this, yeah. Hey, he comes back for a second pass at it, and Leaf is having a game.
Full blind. Let's go, baby.
They were full blind, exactly. Leaf able to capitalize on that big time.
Gotta say, this is the first map of the 3 where one team is just looking definitively better than the other at the moment. MIBR, bear in mind, heroics required to stay in.
Of course, we have a battle of titans, but also a battle of mascots. Is it Jorgamo's Mango, or it might be our Sakura? Yeah, okay. I mean, Sakura with a debut today. Very impressive. Oh, yeah, Mango. It's on the mouse pad as well. See it down there on stage.
This is, I don't want to pick.
That's tough. Sakura gets 2.
This is, I don't want to choose, Mitch.
She's
They're both so
small.
cute.
They're so small. Oh, okay, it is a real question of cats and dogs in here. Yeah.
Such little guys.
Oh, we have indecisive voter. I actually don't blame you. Okay. You know what you like. I appreciate it.
We need to do a content segment where they hang out together. That's what we really need during the break.
Actually so good. With Jorg and Artsbus as well. Yeah, I can't decide either. Sakura is like as small as a shoe. It's like a little baby croc. You know what I mean? I can't. Yeah, it's mirrored. It's okay. Takes us a while to get used to it as well. All right, Riot Games Arena. Voting with their hands. Been a great crowd today. A perfect compliment to a fantastic game of Valorant. We love you. Jumping into it now, of course, and there's Mango again represented on the mousepad of young Jorg, who has an 18 for 6 half.
Lit up the server.
Oof, man. It's just so sick to see. And it's so sick to see this dynamic player fit into a roster that is so solid, consistent, well-drilled as G2. It's a match made in heaven. It's opposites attracting. It's covering for your weaknesses. Beautiful.
Really is. There was a moment in the offseason where it felt like, man, there might be an adjustment period for this.
We said that, right?
That was a fast
they just met in the middle. They both.
It did not take much time at all. It is a match
that.
made in heaven, like you said.
Peanut butter and jelly. Okay.
Incredible squad that's been put together.
But let's not take too much away from MIBR. 14-12 was the result on Pearl, and they made it close on Haven. Now, the attack side on Ascent. They've got a bit of a chase here. It all starts with this ever-crucial pistol.
They want to go for this fast B-split. Pathing through market, Aspas already in, past the guiding salvos, but wants to slow down, wait for the rest of his team.
Okay, Chalk gets out. Talk about the getaway plan, he is out of there. Might come back in with a saturate here. No, over the top of the light speed. Aspas deals with him. Again, got to get up early in the morning to come at that guy, but at least able to find two. By the way, sick map from him. But a right-click action doesn't get him there. It's up to Cortesia and Shannon, the two young guns. There's only one gun in the game for MIBR now.
Cortesia has not been able to get as active on this map as he did back on Haven, where he was the star for MIBR, frankly.
Just locking down that garage area. So nice. To be fair, some of his retake plays on A have been stellar.
Yeah, he is certainly, in terms of the firepower, the shooting, one of the cleanest that you will see that we've got in Americas at the moment. This would have to be an unbelievable clutch.
Again, his opponents are softened up. It could be good for it. Valen is one-shot. Jonah also takes some damage. Cortesia doesn't care. He's dishing out free haircuts. But Jonah P will cut him to the quick.
He had the briefest moments of isolation. Tough to connect those shots. Put in a very impossible situation by G2, who were able to just rush him down with the numbers. Frustrate him with the jumping around, the silly movement to hit.
I don't want to be a doomer here, but losing the pistol, going to the attack side, down 4 rounds already. It's a grim tale that's being painted by the scoreboard here, Wyatt.
It absolutely is. I can have fun hitting the site with Jaw and Leaf right now. The actual Shaq and Kobe performance at the moment. I mean, combined for 37 kills right now. 37.
Talk about top heavy. You know,
the rest of the team has 17.
This team is doing. This team takes the blue lock approach. Eventually, all of G2 will be duelists. They think they're like the best players in the best team in Valorant is all egoists, like building a soccer team of strikers.
MIBR said it didn't work on the pistol. Maybe it'll work right now on the 4 spy. They go 1 for 1, and now pressure on these anchors.
Verno Aspas a little bit low, softened up here by the defenders, and Valen's going to fall back to B, but he's got backup, and Jorgamo slaps him down. That's the Outlaw doing its thing, and G2 get to double digits.
Yeah, this is just a day where Jaw decides to take over. This G2 roster depth is ridiculous.
So it's a day that ends in day then, is it?
They have so many stars. Trent was fantastic back on map 1. A little bit quiet since then, but who cares? I mean, you have 2 guys that are combined now for 40 kills.
I do wonder.
40.
You know, Teo, obviously, really a role player trend has been over much of this series now. Looking to facilitate and set up, and sometimes just getting caught with that util in hand. It happens.
And then back on Haven, they're IGL top fragging. Crazy, man. MIBR, they're forced now onto an eco for real. After trying to force to get back in the game, you can't blame them for doing it in that situation. They got the spike down on the pistol round, but now things are dire for real. G2 should be at 11.
Just that stinger for Aspas brought in. Sheriffs. Seem to look pretty darn good, in fairness. Okay, Jorgamo gets his. Out we go, light speed away, and Trent can pick up the slack. And MIBR have been offered enough room to hang themselves with now as they look to step onto the site. 1 by 1, mode on down. Trent padding the stats here, I respect it. An enterprising play. And there's Jenna with the Sheriff eventually brought to heel.
All of those little moments, G2 are just fundamentally perfect. It's all the little things, but it's a 99% chance that they're going to do them right. Jaw facing on that angle. The second he dashes away, Trent says, okay, there's going to be a guy swinging to chase. Immediate pop out of the smoke. Free kill goes. But it's like all of the little things.
It's second nature at this point.
It is. They're just such a well-oiled machine.
And when you get into a long series, and you're a team like G2 who can fall back on years of fundamentals and chemistry, what more could you ask for? These guys know how to play a long game if they have to. We talked about fatigue, how it creeps in, and MIBR have to be feeling it now. Jaw gets out.
On the precipice of starting this stage at 2-0. Any questions about struggling getting back from Bangkok would certainly be out the window at this point. They are far too consistent.
Okay, Aspas likely hindered. No, actually, not affected by that saturation. And we're going for it. 12 and 12 here. Oh, the timing! It's perfect. Leafs able to jump away, but that's a big opener.
Trying to catch timing of his own, but does not want to take a duel at that range with the Stinger.
Remember, this could be the game here in this round. I mean, it's worth 2 for sure. And
oh, what is that? That's so off. The flash comes late from Artsin.
Way too early. And that's the fundamentals that G2 we talk about. They're falling back on MIBR. They mess up at a crucial moment. Still with a player advantage. VALORANT with a Stinger. Okay, just run forward. I've seen it work in this series, in fact. Not this time. Cortez here again, just doing what he does best.
At that point, VALORANT just didn't know where to go. There was nowhere realistically to go. Right, cleaned up. Credit to Artsin for finding that mid-round timing, catching Trent on the rotate out of tree. That gave them the opportunity to get into that A site.
I just love this, like, from Aspas. I mean, it's such an odd timing to take, it works out, and then, like, all you have to do is be able to play off the flash being set up for you by Artsin, and just not quite there. Thankfully, Cortezia just has this level of consistency that he can, is the undertone to that round that allows him to be able to triumph.
We're still nowhere near this comeback becoming a reality yet for MIBR, 1 round at a time for them. And really the danger against this G2 comp in this specific matchup. Oh my God, wait, aggression down mid, straight off the jump, huh?
Yep, bit of a variation thrown in there by G2. Again, it just seems like nothing rattles Cortezia.
I mean, they're going for that instant tiles crunch. Classic play on this map, but new layer with the waylay, you can just dash in so quick, so far.
I need Bro's headshot percentage again this series. It's got to be something disgusting. 1 for 1. Okay, I respect it. It's going to be a little late, this, though, late re-wrapping. How long will it take for MIBR to start checking their 6 here? I think that's a question well worth asking. Is they're going to clear B?
Slow from Leaf. VALORANT, patient, quiet, wrapping through B main. MIBR should be able to trade this out with the numbers advantage.
God, sees it.
Out. Yeah,
that's so important.
Last player standing.
Buddy. All right, Leaf, 19 for 9. Has nothing to look at here, as all of MIBR are tucked in the prescribed locations, and he just has to step up. See if he's got the raw aim to take it out. Artsin low, he's taking no damage yet. Shots coming through the boxes.
Made me believe for a moment. For just a moment.
We have to by default at this point. That's another round. Okay, brick by brick, MIBR building themselves a staging ground here. Some ultimates now coming online as well. Neural theft here for Cortezia. This is the man himself. Nicely done. On the back foot, able to dish out 2 beautiful headshots.
Yep. Cool play from G2, though. You know, again, it's classic play. That one dates back to 2020.
Duel with Jet, duel with Waylay. Yeah. Tiles crunch works either way.
I like the attempt. The real danger here for MIBR is the fact that this G2 comp is just so much more dense with round-changing ultimates than the standard Ascent look. Having the Armageddon, the Convergent Paths, and the Null Command, and the Steel Garden, compared to what you've got, you're diffed in the ult game. So eventually G2 can just build up to all of those. They all press the button, and they should be able to get to 12. That's the real danger here for MIBR. That's what they have to be concerned about. Real uphill battle.
So they take their time here. They don't lay claim to much of the map, though. Shenum, of course, can always rejoin MIBR when required, or even go ahead of them with this ultimate and be the vanguard to set up on B. Slowly as we go. Every corner being checked, every I being dotted, the T's being crossed. It's such an important round.
Counter paranoia off the noise from VALORANT, who wants to entrench himself back sight. And while the conversion path's actually used now, this is only half by
but
from G2.
It gives Jordan the speed to at least get into the site, and he does have, of course, a weapon that's worth pinning your hopes on. This might just call a cancel here for MIBR, as Aspas was able to force that refract.
Wow, this is actually forcing MIBR to late rotate into the A site. Look at the clock, 25 seconds, delayed by the molly, and when they get to site, there are razor vines.
Oh, he's flashing himself out! That's brazen from Jonah P.
20 seconds. Look at the delay utility.
Artzin's got to stand in between it for the time being, but he takes some damage now. The Armageddon comes in. Aspas is going to walk up grass here. Trent catches Artzin. Spike, by the way, still in tree. It hasn't even got there. 10 seconds left in the round, and MIBR desperately trying to get there, but Leaf has to share a shot to end this one, surely. Aspas wins it, but here comes Leaf once more. Verno's got to go for the shorty play, and he guts Leaf, entrails everywhere, but no time left in the round. And the Thrifty won by G2. They get to 12 in the most unexpected of ways.
Beautiful macro on that round. Was worried for a second, like, wow, they're making this big commitment with the converging paths. Now, they do have a lot of ults with the comp that they're running, but still, on this round, you only have 2 guns, but they realized, Jaw realized that with the state of the clock, they could just rout the entire MIBR team back to a low on time, where they have to deal with the Tejo and the Vice setup. That was so intelligent from G2.
All because of one
incredible round. Genuinely incredible macro.
One Waylay ultimate funneled MIBR into the proverbial wood chipper of util. It's like playing a platformer on super hard difficulty.
They just really expected that there would have been a heavier rotate there towards B, and it's such a risk knowing that they're probably going to have to go into that Vice regardless, but man, I'm genuinely so impressed by that.
And MIBR don't attempt to play towards mid to try and catch the rotate there. They say, no, come to us. We have a web that is spun, that is ready to ensnare you entirely. It's kind of why we don't see like the double sentinel on this map anymore. You just kind of don't need it. Like Deadlock already has to be so proactive on defense with that util. Just get Tejo in there.
Gotta say, it's also quite difficult to lose when you have 2 players that have a 2 or over kill to death ratio.
Yeah.
46 on the board from Jaw and Lee. 46. They are putting up stupid numbers to win this game out against an MIBR that are looking like a top contender, a lethal team in Americas as they progress, get more time together, integrate Verno. But G2 are just a totally different monster compared to everybody else.
It's been a hell of a series. G2 now, match point. It's about landing the plane, but MIBR have refused to give an inch this whole series, and now, of course, more than ever, they're going to lock in to try and extend the game on Ascent. Straight into tree, no resistance offered here by G2 yet, but there's Lee, just pops up when he's needed. Hunter's Fury comes in, but it's just a bit too slow. Ponderous, Verno does catch Jonah at least. This evens up the numbers, but Cortesia needs to get to the spike. Cyber Cage will pave the way, but he's spotted out.
Oh my god, Trent on the jump up just couldn't get that timing to fire off the Vandal.
Ooh, Cortesia dicing with death, and Jaw gets caught out by Verno top mid. That's the player advantage that MIBR was searching for, and a TP over to B should guarantee a plant.
Yeah, quick pivot from Verno, trying to get to B main to assist Shannon so no one can actually rush him down. Dark cover. Hopefully keeping them at bay and spawn. Verno, yeah, on that angle. Well done from him to get the fast rotate.
Drake here as well, just kind of knows it's chalked. The money here, a bit odd for G2. We'll see if they can close the game out there, but great stuff for MIBR. That top mid position for Verno, sublime.
1 round at a time for MIBR. G2 with 5 chances to close out the game. Start this season off with a nice little 2-0. Taking down one of their top contenders in the group early on.
Such an odd encounter there. Trent
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
At Garden. You can see like Cortesia has to jump away. There's paranoia thrown out. Neural Theft is used. It reveals Trent. Cortesia gets away.
Man, I gotta say, it's good to see Verno on the Sova. I think this is the agent where he's really at his best. I think that was always the case when you would watch him in Challengers, when he was really making a name for himself, and with Ascent back in the pool, this could certainly be a home map for him.
But the role of Sova changes now when you can't just, like spam into B main, right? You need to find other ways, especially to really get value. And honestly, I think he's done so on this map. He's looked really good.
It's going to be that half fight for G2, but that doesn't mean you don't have to be worried if you're MIBR. Have seen so many games end, or rather so many comebacks end prematurely because suddenly you get eco'd. And Jaw with a Bucky on Ascent, iconic and terrifying.
Here's the group up for MIBR. Definitely looking at this part of the map, it's the iconic skin, of course.
Skin. Oh, no.
The Aviator, he's been known as. Fallon going to be spotted out. Here's that Sova util, definitely getting value. Jorg also spotted. Does this give MIBR pause for thought? It's Trent. He found two. Now onto the side. He just burst out
The
of
spike
CT.
is down on stairs right now as well. Needs to be recovered quickly by MIBR.
Verno wants to clear with these shock darts, but here comes Trent. Another swing. This time it doesn't pay off though. And the Bucky, unfortunately.
The raid boss down.
And Jonah and Leaf don't have the best of weaponry here. Leaf has to step up with the Sheriff. There's going to be a crossfire here, but Cortezia has no reason to really move.
I mean, it clearly seems like G2 know that Cortezia has been stuck in this position, that they can get this free kill and then move on from there. And there's Jonah essentially ready to pre-fire, wants to recover that Phantom.
Here's Leaf stepping up. Oh, Verno's caught. This could be a problem. Chenom now to try and keep MIBR in the game. It's a rifle recovered by Jonah. Leaf has 1-2. A bona fide 1 versus 2 with time ticking, but Chenom finds an opportunity. Leaf taps it. Has to be quick about it now, but he's rapping further. And Chenom evades death. No time really for Leaf to work with now. We take the kill and walk away, and we still have play on a sense.
A little bit of stat padding from Leaf just to try and get ahead of Jaw on the scoreboard.
Gotta let him know.
Can't be mad at that. MIBR hanging around just a bit longer. Chenom taking his time, and that 1 versus 2 expires the clock, wins the crucial first engagement.
30 seconds.
Got so scrappy after Trent was able to convert 2 with the Stinger fighting over on stairs.
Still not talking about true comebacks yet.
No, we're not in that territory just yet.
But a fast hit behind this null command here to A could be just what the Doctor ordered. If the Doctor didn't really care about preserving life at all and actually wanted mass casualties, but it's an option for MIBR.
Counter 0 point comes through Jonah P. Actually, also with his null command, he's stationed at A, connected that onto Ospa, so that does give a fair bit of info, knowing that the duelist is taking point on that section of the map. Stealth drone reclude does see Cortezia. The cage could imply that he's crossing back towards B at the moment, where G2 have that extremity control. Regardless of all that, MIBR, they've been able to walk in the main and set up for this full execute.
Garden Variety pushed towards A, but okay, Razorvine thrown out in front. Jonah P deals at Artazine as soon as it pops up. Spike they're recovered, and they're going to pull out. This will be heard, though.
Half the clock has been wasted. Look at G2, they were really pushing triple player onto Cat.
MIBR can't come through mid, surely not.
No, Cortezia flashed off. He's trying to open the gate towards B, make something happen in mid, break the door, give access to his team. Look at this position from Jaw.
There's a pinch. Player in cubby. Jorg is also going to be here as well. Cortezia spot. Trigger discipline is there. The Leaf does get taken down. It does pass again. Crucial kill, but eventually brought to kill by Jonah. Swing for Verno is good, but now it gets a little dicey. Caught out by the util. Throws down this recon.
We're down to 20 seconds on the clock. Both G2 players are ready to fight right now on the side.
They're going to go away. It's Fallon who deals with Chenom, and now up to young Verno. Youngest player in the league. With 12 seconds left, needs to plant, needs to keep MIBR's head above the surging tides. But here's the delay. The util comes in from Teo. He's got to stick it, and there's no chance. Valen soaks it up, and Verno's out of time, folks. That's all she wrote as G2 outlast a plucky MIBR to take it in 3.
Verno had a standout map on Ascent, but that wasn't enough compared to the all-star performance from Jaw, who has just been the Waylay one-trick in rank since the agent was released, and Leaf going crazy as well. Both of them 25 each, combined 50 kills to win this series, start the season off 2-0. Any question marks for this team coming out of Bangkok? Where will their level be at? We've seen teams falter after Masters. Not them. Their floor is most teams' ceiling. They are so consistent, and they feel unstoppable at the moment.
And what a great opportunity to take the temperature of our top teams in Americas, to see what MIBR have been cooking after having to pivot away from Nozwa. Bringing Verno in, which looked like a bit of a band-aid, but might just be exactly what this team needed. It's just frothing with young talent, ability. Verno ends up topping the scoreboard for MIBR here with a great showing, but this G2 team are here. They come back to hone themselves in Americas before surely attempting another international campaign.
I respect as well that G2, despite being on that campaign in Bangkok, they come back, Ascent back in the pool. Let's bring the Waylay in, bring the Vice in, new comp, debut something. Pearl, they play for the first time since being back. New comp, switch it up. Everyone's seen our double Sentinel look. Let's try something new. And sure, MIBR won that map, but they had to look phenomenal. They had to be at tip-top shape to do so. And the G2 pick into Haven. where they struggled, lost it to T1, right those wrongs, at least for now, by besting MIBR and trouncing them on Ascent.
And a true captain's performance from VALORANT on Haven. It's a close fought map, but if he doesn't come alive the way he does, we may never even get to Ascent to see what Jorg and Leaf are able to put together. They've moved Leaf, of course, off the chamber now onto the Vice on so many of these maps. There's so much depth to G2. They're adding to their coaching roster. They seem in great shape now, starting at 2-0 in this stage 1. To be thinking about Toronto, to be thinking about the rest of the year and how they will carry the flag for this region. And they start by dominating here at home.
Still have to walk away from this giving massive props to MIBR. Still feel like this team, they're just scratching the surface. Bear in mind, it's only been however many, 4 or 5 months of this roster being together, practicing together, and that's the core. They just brought Verno into the mix in an all-Brazilian team, and they already look this good. Like you said, questionable that 2 to 4 spots right now in Americas, that power vacuum that has seemed to open up. Where will MIBR finish in that in the mix with teams like Crew, Sen, etc.?
Still looking for Loud as well. Like, where are they going to land amongst those teams?
These guys, they're still on the way up.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff down here. It's been a great time at the Riot Games Arena, but for now we're going to head to a Riv down at the stage with our Verizon post-match interview with the mastermind himself. It's VALORANT.
I am here with G2's VALORANT after calling an amazing series as they take down MIBR. Before we start, I gotta ask you, does it get old watching Jogamo hit these clutches, man?
Hell no, that's like the best part, man. I'm standing up for the guys. It's just too lit playing with Jogamo.
It's amazing. And looking at you, fragging IGL still. You're at the top of your game. You've been crushing it. I gotta ask, was this one stressful to you to call through? Was it fun to call through? How was the game mentally for you?
This one was particularly like a test for us because we felt pretty stressed throughout this match. MIBR was a great opponent, so we just took it as like, guys, use this moment to try to prepare for even the greater stage. We're feeling the stress right now, but embrace it. And I think going into map 2, I was feeling it on Haven, but you know, sometimes Ascent just doesn't go your way, but the calls were good and my team had my back on those last maps, so it just feels good. It feels like a team win. So,
yeah, absolutely. Awesome. Were you expecting that kind of fire from MIBR today?
Oh, 100%. I knew going into this, like, they have a lot of momentum on their back, and it was going to be a tough game, but we closed it out.
Well, everything's going to be tough. You're a top team, especially this year in Americas, always have been, even looking back. How do you stay on top? I mean, as the IGL, everybody's always looking at you. How do you stay a step ahead?
I think it's a combination of knowing how to rest well, but also like grind. This game is never-ending grind, so we take our rest breaks when we can, and then it's just back to the lab, because when we do our thing, when we're not tired and we're grinding it out, we come up with ideas, come up with comps, and it just feels like we have a good routine as a team, so it's easy to stay at the top.
Awesome, and a win's got to feel good. It feels even better that the family's in the crowd today, being able to come out and see you play. What's it feel like to get that win? Just have the family come out and be able to watch.
Yeah, it's really rare for me to be able to see my family in the crowd for the game, so I love you too. So it means a lot. I'm getting a little emotional, but I love you guys, so thank you guys for coming, and I'll see you after.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Looking at how the season's going, you got NRG next. Give me some thoughts on that. What are you feeling? How's it gonna go?
I've wanted to play against FNS for a long time, just because he's been, known as one of the best IGLs to ever touch Valorant. So it's gonna be another good test for us. They caught some fire and momentum from their last dub, so it's gonna be a great game. But you know how it ends.
I like that. I want to get one more out of you. One more. What are your goals for this split? Being at the top and whatnot. What do you still focus on to reach for to make sure you can keep playing like you do?
Goals for the split? I mean, try to get back to the international stage. Coming second was very bittersweet. Coming back to Americas off of second place, I never want to feel that again. So we're just using every lesson we can. Down map 1, how do we respond to the stress? Everything is being a test, so when we go back to that moment on the international grand final, we're not letting it slip. So I just take every game like a new opportunity to get better as a team.
Awesome, VALORANT. Thank you so much for the insight, your time. Congratulations on the win. Let's hear it one more time for G2, and there's more G2 to come. We got Trent and Leaf over at the desk for match point. Take it away.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to Match Point. I now have Trent and Leaf joining me, and before we're digging into all things that we just got to witness on this very stage, I want to play a little game with you guys to get to know you a little better. I have a few statements here on those cards, and I will read them out, and you give me an overrated or an underrated. Right? Okay, we both got them. Easy, easy. I mean, if you can play a game like that, this one is going to be a walk in the park. All right.
The first prompt is Thai food. Overrated or underrated? Since you just came back from Bangkok, we need some opinions. Underrated?
but I know
Okay.
his opinions
What about
would be
you?
overrated.
Overrated. You gotta explain yourself.
I'm just a picky eater, so
Are you one of those?
I stick to
Are you a nuggies kind of guy?
I do like some nuggies.
All right. I see where we're at with this one. In that case, your opinion literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Second prompt, Group Alpha. Is it overrated or underrated?
Is that our group?
That's not your group. That's the other group. You throw some shade.
Overrated.
Overrated. Okay, there we go. There we have the groups.
Oh, wait.
Oh, definitely overrated. Oh my God.
I like that you were willing to dunk on them without even without even seeing
100
it.
Thieves and Sen, definitely.
So your group is the
Crew best team over there.
Yeah, Crew's the best team there.
All right. Well, Kirby, they're making a very good case for themselves. Next prompt, double duelist comps. Overrated or underrated? Ooh.
I'll say underrated.
I'd say under.
Okay, why?
I think, if they're used correctly,
yeah,
they can be very strong.
I was gonna say the agents.
You can make that statement about literally any comp.
I mean, yeah, but like the agents, some of them have very like high skill expression. Like ISO, obviously. Like when you have like you wouldn't want Busio on ISO, you'd want like Alphair on ISO, you know. So the like ceiling is like insane for double duelist comps.
Do you guys enjoy playing it or playing against it?
It depends on who I'm playing against, and we don't really play double duelist, but it just depends on who we're playing against.
Yeah.
That's fair. All right, this is the last. Yeah, this is the last one. All right. Overrated or underrated? Energy.
Esports?
You play against them next week,
Oh.
so I had to give you the opportunity to.
I mean, are they even overrated? Like,
Are they still overrated?
Nobody
I don't know.
rates
I
them.
think a lot of
Nobody rates
people-
them.
Whoa.
Well, like, cause like they lost to Cloud9
What's wrong with that?
a lot.
A lot.
Cloud9 without
With that,
me.
you also tell me that you don't rate Cloud9 very highly.
I mean, that's just embarrassing, honestly.
Okay.
Okay.
Let that one sit. You agree?
Yeah, I agree with what you
Okay.
said.
Perfect. I learned a lot today. Let's chat a little bit about the game we just saw. I mean, this one went the distance all the way to map 3. Did you expect such a close series to come out of this one?
You want to talk first?
I mean, we never underestimate our opponents. We always give them a grain of salt, but definitely didn't expect that. We played some rounds bad, so it kind of let them get back into things. But, I mean, they're a good team. They have good players. They shoot back, so you never know what's going to happen in these games.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I think we had the chance to 2-0, like even when Pearl, like I think that was like where we made the most mistakes. Haven got a little hairy, but the map is kind of like that sometimes, and I mean, they're pretty good. So they have a lot more footage on us, and we didn't really know what to expect. So it's like, it's a little bit like surprise element, and like also their confidence is good and stuff like that, and they're like honeymooning a bit too.
I want to kind of touch on this one. Obviously, they have a lot more footage. You guys just come back from Bangkok. What a whirlwind, right? So, like, you're going all the way to the grand final there. You're coming back. You're faced with a new meta, a new agent in the play, 2 new maps in the pool, and yet you still manage to look so polished. Like, what systems are in place for G2 in order to make that happen on such a short turnaround?
I think it's just having good fundamentals. Like, we preach fundamentals, making sure that we're playing together as a unit. And we're also very flexible agent-wise, all of us. So if there's like a new meta that happens, we can pick it up very quick. And yeah, I mean, Jogamo picked up Waylay like instantly.
He grinded Waylay.
Yeah, he just
had
played
so
like
many games.
Were you guys worried about that? I'm sure he made a case for himself already on his stream. Obviously, we saw him popping up. So you guys were like, yeah, go with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if he feels good about it, why not?
Do you feel like the hero is just going to be a mainstay, or is it very niche just for certain players that they can make it work, or for certain teams that can make it work right now?
I'd say like a mix of both. Like it just kind of depends on like everything around it, because right now we're in like a double initiator meta, and like for all we know, you know, like all the sentinels could get really buffed, and then it's a double sentinel meta, and then like she doesn't become as good because, you know, her kit isn't as good without the initiator support. But I mean, you just don't really know. Like she's pretty good right now, but you have no clue in like 3 months what she could be.
Yeah, we saw her in action already quite a bit. If we're looking at the standings, let's take a look at who's currently on top of that one. Any surprises so far, performance-wise? If you're looking at the other teams you've seen so far in Stage 1, do you feel like a certain team has perhaps benefited a lot from the meta changes or the new maps in the pool?
I think Crew,
Crew was always like known like last year for Ascent and Icebox. Like that was 2 staple maps for them, and they were also pretty like bad, I'd say, like at Bind and Abyss. So the map pool change definitely helped them.
I think Loud's a little disappointing. I think they're gonna come back from being down 0-1.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably the second best in that group.
Yeah.
They will be playing tomorrow. I mean, obviously, 2G, like, that should be Loud's game.
Yeah.
Were you surprised at 2G's performance?
I mean, they definitely look better. I wouldn't say it's surprising. They just had a lot of time, but I think that they're changing pieces around, which is really hard. I think even now they're changing like Zap out. So it's like there's a ton that they're moving, and it's like it's hard to be consistent with that, like moving so many pieces around. So I would say like it's kind of expected. Like they probably feel the pressure because it's like the other Ascension team is us.
Yeah.
And like if you're looking at like the standings of like NA team or like America's teams, it's like they're not doing too good, and like they probably feel pressured to make all of those changes because if not, then
yeah, I mean, this is it. This is a shot,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
You have to make changes as soon as you like recognize there is an issue.
Yeah.
Now, you guys also made a change very recently. You added Anders to the team as a strategic coach. That's obviously going to add like a bajillion more layers to the depth your roster can have. Has that had an impact so far in the game today already? How long has he been working with you guys already, since we only just saw the signing this week?
I mean, I think Josh would be able to speak more to that because it's more so like he has a relationship with Josh, not really the players, but he does like preface it by saying like, oh, Anders came up with this or like this setup. And like, I'd say, yeah, like some of our defensive setups, we have new stuff. And then it's like, we're running new comps. Like we changed our comp on Pearl and just having like the extra like brain in order to make it more fleshed out and like just have more opinions kind of like helps Josh, I'm assuming. So it's like, it definitely has had an effect.
Yeah, more wrinkles, add more wrinkles. Yeah, that's the winning strategy. And obviously having pop-up players like the two of you. Thank you both so much for joining us today in our match point. It's been great to talking to you. And thanks everyone for watching. It's been a great day thus far. Of course, we have more action to come tomorrow, same place, same time. So make sure to tune in again. However, I'm not gonna let you go just yet because I'm gonna give you the Samsung SSD Fast Replay. For this match, I hope you are as well. Heart of Thieves versus Evil Geniuses starts right now.
Bit of a passive setup from 100 Thieves.
Icy's cooked, man. The response from Boostio with his ult was perfect. Now, re-aggressing 3 for Boostio. Armageddon gonna flush him out of the corner. Derek not able to connect onto anything. Boostio has 4 on the round. There's serious trouble here. Nature holding the line, getting 1 back. He's swinging to EU, and he'll take it again. Asuna knocked up, trying to get away, trying to jump to his life, and fails.
2 players towards this side of the door. Derek as well, able to swing.
Xander left in 1v4. No shot. That was a desperately needed round for Evil Geniuses. There's a lot he's gonna have to deal with. Stunts traded, time bought. Nature now falls. Derek flushed out, tries to connect onto the shots and falls at the hands of Xander. Supa left in 1v4 with the Guardian in hand, and Xander gets 300 Thieves. Take Fracture 13-10, fully in control.
All his team entries in.
Oh, it didn't connect. What? Let's swing and a miss. Yay, not though. Yay's gonna get challenged in hell, and that's home ground for him. Connects onto both. 3 for Ye, and we're tied again. 3v3 as Nature swings back out, trying to reclaim the site. And of course, if Cryo keeps things even, it's gonna have to be Derek. It's gonna have to be a clutch. He's gotten it down to 1, but Cryo's waiting on the other side. And Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves. It's Icy who's caught again, and it's once again a win by Cryo. Nature and Ye try to pull a rabbit out of the hat. 13-7 the way of 100 Thieves, a 2-0 series, a spotless record.
You better saddle up, folks, because we have wrangled 2 grade A kaiju here in Americas to throw down for your viewing pleasure.
I'm so excited to see these 2 teams go at it for the first time.
Inferno, Cortesia very, very low. The guided salvo comes in and Trent will flatten Cortesia. Cortesia will fall and it's all down to Asphalt.
That is so sick. You can't be getting away with
your
that.
respect at the door. Jenom going for the defuse. He's got to get a half. He does fall though. 3, 4. Oh, Asphalt, no! Gets clipped by it. Now Inferno, half, trying to go for the defuse and Trent is out of bullets. rounds. Are you kidding me? A flick and he'll have it. He sees the gun barrel. Oh, he sees John.
Still checks it.
It doesn't get any better than that, folks. MIBR doubled up and ready to take this fight. They must have seen Valen cross there. Valen takes it, and there's Dustbus. God, it's got to be one of the best maps we've seen so far in Stage 1. Hard fought for MIBR, continuing to show that this is just the tip of the iceberg. A bit of argy-bargy on the corner with Valen. Deals with the opposing superstar. Then it's Artin going down, Leaf coming in from the seaside of the map. Valen's going to go big here, and he does. 3 with the Spectre. Here's the swing. Shed him down, and Valen takes 4 out of a bonus. This is devastating for MIBR, potentially! Oh no, not again! Against the Sheriff of all things, Leaf whiffs it. Cortesia falls, and G2 trying to finish the job, but it's not enough! Are you kidding? Shed on with 3 for the round! Brighton going to follow it in, but there is a grab well that will slow him up somewhat. Bus caught out. Here's G2 now. Verno trying to get in the clear. Good for 1, but there's so much more to do. Caught out, though, by the Nova Pulse. And this is a formality, folks. We are headed to a set.
And by a millimeter, G2 are just a cut above on their map.
Boy, okay, Genum though wanted to take the fight, and G2 want these push-ups. Now it's up to Jorg, 1v3, Verno's down, he's knocking him apart. Above him, it does bust, the headshot connects, and surely not Jorg, he's done it again! It's just unreal! It's uncanny! Can't argue with that. Snappy stuff there from Jorgamo, gets himself through Tree. Cortesi though, dangerous always. He's gonna be neutralized here.
Jaw is just willing G2 to a win.
Leaf is looking up towards that heaven side, and there it is. Jorg has to do it with so little help, but you know he's good for it. He's just a little better. Another 4K for Jorg. Out we go, Lightspeed away, and Trent can pick up the slack. And MIBR have been offered enough rope to hang themselves with now as they look to step onto the site. 1 by 1, mowed on down. That's all she wrote as G2 outlast a plucky MIBR to take it in 3.